Chapter 491. You don't know what it does, yet you dare to eat and soak in it. Shui Yilan stared at her chest. Her flesh-colored underwear rose and fell as she breathed. Ning Xuema was well-developed. She was tall and handsome, and her cleavage was well-defined. Wearing that strange-looking underwear made her look even more seductive. Shui Yilan's eyes darkened. Ning Xuema's entire body turned cold from his fiery gaze. She tried her best to divert his attention. What is its function? Don't tell me you don't know. The combination of these two can restore your original body. Shui Yilan explained. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked surprised. Aren't you 13 years old? Why do you look like a 16 or 17-year-old? Ning Xuema's heart skipped a beat. She only knew the effects of these two things today. Restore my original body? Could it be the age to restore my soul? She was 22 years old in her previous life, but her face and body were still very young. She liked to wear her hair like a little girl with bangs, which made her look even younger. People often mistook her for a 16 or 17-year-old high school student. Could it be that her current body was her previous body? Of course, she wouldn't tell Shui Yilan about her suspicions. She just glared at him and said coldly, "Can I look older? My mental age is older. I always feel that you look younger." Shui Yilan lifted the belt of her underwear with his fingertips. He lifted it a little higher. He was obviously doing something frivolous, but his expression was very serious. It didn't look like he was taking off a girl's clothes, but more like he was dismantling a bag of explosives. He finally broke the belt of her underwear. Ning Xuema didn't have time to scold him. Her forehead suddenly heated up, and her eyes suddenly lit up. White light dazzled her eyes. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in her ears. With a loud crack, Ning Xuema's body shook and seemed to fall to the ground. However, she couldn't react in time. There was only a line of words in her mind. Damn, I was struck by lightning. I was struck by lightning again. Her ears were buzzing and her eyes were temporarily blinded. For a moment, she couldn't figure out what was going on with her. When the buzzing sound in her ears passed, she opened her eyes. Only then did she realize that she had already left Shui Yilan's embrace and was lying on the ground. Although the clothes on her body had been torn by him, fortunately, they hadn't been torn off from her body. They were still half covering her body, covering most of her body. As for Shui Yilan, even though Ning Xuema was extremely nervous, she couldn't help but laugh out loud the moment she saw Shui Yilan. After being struck by the thunderbolt, Shui Yilan looked a bit weird, his bright red, fluttering robes were now half charred black and half dark red. The charred half was falling off piece by piece, while the dark red half was becoming thin and brittle. With just a slight movement, it started to crack horizontally and vertically. This wasn't the funniest part. The funniest part was his hair. Originally, his soft black hair was draped over his shoulders. When he walked, it was naturally flirtatious, even if he didn't act coquettishly. But now his hair was all standing up, like a porcupine with its hair standing on end, pointing to the sky. His handsome face didn't look any better. At this moment, it was as if there were dark clouds densely covering his face. It was even scarier than the green birthmark. His appearance reminded Ning Xuema of the extremely miserable Ouyang Feng in the movie Eastbound Westbound. Chapter 492. How did he get struck by lightning for no reason? Ning Xuema was extremely puzzled. Could it be that the oath he made that day was effective? No, he didn't make an oath in front of the Devil Lord. Oaths shouldn't have any effect on him. That mighty bolt of lightning just now was like the legendary heavenly lightning that the heavens used to punish evil people. Could it be that the heavens finally couldn't stand it anymore and sent down heavenly lightning to strike this pervert? No, the heavens shouldn't be so timely. Ning Xuema suddenly remembered that she had been struck by lightning before, and her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she had an additional lightning flash skill when she was struck by lightning? It was effective at the crucial moment. Bastard, you really did agree to him, and it's a heavenly marriage. Shui Yilan's voice sounded sinister. He looked at Ning Xuema with a vicious gaze, as if he couldn't wait to eat her up. Ning Xuema was stunned and finally realized that something was wrong. Could it be that when she casually agreed to Han Shanyue's proposal by the lake, the heavens were the witnesses? Like an oath that couldn't be broken again? No, it can't be. How could it be so magical? That day when she was struck by lightning and had a cinnabar mole, it wasn't a coincidence, but a mark, a proof. She couldn't help but raise her hand to touch her forehead. Just now, there was a sudden heat. Her cinnabar mole usually looked like it was drawn with a cinnabar brush and couldn't be touched. But now, when she touched it, it felt like it was slightly protruding and she could touch it herself. Shui Ilan actually saw the cinnabar mole on her forehead a long time ago. But at that time, he thought it was a girl who liked to look beautiful and put on makeup. So, he didn't take it to heart and didn't care at all. Now that he saw Ning Xiuma raise her hand to touch it, his gaze naturally shifted there. When he saw it clearly, his eyes narrowed slightly. That Han Shanyue. He wasn't an ordinary human. When Ning Xiuma raised her hand, she finally realized that she could move. She rolled and wanted to jump up. A figure flashed in front of her, and her acupoints were sealed again. She fell to the ground with a thump. I'll talk to you in detail later. Be good and wait here for now. Shui Ilan lifted her up and carried her to a nearby chair to sit down. His scorched black robe rubbed against her body and face. When Ning Xiuma fell into his embrace, she could even feel the warmth of his skin. Shui Ilan seemed to have suffered some injuries from the lightning strike, and his movements were not as nimble as before. His every move was no longer so frivolous. He moved a few times, and the red robe on his body had almost fallen off. It was even more tattered than the clothes worn by the beggars of the beggar clan. He cursed under his breath as he tore off his robe and threw it to the side. His outer and inner robes were already in tatters. Naturally, he didn't want to wear them anymore. He simply tore them off, leaving only a pair of underpants. Ning Xiuma had been staring at him hatefully. When she saw him suddenly take off all his clothes, she was shocked. She saw half of his naked body. Although this man was devilish, he had always been well-dressed in front of Ning Xiuma. His clothes were not out of place at all. He was the kind of man who was dressed casually. This was the first time she saw him take off his clothes. She didn't expect that this devilish man who looked as thin as bamboo would have such a good figure. Broad shoulders, narrow hips, perfect collarbones, perfect Apollo's belt, well-defined 8-pack abs, and a lean waist. Everything was perfect. The only imperfection was that because he had just been struck by lightning, his face was still a little dark and his skin was a little yellow. Chapter 493. Do I look good? Shui Ilan turned around and looked at Ning Xiuma with his arms crossed. A trace of ridicule flashed through his eyes. Ning Xiuma realized that she had been staring at his body for more than 10 seconds. She felt a little embarrassed, but she did not show it on her face. It's just so. My body is just so. Shui Ilan walked in front of her and lifted her chin. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Then tell me, whose body is not so? Han Shanyue's? Did you see his body? Ning Xiuma was speechless. She had never seen the body of that big block of ice. She hadn't even seen his face clearly. Sometimes she could clearly see his face, but she did not know why. She would forget his face in the blink of an eye. Even now, when she thought of that person, she still could not remember his face. He did not wear a mask, but he looked like he was wearing one. That person dressed very carefully. His wide sleeves wrapped himself tightly like a rice dumpling. Not even an inch of his skin was exposed. Perhaps if she did not run away, she would be able to see his body when they consummate their marriage tomorrow night. You miss him? Ning Xiuma felt a sudden pain in her chin. Shui Ilan pulled her thoughts back. Shui Ilan's voice was like ice rain. You really saw him? Ning Xiuma was annoyed by his jealous tone. She sneered. He is my fiancé. What's so strange about seeing him? His body is 1,000 times better than yours. No, 10,000 times better. Since this guy was so vain, she would say something that would anger him to death. You are looking for death. Shui Ilan was furious. He raised his hand and wanted to tear her clothes. But his hand stopped halfway. He stared at Ning Xiuma for a moment and smiled. You are still a virgin. How could you see him? Little girl, you should be more careful with your words. His finger caressed her lips. It doesn't matter even if you've seen him. When I undo your heavenly marriage restriction, I'll let you have a taste of a real man. His lips came close to her ear, and his warm breath brushed against her face. My skills in bed are excellent. I'll definitely make you, and you'll never want to leave me again. He was so close to her that Ning Xiuma felt goosebumps all over her body. His words were obviously a little obscene and flirtatious, but coming from his mouth, it didn't sound vulgar. Instead, it had a kind of seductive charm. Ning Xiuma closed her eyes slightly and did not respond to his words. She did not want him to do something even more despicable. Shui Ilan smiled. His mood seemed to have improved slightly. Seeing how tough you are usually, I thought you wouldn't care about this. It turns out that you know how to be shy. Out of nowhere, he took out a robe and put it on her shoulders, covering her body tightly. From now on, only I can see your body. No one else is allowed to see it. Do you hear me? Ning Xiuma was too lazy to care about him. A faint light lit up in Shui Ilan's palm and covered his entire body. The light circled around him and disappeared after a while. He stood up again. Miraculously, the blackness on his face that was caused by the lightning strike had disappeared. It was as if he had just taken a shower. His whole body was refreshed, and his skin was as white as jade. He stretched out his hand again, and a new set of robes appeared in his palm. He seemed to like the color red, and the robes were still red. Chapter 494. He seemed to have a preference for red. His robe was still red. He slowly put it on. He smoothed out his hair that was slowly falling down. Actually, from a moment he used his hair to throw people, there was no one else in the cabin. They all ran out of the cabin like a gust of wind. There were only the two of them in the big cabin. After a while, Shui Ilan returned to being a handsome young man. However, his waist-length hair was much shorter. The ends of his hair were damaged by the lightning, so he simply cut them off. He tidied everything up and sat down in the center of the cabin. He lazily said, "The first group can come in." The commotion in the cabin just now naturally caused the people outside to be in a state of shock. None of them dared to come in and take a look. The scenery around them was still dark. The big ship floated in the water. No one knew where it would drift to. There were man-eating monsters in the water. Moreover, it wasn't just one. They saw 7 or 8 of them just now. Those monsters surrounded the ship. From time to time, they would reveal their dorsal fins. No one could leave. If they wanted to live, they had to defeat the red-clothed evildoer. There were 38 Guqin players outside, including the judges. There were 2 judges who were too old and didn't meet Shui Ilan's requirements. They were sent out. The other 36 people were split into groups of 8. There were still 4 people left as substitutes. In this group, Gu Zian's prestige was the highest. He was the one who assigned the groups. He matched each group according to their own playing characteristics, striving to achieve the most perfect result. The people were divided into groups. The leader of each group was the one with the best Guqin skills. No one objected. At this time, everyone had to be united to survive. No one dared to fight for anything. Yin Ziyuan kept waiting for him to assign her to a group. But she didn't expect that in the end. He still didn't seem to see her. He still looked down on her, right? He thought she wasn't worthy of being a group leader. Yin Ziyuan felt bitter. Fortunately, she was used to being disappointed and didn't take it to heart. At the end of the line, Gu Ziyan called out her name. Ziyuan. He then called out a few more names. We'll be in the same group. If it was in the past, being assigned to the same team as Gu Ziyan, she might have been overjoyed. But now, she wouldn't think about it anymore. Her piano skills were indeed complementary to Gu Ziyan's, so it was natural for her to be assigned to the same group. Rong Yen had been nervously waiting for a long time, but she still hadn't been assigned. Seeing that the last group had been assigned, she couldn't help but ask, "Brother Ziyan, can I be in the same group as you?" Gu Ziyan didn't even look at her. "No, you could be a substitute." Rong Yen was startled and looked at the other 3 people who were also substitutes. The 3 of them also looked weak and delicate. It seemed like Gu Ziyan was really taking care of her. She felt a sweetness in her heart. "Brother Ziyan, I'll listen to you." At this time, being a substitute was much safer than being a team member. While speaking, she glanced at Yin Ziyuan in a teasing manner. Miss Yin is also a substitute. Yi Feng, who had been watching with folded arms, suddenly said coldly. Gu Ziyan didn't say anything, but Yin Ziwen promptly said, "No, I and Master Guzian's piano skills complement each other. We can cooperate to suppress each other's piano skills. For the sake of everyone's safety, I will fight." Her words were calm, official, and rational. Yifeng didn't speak and still stood beside her. Chapter 495. Guzian looked at her with a complicated gaze. She had always called him Master, but this was the first time she called him Great Master Guzian. Her voice was clear and crisp, but he felt that it was extremely harsh. He took a deep breath and suppressed the indescribable feeling of irritation in his heart. This was not the time to think about messy things. He had to explain to everyone what they should pay attention to when cooperating. He was indeed a great master of the ancient zither. He had special instructions for each group, and each instruction was important. In this kind of life and death situation, everyone listened very carefully. He had just finished explaining when Shui Ilan's voice came from inside, allowing one group to enter. According to the plan, the first group of people walked in without hesitation. After a while, the sound of the zither finally came out from inside the cabin because Shui Ilan had told them in advance. Only one group was allowed to enter at a time. The others could only wait outside and could not peek. Otherwise, if he found out, he would kill everyone to silence them. Because of this threat, these people naturally did not dare to take the risk, and all of them pricked up their ears to listen. Guzian was worthy of being called an expert. He only needed to concentrate for a moment before he could tell which zither was being played by which person. The first group performed well. They were indeed playing according to his instructions. At the beginning, there was a bit of a flaw, but after playing a few notes, they became more and more in sync. The melody was grand, almost lifting the roof of the ship. Such a big and loud zither. It should be enough to suppress the red-clothed evildoer zither, right? They had not heard the red-clothed evildoer zither until now. Could it be that it was suppressed? Guzian had not finished thinking when a clear and bright zither sound slowly came out, directly drilling into everyone's ears. This zither sound did not sound arrogant. It was even a bit soft, but was like lightning pushing through the clouds. So clear, so bright. Not to mention the people inside the cabin. Even the people outside felt their heartstrings being pulled when they heard this zither sound. It skipped a few beats. Needless to say, this completely different Guqin sound was played by Shui Ilan. The Guqin sounds of those 8 people could not suppress him at all. After the sound of the zither reverberated for a few beats, the rhythm of the other zither sounds was obviously disrupted. The harmony was broken, and some of the zither sounds actually changed their tune, unknowingly following Shui Ilan's zither sounds. After a few more tunes, 2 more zither followed. After a short while, 6 of the 8 zither began to follow Shui Ilan's tune. The other 2 couldn't hold on any longer and finally followed. The expressions of the people who had been listening outside changed greatly. Some of the more impatient ones simply shouted outside, wanting to remind their companions inside. Anyway, Shui Ilan didn't forbid it. The crowd outside began to clamor, each voice louder than the last. The sound of the Guqin inside had already become a harmonious 9-piece, like the roaring of the Yangtze River. And Shui Ilan's zither sound was always in a dominant position, like a phoenix leading the chirping of 100 birds, flying straight to the 9 heavens. Everyone's throats were almost hoarse from shouting, but they still could not suppress the sound of the zither, nor could they wake up the people inside who were playing the zither. "Stop!" Guzian suddenly shouted, successfully stopping everyone's blind shouting. Everyone turned to look at him. He took a breath and made a gesture, asking everyone to gather around him. Chapter 496. He lowered his voice and said in a voice that only the people around him could hear, "His music can bewitch people's hearts and affect the mind of the person playing the zither. We must think of other ways." Other ways? Everyone looked at each other and couldn't think of any way. Yifeng said from the side, "Just don't listen to his music." Everyone was stunned and immediately came over. Yes, don't listen to him. These people usually listen to the sound of the zither and subconsciously distinguish the quality of the other party's music. Unexpectedly, they didn't think of covering their ears and not listening to the other party's music. The people in the second group immediately agreed on the music they were going to play together, and then they tore the corners of their clothes and prepared to go in and play with cloth balls in their ears. If they don't listen to the other party's music, they won't be led away by the other party. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the sound of the zither finally stopped. There was a dead silence in the cabin. The people outside also held their breath. What happened to the people inside? Why was there no movement at all? Even if they were killed, at least 1 or 2 of the 8 people would scream, right? But no. After the zither stopped, there was no sound in the cabin. It was like a tomb of the living dead. Nervous, unprecedented nervous. This kind of fear in the face of the unknown made people even more nervous. Rong Yan's pretty face was pale and full of cold sweat. Her small hand pulled Gu Xian's lapel as if she wanted to get some strength from him to support herself. Although Gu Xian was calm, his forehead was also dripping with cold sweat. He was also afraid and nervous. But he was now the backbone of everyone. He couldn't lose his mind. He couldn't help but look at Yin Ziyuan. He saw her slender body standing straight like a lonely pine tree. She was also a weak woman. At this moment, she didn't rely on anyone. In his impression, this young lady was arrogant and high profile, her mouth was unforgiving, and she looked down on ordinary people. But in front of him, she liked to make a fuss about nothing. From time to time, she would find an excuse to throw herself at him, wanting to have physical contact with him. After knowing him for less than 2 months, she confessed to him and bluntly said that she liked him. Her boldness almost made him tongue-tied. Moreover, because of his first impression, he didn't have a good impression of her. Her boldness was no different from indulgence in his eyes. So after being her zither player for a few months, he finally stopped. He thought that he hated her. In order to completely cut off her thoughts, he even let Rong Yin stay by his side, making her think that he already had a sweetheart. In the end, Yin Ziyuan backed off and stopped pestering him. He suddenly realized that without her chattering by his side, his surroundings seemed to have become much emptier, and his heart seemed to have lost a corner. He couldn't figure out what he was thinking about her. He seemed to be annoyed by her, but he also wanted to see her. Seeing her misbehaving, he couldn't help but stab her with his words. He thought that he liked a gentle and virtuous woman like Rong Yin, but his heart couldn't help but lean towards that woman. He had always felt that she had a lot of flaws, and compared to her looks, they were like heaven and earth. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that this girl was actually very open and aboveboard. She dared to love and hate, and she didn't like to rely on men like ordinary girls at this critical moment. She was calmer than many men. She stood there in her red dress, like a bunch of fire, igniting his eyes and attracting his gaze. Chapter 497. At this moment, Gu Xian actually hoped that she would come close to him and hold his sleeves like Rong Yin and lean on him like before. However, she didn't even want to come close to him, let alone hold his sleeves. Gu Xian had intentionally or unintentionally moved a few steps closer to her, but she only raised her head to look at him, and then very sensibly avoided him. She was standing quite close to her shadow guard. Yifeng was like a silent mountain, but also like an unsheathed sword, standing beside Yinzun, steady, reliable, and giving people strength for no reason. At such a critical moment, he became Yin Ziyuan's guardian, not allowing anyone to slight him. As if he felt Gu Xian's gaze, Yifeng swept a glance at him. Such a sharp and indifferent glance actually made Gu Xian's heart inexplicably tremble, and his fingers lightly clenched. Gu Xian was distracted for a moment, and actually didn't notice when the second wave of people went in. When he came back to his senses, the second wave of people had already started playing the guqin. The second wave of people went in with their ears covered, so they couldn't hear each other's guqin and only relied on hand gestures to play their own guqin. Because of this, the tunes played by the 8 guqin were slightly disharmonious. Fortunately, it didn't affect the overall situation, and the sound was loud enough. Shui Ilan's guqin sounded again. After a moment, the faces of the nervous people outside changed again. The 8 people who just went in with their ears covered, and obviously shouldn't have heard the other party's guqin, but now they actually started to play along with Shui Ilan's tune. After 3 to 4 minutes, the guqin inside had completely harmonized, And just like the first wave of people, they completely followed the other party's guqin. No one could escape this fate. Could it be that the cloth in their ears was removed when they went in? The hearts of the people outside were as heavy as lead, and their faces were ashen. Needless to say, the second wave of people was about to be defeated, and the first wave of people still didn't come out, so they didn't know what happened. If this went on, everyone's fate would be worrying. Most likely, none of them would be able to escape death. With the Grim Reaper's scythe above their heads, naturally everyone was frightened. The excessive tension made several women, including Rong Yin, cry, and 2 even fainted. Yin Ziyuan was also afraid, but what was the use of being afraid now? What's the use of crying? It was easier to make people confused and infected them with pessimism. Yin Ziyuan said in a low voice, "Why are you crying? At worst, he would just die. Shut up, all of you." Yi Feng, "If anyone cries again, I'll throw them into the lake to feed the monsters." "All right." Yi Feng agreed without hesitation, his gaze sweeping over the few crying women. This kind of threat was more effective than any kind of consolation. The women shuddered, and, as expected, they stopped crying and choked back their sobs. The other men present couldn't help but look at Yin Ziyuan with admiration in their eyes. Ziyangij, you see, at this time she still doesn't forget to bully people. Rong Yin pulled Gu Ziyan's sleeve and couldn't help but want to complain. Gu Ziyan pulled back his sleeve, looked sideways at Rong Yin, and said in a cold voice, "If bullying people can make you shut up and not cry, I will also bully people." This sentence made Rong Yan's face pale, and she didn't dare to speak again. Yin Ziyuan didn't expect Gu Ziyan to speak for her at this time, and couldn't help but glance at him. Gu Ziyan was also looking at her. Chapter 498. It just so happened that Gu Ziyan was also looking at her. When their gazes met, Yin Ziyuan immediately turned her head to look at the water in the distance. It was already a foregone conclusion that the second wave would lose. They had to make preparations for the third wave. Yi Feng suddenly took a step forward. "Excuse me." A faint silver light flashed between his fingers and flashed in front of the third wave. His figure was as fast as a ghost, and his technique was even faster. Everyone was caught off guard, and they all fell into his trap. Everyone felt a pain in their ears and a buzzing sound. They couldn't hear anything. What are you doing?" The 8 people cried out. Yi Feng used his fingertips to write a few words on the boat with water. "I stabbed your acupoints that caused deafness. You'll be deaf for a day, and then you will recover." Only then did everyone come to a realization. Gu Ziyan looked at Yi Feng with admiration. At this time, it was indeed better to be deaf than not. Moreover, it was just being deaf for a day. It was worth it to be deaf for a day in exchange for victory. Time was of the essence. Gu Ziyan also used water to write down the things they needed to pay attention to. The 8 people nodded in agreement. Because some of them had poor mental fortitude and were so scared that they couldn't hold the zither properly, Gu Ziyan swapped out 2 people at the last minute. In addition to the 2 people who had fainted from fright, the original 4 substitutes were also arranged. Soon, the third group of people also entered the cabin with their hearts in their mouths. This was the last method they could think of. If even this failed, they might not have a chance to win anymore. Nervous, unprecedentedly nervous. The air outside the cabin was so heavy that it seemed to freeze. Even 1 minute seemed to be extremely long. The people who went in were already deaf. It was impossible for them to hear the sound of the red, clothed evildoer's zither. It was impossible for them to follow the sound of the zither, right? Yin Ziyuan clenched her hands tightly. Her palms were covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, her small hands were grabbed by a large hand. "I'm here. Don't be afraid." The voice was steady and gave her strength for no reason. Yin Ziyuan turned around and saw Yi Feng's dark eyes. Yin Zin stared blankly for a moment and suddenly felt a lot more at ease. She nodded slightly, as if to say to him, but also as if to encourage herself, "We will survive." That's right. Most of the people present were young. They were at the age where flowers were about to bloom. Who would be willing to die silently here? 5 minutes later, the few people waiting outside finally lost all hope. The third wave of people had clearly been deafened, but they only lasted for 2 to 3 minutes. Then, she once again followed Shui Ilan's music. Gu Zian's face was ashen. At this point, he was already in despair and couldn't think of any other good ideas. When the third wave of people finished playing, Shui Ilan urged for the fourth wave of people. Another person fainted from fright. The final group had 7 people. 7 people couldn't meet Shui Ilan's requirements. According to Shui Ilan's words, if the fourth wave of people couldn't be gathered, he would simply take their lives. Yifeng suddenly rushed forward and picked up the zither of a fainted person. He simply said, "I'll do it." Gu Zian looked at him in shock. "You know how to play?" Yifeng didn't answer his question. Instead, he walked in with large strides. Gu Zian and the others could only follow. This was already the last wave of people. Yan Ziyuan finally saw the layout of the cabin. Shui Ilan was sitting in the middle in red clothes. Chapter 499. Shui Ilan had a blue zither on his lap, and the other people who came in earlier were nowhere to be seen. In the corner of the cabin, there was only Ning Xuemo sitting on a chair. She was also wearing a red robe, and her sitting posture was a bit strange. It was like she was stiff and didn't move at all. Only her eyes were slightly lowered, and her eyelashes would occasionally flutter a few times. Because she had fallen into the water, Ning Xuemo's makeup had been completely washed off, and her original appearance was revealed. Her face was as white as jade, her eyes were watery, her nose was high, and her lips were cherry red. It was like the rough outer layer of a gem had been polished off, and the resplendent inside was finally revealed. She was extremely beautiful, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Ning Xuemo's face was a bit pale. When she saw Yan Ziyuan and the others come in, her eyes flashed with sadness, and she looked at Shui Ilan with hatred. Yan Ziyuan's eyes looked at Ning Xuemo's face, and she pursed her lips. Her eyes flashed with sadness. Shui, everything you showed me was fake. She had treated her as a real friend. But not only was her name fake, even her face was fake. Ning Xuemo's mute acupuncture point had been sealed and she couldn't speak. This short half an hour was definitely the biggest nightmare of her life. She sat there like a puppet, staring blankly at the living people coming in one by one. According to Shui Ilan's request, each of them sat in a position to play the zither. She could clearly see the fear and struggle in their eyes. She watched as they played the zither with all their might. She watched as they couldn't get rid of Shui Ilan's zither music. She watched as strands of vital qi flowed towards the zither on Shui Ilan's lap. She watched as a string on the zither appeared from nothing. She watched as those people's black hair turned white and the youths in their prime turned into old people with wrinkled skin and white hair. Every time Shui Ilan's last note fell, those people would fall to the ground one after another, as if all their energy had been sucked out of them, dying silently. In the end, Shui Ilan waved his sleeve and threw the corpses out of the window. She didn't know what method he used, but when the corpses fell into the water, there was no sound at all. She couldn't hear the sound of them falling into the water. Just like that, she watched as wave after wave of people came in and repeated the same path. Just now, these people were still talking and laughing. They were even in high spirits as they played with their true abilities. She had even commented on a few of them. She even had the banknotes they gave her. Although Ning Xuemo was used to seeing life and death, the repeated scenes of the flower-like young man's life still shocked her to the core, almost making her want to vomit. She didn't know what method Shui Ilan had used on her, but she could hear the other people's zither music and their voices, but she couldn't hear his. She originally wanted to find a flaw in Shui Ilan's zither music to warn the people who came in later. But she couldn't hear his zither music at all, so naturally she couldn't tell if his zither music was lacking. Now that she saw Yan Ziyuan come in, thinking about the lives of those young men and women, Ning Xuemo's heart became even more anxious. She had to think of a way to stop it. Otherwise, once the zither music started, Yan Ziyuan and the others would be like the others, and their lives would instantly wither away. But she couldn't even move right now. She couldn't even open her mouth to speak. So how could she stop all of this? Her gaze turned and fell onto Yifeng. Chapter 500. Coincidentally, Yifeng also glanced at her. Their eyes met. Ning Shumo blinked, then looked at herself, then at Yifeng, and then at herself. Yifeng seemed to be slightly taken aback, and then he seemed to have understood something. He did not speak, still standing beside Yin Ziyuan. Where are the others? Rongyin could not help but ask. The layout of this place was clear at a glance. She could not see the shadows of the original group of people who came in. Shui Ilan sat there, plucking the strings with his fingers. His smile was like a trickling spring. Guess? Rongyin was dazed by his smile. She knew that the person in front of her was a demon who killed without blinking, but she was still fascinated by his smile. Her mind was in a trance for a moment. I can't guess. Since you can't guess, then don't guess. Shui Ilan's voice was as warm as the spring breeze. I will count to 10, and each of you will sit in a position. I don't seem to be very patient. If you can't do it, I will be sorry to everyone. Everyone. There were 8 praying mats placed around Shui Ilan, and they happened to be in 8 positions. Could it be that there was something strange about his praying mats? At this time, no one dared to be negligent, and each of them chose a direction and walked over. Shui Ilan's counting voice was very leisurely, and his speed was also quite fast. Soon, everyone found their positions. A few of the more scheming people did not sit on the praying mats, but directly sat on the ground. Shui Ilan glanced at those people lightly, but did not say anything. Rongyin liked to be clean, so she even used her sleeve to brush the praying mat. She was about to sit down when she suddenly felt a sudden numbness in her leg. She was already very nervous, so when she was suddenly hit, she sat down with a thump and instantly screamed. Her cry was shrill, and her voice was not soft, so it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Shui Ilan glanced in her direction. It was also at this moment that Yifeng, who had already approached Ning Shumo, arrived beside Ning Shumo like a bolt of lightning. The long sword in his hand was unsheathed and pressed against Ning Shumo's back. By the time Shui Ilan noticed, Yifeng had already succeeded. The position he was standing at was extremely tricky. His entire body was hidden behind Ning Shumo. His sword was sharp. As long as he breathed in and out slightly, he could directly stab into Ning Shumo's back. Shui Ilan narrowed his eyes and looked at Yifeng lazily. What are you doing? Let's go. Otherwise, I'll kill her. Yifeng's goal was clear. Obviously, no one had expected this sudden change. Everyone held their breaths, not knowing how things would develop. Ning Shumo sighed in relief. Just now, she had looked at Yifeng as if her eyes were cramping. In fact, this was what she meant. She thought that this cold blockhead didn't understand, but it turned out that he didn't move at all. This child is teachable. This child is teachable. Ning Shumo also looked at Shui Ilan. She never thought that Shui Ilan would have feelings for her. She always felt that this bastard kept her alive for some other purpose and wouldn't let her die so easily. Shui Ilan laughed. You want to use her to threaten me? Do you think she's qualified? Yifeng's voice was calm. Whether she's qualified or not, we'll only know after we try. This is our only chance. If you defeat me, you still have a chance. Now that you're acting like this, you've angered me. I don't want to give you the only chance anymore. Chapter 501. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. Originally, they wanted to use their zither skills to make a final gamble. But now that they have angered this evildoer, their only chance will be lost. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Although Ning Shumo couldn't move or speak, she could still see everyone's expression. She clearly saw their expressions, and her heart sank. She inwardly cursed. This is bad. If these people are not united, this red-clothed evildoer will definitely take advantage of their weakness. This bastard is best at psychological attacks. Sure enough, Shui Ilan's gaze swept across the crowd. Smiling slightly, he said, "This person has destroyed your only chance to fight for your life. What do you want to do?" Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. Seeing that you're not accomplices, this lord can give you a chance. Let him stop this stupid act. Otherwise, this lord will directly send you to feed the monsters. At this moment, Rongyin had already climbed up from the ground. She also understood that the reason why she fell down just now was because of Yi Feng's mischief. He borrowed her scream to attract Shui Yilan's attention so that he could carry out his plan of attack. He succeeded, but they were all screwed. Is this red-clothed evildoer a person who is easily threatened? What is Ning Xiuma? Will this red-clothed evildoer really put her in his heart? Yi Feng's actions are useless. It will only anger this red-clothed evildoer and make the situation worse. Rongyan couldn't help but open her mouth, but she was angry at Yin Ziyuan. Yin Ziyuan, take care of your bodyguard. Don't let him do stupid things. Yin Ziyuan's face was also pale, looking at Ning Xiuma and then looking at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, don't. Although Ning Xiuma did not tell her a lot of things, but in her heart, she has always treated Ning Xiuma as a friend. Her own bodyguard threatening her friend. This made her a little embarrassed. Yi Feng's face was cold. Miss Yin, this woman did not harm you enough? They are in cahoots. The treasured sword moved slightly forward. Ning Xiuma's clothes were thin to begin with, so when the tip of his sword moved slightly, blood seeped out from her back. Ning Xiuma groaned in a low voice as she furrowed her brows. Shui Yilan's eyes darkened, and he suddenly reached out his hand. Yin Ziyuan screamed and threw herself into Shui Yilan's arms. Two cold fingers pinched Yin Ziyuan's throat. Shui Yilan chuckled. Aren't you risking your life to save her? I might as well kill her first. Yin Ziyuan's pretty face flushed red when he exerted a little force with his fingers. She couldn't even breathe properly. I'll count to 3. If you continue to be stubborn, I'll kill her directly. 1. Yi Feng's face changed slightly, but he did not back down. If you don't agree to my conditions, I'll kill your accomplice. 1, 2. He counted even faster than Shui Yilan. Shui Yilan. This was the first time he met someone who dared to challenge him like this. You can kill that girl, but I'll make all of you accompany her in death. Shui Yilan's voice was cold. If I let her go, we will really die without a burial ground. Yi Feng's voice was as calm as iron. Rather than that, I might as well take a gamble. Maybe I can fight for a chance of survival. Even if I die in the end, I won't lose anything if I can drag your concubine down with me. This Yi Feng was indeed calm and smart. He could see the situation clearly. Was this person really an ordinary shadow guard? Chapter 502. Ning Xiuma gave him a thumbs up in her heart. If she was in Yi Feng's position, she would probably do the same. Shui Yilan narrowed his eyes. Aren't you afraid of angering me and killing her now? Don't you like her? Are you willing to let her die like this? His fingers tightened around Yin Ziyuan's throat, causing her small face to turn green. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly, She's just my master. You think too much. If I let you go, we will all die, and so will she. What's the difference between now and then? This young man is so calm that it's scary. Shui Yilan's eyes darkened. If she dies in my hands like this, won't you regret it? No. I want to protect the lives of the majority of people and myself. If she dies and I escape with my life, I will report to her father and give her a good coffin. Shui Yilan smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. So you are even more ruthless than me. I am a fugitive. Being ruthless is my nature. Yi Feng's voice was like ice. It was obvious that he was ready to risk everything. A fugitive's patience is limited. Your Excellency, do you agree to this condition of mine? The sword in his hand slightly moved forward, causing more blood to flow out from Ning Xiuma's back. It had already begun to drip onto the floor. Good. I like people like you who are ruthless. I agree. Shui Yilan suddenly let go of Yin Ziyuan. Yin Ziyuan had been holding her breath for a long time. Her face was already green. Now that she was free, she immediately gasped for air. She staggered a few steps and almost fell. An arm from the side supported her. Ziyuan, are you okay? Yin Ziyuan could only focus on gasping for air. She could not speak for a while. She could only shake her head. Her eyes were fixed on Yi Feng's face. As if it was the first time she had met him, Gu Ziyan held her arm. When he saw her expression, his expression changed slightly. It was Gu Ziyan who was supporting her, but her eyes and thoughts were not on him. Once again, he was truly close to this delicate body. Unexpectedly, he felt very touched, and a very warm feeling welled up in his heart. In his heart, there was a kind of happiness that he had lost and then regained. Ziyuan, your neck is injured. I have some medicine here. Gu Ziyan helped her sit down. There was a bruise on her neck, and she had to apply some medicine to prevent the bruise from spreading. Ziyan Gij. Rongyan didn't expect that Gu Ziyan would care about Yen Ziyuan. She was very dissatisfied and couldn't help but call out. Gu Ziyan ignored her. He took out some Jinshuang ointment and applied it on her wound. Yen Ziyuan's soul seemed to have been squeezed out by Shui Ilan. Her beautiful face was pale, and she seemed to have lost her soul. On the other side, Shui Ilan clapped his hands and looked at Yi Feng unkindly. I have already agreed to your conditions. Why are you still not letting her go? Yi Feng said, Your Excellency, make an oath in front of the devil ancestor. If I let her go, you will never find trouble with us again and take our lives. Ning Xuema was speechless. It seemed that this Yi Feng knew a lot. He also knew that Shui Ilan was a demon. Shui Ilan's face sank. Yi Feng, you have guts. Yi Feng didn't say anything, but his expression showed that he wasn't willing to take a step back. Shui Ilan's gaze turned to Ning Xuema's small face. Ning Xuema's small face was pale, and she was also looking at him. When their eyes met, Ning Xuema actually smiled. Shui Ilan didn't know what she was smiling about, but he faintly felt that she was up to no good. Chapter 503. Shui Ilan squinted his eyes and smiled. Isn't it just swearing in front of the devil ancestor? It's not difficult at all. He swore. After he finished, Yi Feng apologized and let go of Ning Xuema. Shui Ilan's sleeve shook, rolling Ning Xuema into his embrace. His left arm wrapped around her, and he gritted his teeth beside her ear. You little bastard who only cares about outsiders. Aren't you afraid that he will kill you? Ning Xuema's acupuncture points were still sealed. She just blinked her eyes and couldn't speak. She didn't have any other reaction. She knew that Yi Feng wouldn't really kill her. As for Yi Feng taking her as a hostage, it was also her who secretly hinted him with her eyes. However, she didn't expect Shui Ilan to agree so quickly. It seemed like he was really afraid that she would die. Yi Feng finally heaved a sigh of relief. He had taken a risk to block her. Not bad, he had won. He had finally won a chance to live for all the survivors. His gaze fell on Yen Ziyuan again. He saw that she was half leaning in Gu Ziyan's arms. Her face was still pale, and her eyes were dark and unfocused. It seemed like she hadn't come back to her senses. His eyes showed a hint of guilt. When he was about to go forward to take a look, he suddenly heard Shui Ilan chuckling. You are lucky this time. Even if I don't kill you, do you think you can escape alive? Before his laughter stopped, he had already floated up like a red cloud and smashed the roof of the ship. Everyone was shocked. Before they could react, they suddenly heard Yi Feng let out a muffled groan. He staggered 2 steps and fell on the floor with a plop. Shui Ilan's laughter came from above the hole in the cabin. I hate being threatened the most. Let me teach you a lesson. His laughter faded, and he was already far away. Yi Feng lay there. He felt that his internal organs were in so much pain that they were about to flip over. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. He couldn't get up and could only lie there gasping for breath. A pair of embroidered shoes stopped in front of his eyes. His body stiffened, and he slowly raised his head to meet Yen Ziyuan's ink-black eyes. She looked down at him. How are you? Yi Feng lowered his eyes and said in a cold voice, It's just a small injury. He won't die. Won't die. Huh? How can a person like you die? Yen Ziyuan sneered. She slowly squatted down and looked into his eyes. She stubbornly wanted an answer. Did you really not care about my safety just now? If I die, will you really only prepare a coffin for me? Ziyuan, now that we're out of danger, don't ask anymore. He was also in a hurry and had no other choice. After all, we're out of danger, aren't we? Someone tried to persuade him. Shut up. Yen Ziyuan fiercely replied to that person. She turned her head to look at Yi Feng as if she wouldn't give up until she got a clear answer. Answer me. Yi Feng's body stiffened. He lowered his eyes and only replied with one word. Yes. Pa. His face received a fierce slap. Yi Feng, you're only a hidden guard. I'm the master and you're the servant. Why do you have to decide my life or death? Half of Yifeng's face was burning. He lowered his eyes and pursed his lips without replying. Yifeng, I've always hated you. Do you know that? Yin Ziyuan's large eyes seemed to be burning with fire. I know. Yifeng slightly closed his eyes. Ha, it's good that you know. Let me tell you, I hate you even more now. When we get home, I'll tell Father to remove you from your position as a hidden guard. Yifeng's face became even paler. After pausing for a moment, he replied with 2 words, do as you wish. Yinzin. She felt an inexplicable fire in her chest rush up. She couldn't help reaching out to push Yifeng. Go die. I don't want you anymore. Chapter 504. She was quite strong, but she couldn't move Yifeng at all. She got up in a fit of anger and walked out of the cabin. When she reached the cabin door, she tripped over the high threshold and almost fell out. Be careful. Gu Ziyan supported her from the side. Yin Zin steadied herself and looked at Gu Ziyan, who was beside her. He was still as handsome as before and was no longer cold to her. He had even started to take care of her. This was supposed to be a happy occasion for her, but why did she still want to cry? She turned around and looked coldly at Yifeng, who was still lying there, before turning around and walking out. The others also didn't want to stay in the cabin. They felt that there was a gloomy ghost aura here, so they all walked out to see if the illusion outside had been broken or not. Yifeng was the only one left in the spacious cabin. He was lying there alone. Only when everyone had left did he start to pant heavily. He slowly stretched out his hand. His originally pale palm was now pitch black. It was obvious that he had been poisoned. There was no need to ask. It was Shui Yilan who had plotted against him before he left. The corners of his lips twitched, and he closed his eyes again. Even if Yin Zin didn't chase him away, he wouldn't be able to stay by her side. Ah, Yuan, take care. I didn't think that you and I would still not be fated in this life. Outside the cabin, everyone looked at the rolling river below and felt helpless. That demonic red, clothed evildoer had already left. Why was the scenery still the same? The fog was still very thick. They couldn't see the road ahead, and there were still monsters appearing underwater. Could it be that this wasn't an illusion, but reality? Then where was this place? What kind of method did that freak use to move such a large ship from the lake to here without anyone noticing? How were they going to leave this place? The survivors were all at a loss. They didn't know what to do. Yin Ziyuan was in a daze for a moment. She suddenly turned around and walked into the cabin. Ziyuan, where are you going? Gu Ziyan followed beside her. Yifeng seems to know something. Let's ask him what's going on. Yin Ziyuan gave an honorable reason. Finally, they returned to the cabin. However, when he entered, he did not see Yifeng, who was supposed to be lying there. The entire hall was empty. What's going on? Yin Ziyuan circled the entire hall and the rear cabin like a whirlwind, but she still couldn't find Yifeng's shadow. She and Gu Ziyan looked at each other. Gu Ziyan said he might have followed them out. Let's go out and look for him. They were now on a ship surrounded by water. Yifeng couldn't have left quietly. 5 minutes later, Yin Ziyuan leaned against a mast. He left. He really left. She had already looked through every nook and cranny of the ship, but she still couldn't find Yifeng's shadow. Although she couldn't see him before, she knew in her heart that he was here. No matter where she went, he would be there. It was just that he was hiding in a place where he was supposed to be. Once she was in real danger, he would appear in time and easily rescue her from danger, keeping her away from danger. Or he would silently guard her side, blocking any disaster for her. But now, she understood in her heart that he had really left. He had abandoned his master and would never come back. Gu Ziyan silently stood by Yin Ziyuan's side. This was the first time he had seen her so weak and helpless. Chapter 505. Gu Ziyan's heart twisted, patting her hand. Don't be afraid. I won't abandon you. Ronyan also stood beside her, holding Gu Ziyan's arm, smiling at Yin Ziyan. We will advance and retreat together with you. We won't abandon you. Gu Ziyan slightly frowned and was about to quietly brush off Ronyan's hand when Yin Ziyuan pulled her hand out of Gu Ziyan's palm. Forcing herself to be spirited, she nodded at the two of them. We are now grasshoppers on the same rope. No one can escape. Let me calm down first. Let me think of a way to leave this place. She turned and walked a few steps, leaning against another pillar, looking up at the dusky sky. The sky was covered with dense clouds, no stars, no moon, and the surroundings were dim, just like her chaotic state of mind at the moment. The few survivors discussed and discussed, using all kinds of methods they knew, but still couldn't solve this maze, unable to leave this dangerous place. Because the boatman was basically dead, in the end, they had to control the boat themselves. Randomly choosing a direction, they slowly moved forward. After all, the evildoer had already left. Perhaps they could break through the maze by moving the boat a few miles. These people usually lived like princes. Playing the zither was an expert, but when it came to controlling a boat, they were rookies. After a long time of hard work, everyone's hands were full of bloody blisters, but they finally grasped the knack of it. Finally, the boat started to move after swaying from side to side. About 10 minutes later, the crowd suddenly heard a cracking sound from the bottom of the boat. It was like the sound of wood cracking. Yin was numbly paddling the oars, her thoughts drifting away. So when she heard the strange cracking sound, she didn't think much about it, until she heard someone shout, "Not good! The bottom of the boat is cracking. Water is entering." In a rush, panic, everyone tried to think of a way to stop the boat from cracking. Seeing the water crazily rushing in, they were afraid of being swept into the water, so they could only choose to jump off the boat. Yuen's swimming skill was average, but fortunately she jumped into the water in time, desperately swimming away from the boat, and then watched the boat capsize, slowly sinking to the bottom. Yuen looked around. Like her, there were only 3 people floating on the water: Gu Zian, Rong Yin, and Master Luo. The others were nowhere to be seen. She didn't know if they were swept into the water or eaten by some monster. Gu Zian's martial arts is quite good. Rong's can't swim, her whole body almost hanging on his arm, but he's still swimming, not slow. Seeing Yuen, he heaved a sigh of relief and swam over with Rong Yin. "Zian, are you all right?" Yuen shook her head. "I'm fine." She couldn't help but look around. She was already in such a dangerous situation. Yifeng still had no intention of appearing. "Humph, if you don't want to come out, then don't come out. I don't care about you. Why go back? I'll ask my father to send me a better shadow guard. I don't want you anymore." Yuen's heart was ruthless. "But why does my heart always hurt so much?" The 4 of them gathered together and had a simple discussion. Then, they chose a direction and swam forward together. The fog was boundless. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and the water under them was yellow and dirty. The waves came one after another, hitting their body. It was very cold. At this moment, they were sure that they were not in the lake. How can the lake be so turbid? Chapter 506. Behind them came the faint roar of the aquatic monster, which made everyone's heart skip a beat. They were no stranger to this kind of roar. After all, they had heard it for most of the night. They had also seen with their own eyes several experts who fell into the water and were directly torn apart by this kind of monster. But it was strange. Although they had heard this kind of monster's roar several times, they did not see them chasing after them. It seemed that they were blocked by something. Not far behind them came the sound of fierce splashing of water, as if in that place, the monsters were fighting with something. Yuen's heart slightly moved. She could not help but look back, but the sky was dark. She could not see anything clearly. Could it be Yifeng who was blocking the monsters behind them? Yuen almost could not help but swim back to take a look. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared in the horizon, illuminating the surroundings in a flash. Almost at the same time, Yuen heard a strange muffled cry. She saw a huge fishtail not far behind her. Its scales were sparkling, and there was a huge wound on the fishtail. Blood was flowing out from the wound. The lightning flashed and disappeared. The surroundings fell into darkness, and there was a loud sound of something falling into the water. "Ziyuan, don't look. Quickly go." Gu Zian grabbed her arm and swam forward with her. Did you see that fishtail?" Yuen's heart was beating wildly. She felt that the fishtail was vaguely familiar, but she could not remember where she had seen it. "I saw it. It should also be a monster. Quickly go. Quickly go." Behind them, the splashing of water became more violent. It was obvious that the battle between the monsters was more intense. The four of them did not dare to look back. They could only desperately swim forward. Behind them came a long, mournful cry. Although the sound was mournful, it was not unpleasant to hear. It echoed in everyone's ears. Ka! Another flash of lightning struck. Yinzuan could not help but look back again. She did not see the beautiful fishtail, but saw two black dorsal fins rushing towards their direction like arrows. The monster is coming. Rong Yin screamed, "Brother Zian, I don't want to die, I don't want to die." She broke down and burst into tears. "Shut up. If you cry again, I'll leave you behind." Gu Zian was already nervous. Now that she was crying, he had a headache. He was actually very good at swimming, but now that he was dragging two people, his speed was more than half of his usual speed. Seeing the ink-black dorsal fin getting closer and closer, Rong Yen was scared out of her wits. She couldn't help but shout, "Brother Zian, you can't drag two people with you. Like this, none of us can escape." She was implying that Gu Zian should throw away Yen Ziyuan. Gu Zian's face was pale. Rong Yen was the daughter of a savior. He promised that person that he would take care of her for the rest of her life. So as long as he didn't die, he couldn't abandon her. As for Yen Ziyuan, he had just understood his feelings. So how could he bear to abandon her? Yen Ziyuan's swimming was average. She could barely support herself. She looked back at the monster's dorsal fin that was getting closer and closer, and then looked at Gu Zian who was dragging her. She pursed her red lips and suddenly let go. She broke free from Gu Zian's arm and shouted, "You take her away first." Gu Zian was shocked and reached out to pull her. "Ziyuan." Yen Ziyuan swam desperately to the side. "Don't worry about me. I can swim by myself." Chapter 507. In just a moment, Yen Ziyuan was already 3 to 4 feet away from Gu Zian and Rong Yen. "Brother Zian, let's go, let's go. She can swim by herself. If we delay any longer, we will all die." "Ooh, I don't want to die." Rong Yen cried beside Gu Zian. Gu Zian choked. If he tried to pull Yen Ziyuan, he was afraid that it would be too late. While he was distracted, Yen Ziyuan had already disappeared into the darkness and could no longer be seen. "Ziyuan! Ziyuan!" He couldn't help but shout. At this moment, Gu Zian seemed to have lost his soul. Gu Zian wanted to chase after her, but he lost sight of her. For a moment, he didn't know which direction to go. "The monster is coming." Rong Yan's voice changed. "Let's go, let's go." Gu Zian sighed. He could only swim forward with all his might. Yen Ziyuan swam forward aimlessly. The lightning in the sky was getting denser and denser. One after another, it lit up the surroundings. She saw that Gu Zian and Rong Yen were only 2 black dots. She also saw that the monster first caught up with young Master Zhao. Poor young Master Zhao didn't even have time to scream before he was dragged into the water, never to come up again after a moment. The 2 dorsal fins chased in her direction, getting closer and closer. She knew that she was finished. Although her martial arts were not low, but compared to young Master Zhao, she was still lacking. Even he didn't have the strength to fight back. How could she? Being eaten was only a matter of moments. Yen Ziyuan's heart was in despair. She simply stopped swimming and closed her eyes slightly. "Yifeng, you don't care about me anymore. I'm going to die, buried in the belly of a fish. You don't even have to prepare a coffin for me." The black dorsal fins were getting closer and closer, so close that she could clearly see the sharp teeth in their mouths. With a splash of water, her legs were forcefully pushed open. As if she was riding on something, she was shocked and subconsciously looked down, only to find that she was riding on the back of a big fish. The dark blue crystal fish scales were under her. Almost instinctively, she hugged the fish's body, and the big fish carried her forward quickly. This scene was simply like a dream. When the big fish scuttled close to the surface of the water, it brought up waves that splashed onto her face, making her unable to open her eyes. She could only desperately lie on its body, tightly hugging the fins on its back. In a daze, only one thought flashed through her mind. There was actually a fish that came to save her. She had actually encountered a plot that would only appear in a legendary novel. The sound of water was deafening. She couldn't hear or see anything. She just hugged it, hugged it with all her might. She didn't notice that the dark clouds and the originally dark sky above her head had dispersed, and she didn't notice that the big fish below her had slowed down and finally stopped. Master, there's really a Charmin. I didn't expect that there would be a Charmin in the chaotic river. Ah, it's carrying a person on its back. A voice suddenly sounded in front of her. The voice was crisp and pleasant, but very unfamiliar. Yinzhen slowly raised her eyes dizzily. When she saw the person in front of her, she couldn't help but raise her hand to rub her eyes. Not far in front of her, there was a big bird suspended in the air, with blue satin feathers, a long vermilion beak, a phoenix feather crown, and a long tail feathers. Qing Wan, the legendary Qing Wan. On the back of Qing Wan stood two people. Chapter 508. One of the two was a 15 or 16-year-old girl with a delicate and pretty face. She should be the disciple. The other looked like a 20-year-old woman, but her dress was a bit strange. Ordinary women wore skirts, but she wore a white robe, an extremely wide white robe like snow. This white-robed woman's long hair was loose and flying behind her. The corners of her eyes were slightly raised, and her eyebrows were elegant and beautiful. However, she looked cold and unapproachable. She was very beautiful, as if she was a beauty carved out of snow. On this continent, there was no one else who could ride such an eye-catching divine bird. Only the leader of bright reverence religion, Yi Qingwan. Yin Ziyuan stared at her for a moment. Her heart was so nervous that it almost jumped out. She hurriedly saluted, "Senior Yi." Yi Qingwan looked at her from above. To be exact, she was looking at the big fish under her body. Her eyes moved slightly. Sure enough, it's Sharkman. Soon after, Yin Ziyuan felt her body was as light as a feather, and she fell on the riverbank. The big fish under her body automatically left the water and flew towards Yi Qingwan's back. It was only at this moment that Yin Ziyuan saw clearly what the big fish that had been carrying her looked like. How was this a big fish? It was clearly a merman. It was the size of two adults. Its whole body was dark blue. Above its chest, it had the streamlined shape of a fish. Above its chest, it was a human. Its long blue algae-like hair was scattered all over its body, making Yinzin unable to see its face. There was a long wound on its tail, which was still dripping blood. A merman. A legendary merman. She didn't expect that the one who saved her life this time was actually such a beautiful merman. Her heart began to thump wildly. She turned over and was about to get up. Put him down. She always felt that this merman was the most important person to her. Unfortunately, she had seriously overdrawn her strength in the water. Just as she stood up, she fell down with a plop. There were sharp stones beneath her, and her leg was also injured. Yi Qingwan lightly glanced at her, raised her sleeve, and threw down a medicine bottle. Eat it. It can increase your power by 10 years. Consider it your reward. Her voice was also cold, with a chill like ice and snow. It made Yin Ziyuan's heart shrink. Yi Qingwan was obviously the kind of person who didn't talk to mortals. After she finished speaking, she patted the head of the blue Wan phoenix. The blue Wan phoenix flapped its wings and turned into a black dot in the sky. Her savior. No, her savior fish. Yin Ziyuan staggered 2 steps forward, then stopped dejectedly. Looking around, there were piles of rocks and gravel everywhere. Chaos River, 1,000 li away. She had heard of the chaotic river before. It was more than 1,000 miles away from Daliang City, where she lived. She didn't expect that the merman would bring her here after a night of flying. Thinking of Ning Shuama, who was kidnapped by the red-clothed evildoer, thinking of Yifeng, and then thinking of the merman who was taken away by Yi Qingwan, Yanzin only felt like a fire was burning in her heart. Ning Shuama would suffer greatly if she fell into the hands of the red-clothed pervert. Yifeng's life and death were unknown. As for the mermaid, no one knew what fate it would have if it fell into Yi Qingwan's hands. After all, the legendary mermaid's entire body was a treasure. The mermaid's tears were even rarer, and the mermaid's skin was said to be able to make people glow with youth and moisturize their skin. Yi Qingwan didn't take the merman away to skin it, right? Chapter 509. Yen Ziyuan quivered and shivered in fear. She kicked the bottle of medicine that Yi Qingwan had thrown far away. That sharkman had saved her life and was already her friend. She would not accept this bottle of medicine and would not betray her friend. She picked a direction and ran. She wanted to get help. She wanted to find that Han Shanhue. However, the chaotic river was 2,000 miles away from the capital of Chongkong country. It would take her at least 3 days to get there. Would she be able to make it in time? Ning Xiuma and Shui Lan had known each other for a long time. She had finally seen how he displayed his martial arts. She only had a few words to comment on this. Damn it, he was indeed not human. This bastard carried her away from the ship and glided on the surface of the water. His sleeves fluttered like a fire lotus blooming in the dark night. From time to time, the heads of monsters would pop out from the turbid water, but the moment they saw him, they would avoid him. Shui Ilan's speed was too fast, and the surroundings were too dark. Ning Xiuma, who was in his embrace, felt as if she was dancing on the edge of a cliff in the middle of the night. She was on tenterhooks, afraid that in the next moment she would fall into an abyss or hit a huge rock, causing her to crash and die. His speed was at least 200 miles per hour, right? Even if they were on the highway, it was still seriously over the speed limit. Once they hit something, they would be smashed into pieces. What was worse was that he did not have any shelter. The hurricane in front of him made it hard for him to open his eyes. Even though Ning Xiuma was nestled in his arms, the hurricane blew so hard that her skin felt like it was being torn apart. It was very painful, especially her injured back, which happened to be leaning against the wind. When the hurricane blew on her wound, it was as if there was a knife cutting into her body inch by inch. She was in so much pain that her face turned pale. Where the hell was this bastard taking her? Were the people on the ship really out of danger? This bastard didn't kill Yi Feng in the end, right? Where did that little Qilin, who always dropped the ball at the most crucial moment, run off to? She originally had a telepathic connection with the little Qilin and could roughly sense the other party's mood and distance. But ever since this red-clothed evildoer appeared, the telepathic connection between her and the little Qilin seemed to have been cut off. She could no longer sense it. Presumably, Kieran couldn't sense her presence either. Her acupoints were sealed, and she couldn't even speak. He could only grit his teeth and bear with it. Shui Lan seemed to have sensed the stiffness of her body. He looked down at her and asked, "Are you afraid?" His voice sounded ethereal in the hurricane. At this moment, she could no longer be afraid. Ning Xiuma had also thrown caution to the wind. At worst, she would die. What was there to be afraid of? She ignored him. Meow. She was not afraid of death, but the living torture was hard to bear. The wound on her back was so painful that she was scratching her heart and liver. Before the cold sweat could seep out, it was blown dry by the wind. Shui Ilan glanced at the wound on her back, and a touch of anger rose from the bottom of his eyes. Suddenly, he sneered. Not only did he not slow down, he even sped up. In an instant, he reached 300 miles per hour. The hurricane was like a knife. Ning Xiuma couldn't even breathe. Her vision turned black, and she finally succeeded in passing out. Kieran was about to go crazy. It had only been separated from its master for a short while. It had only run to the kitchen of the largest restaurant in Daliang City to have a feast. Suddenly, it lost contact with its master. The chef in the restaurant was really good to this blue cat. He fed it many specialty snacks. It ate until its little belly was round, and it forgot about everything else. Chapter 510. When Kieran thought of its master and wanted to sense her, it couldn't sense her anymore. It was so shocked that it didn't have time to wait for the lotus root pink meatballs that were about to be taken out of the pot by the chef. It ran away as fast as it could. It remembered that the last time it sensed its master, she was on a boat. However, Daliang City was a city on the water. There were many lakes and even more boats. Which boat was she on? Due to the broken connection, it couldn't sense how far away she was. It could only search blindly. It first went to a few lakes in the city and sniffed at the shore of those lakes. If it couldn't smell anything, it would immediately move to the next spot. Therefore, the people strolling by the lake would occasionally see such a scene. A blue cat was running around on the shore like crazy. It flew like lightning and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that those who saw it felt like they had seen a ghost, or they thought they were seeing things. It was a water Kirin and was naturally sensitive to water. Therefore, didn't need to ask for directions and could find the next lake by instinct. After searching 3 or 4 lakes with this method, it finally remembered that the last time it contacted its master, there seemed to be the sound of a zither next to her. What kind of boat would have the sound of a zither? Kirin had too little social experience and couldn't remember at the moment. However, it had a solution. It stopped an elegant young man by the lakeside, stood upright, and asked, "Excuse me, what ship would have the sound of a zither?" The gentleman thought that the little blue cat with smooth fur was cute. Seeing that it was stopping him, he thought it was funny and bent down to pick it up. The moment it opened its mouth, the young master was so scared that he fell over. He sat on the ground and said, "Grandpa, cats can talk. I'm not a cat." Kirin was angry and wanted to slap him with its paw. However, it thought that it wasn't the time to be calculative, so it held back and said, "Tell me, what kind of boat would have the sound of a zither?" Although the gentleman was not brave, he was a frequent visitor to brothels. He tried to hold back his shivering and answered, "Usually the girls on the flower boats would play the zither often." Flower boats? Boats that transport flowers? Kirin didn't quite understand. Cough. No, it's a place for men to have fun. There are many beautiful girls on the ship. Kirin's eyes lit up. Although it didn't know what a place for men was, it felt that the beautiful girl, whose owner was the beautiful girl, must be on some kind of flower boat. So it humbly asked what kind of boat was called a flower boat and what were its characteristics. When the man saw a cat asking about this, he was shocked, scared, and a little amused, so he told it the detailed characteristics of the flower boat. Kirin memorized it and turned around to look for the flower boat. The so-called flower boats were actually those beautiful pleasure boats. There were usually colorful gauze fluttering outside and red lanterns hanging at the bow of the boat. Sure enough, the sound of a zither could often be heard from these ships. Kirin first wandered around the lake, sniffing for the scent of its master. As long as Ning Shuima stayed by the lake, it would be able to find her. Its search speed was not slow, but there were too many lakes in and outside the city. By the time it finally found Thousand Bright Lake, nearly 4 hours had passed. It finally smelled Ning Shuima's scent and immediately began a search for the flower boat on the lake. Chapter 511. Sure enough, there were many beautiful girls on the boat, but none of them was its owner. Moreover, these girls were dressed more boldly than their owners. They walked awkwardly with their, but swaying. Some of them even exposed their snow-white bellies. These girls were also more open than their owners. They often clung tightly to the men or even snuggled into their arms, using their lips to feed the men. Kirin felt disgusted when he saw this. Those ugly, handsome, old, and young men all had a look of enjoyment on their faces. Their palms were caressing the girls' bodies, making the girls giggle. Kirin was puzzled as he did not know what they were doing. However, he did not care about that at this time. Every time he got on a boat, he would search the entire boat. No one paid special attention to him as he scurried around the boat. It was also very convenient for him to search. The scenery on these boats was actually quite similar. He even saw a man and a woman lying on a big bed in the room of a boat. They had taken off their clothes and were fighting there. The woman was obviously at a disadvantage. She kept gasping for breath. "No, no, ouch, it hurts. Please, please let me go." However, the man did not have the slightest intention of letting go. He held onto the woman tightly, his waist shaking, and used his stomach to slap the woman. He even said fiercely, "Little Demonis, today I must kill you. You little Demonis." Kirin originally thought that it was a little strange for them to take off their clothes and fight. He paused for a moment and took a few more glances. When he heard what the man said, he was immediately furious. It was already infuriating for a man to bully a weak woman, but he actually wanted to kill the other party? That was too embarrassing for men. In anger, he pounced on the man's back. He stretched out his sharp claws and scratched the man's back fiercely. That man was having a good time when he suddenly got scratched. He screamed and immediately went limp. With his back full of blood, he jumped up Damn, what is this? Damn, where did this fierce cat come from? Kieran opened his eyes wide and warned sternly, "If you bully a woman again, I will bite you to death." God, cat demon. The cat has become a demon. The man and woman in the room screamed. Kieran had no time to waste with them. After warning them, he flew out of the window. Chaos ensued on the ship. A moment later, everyone on the ship was looking for the talking cat. Kieran, on the other hand, had already jumped onto another flower boat and began its journey to find its master. Not long after, some people on the ship were also scratched by the ferocious cats, and chaos ensued. Kieran was very depressed. It had seen men bullying women on several of the brothel boats today, and they were in all kinds of positions after it scratched the men. The women who were being bullied also screamed and looked for sticks to hit it. He simply didn't know what was good for him. These flower boats were connected to each other. In less than an hour, all the flower boats in the lake knew about the cat demon. They were all looking for the blue cat that had caused trouble. When the little Cheelin boarded the boat again, it wasn't as smooth. Just like now, when it had just jumped onto a flower boat, it was immediately chased down by the turtle slave who was on guard against the demonic cat with a big stick. Those people chased it so fiercely that it had no choice but to jump into the water. Chapter 5:12. Kieran felt that it was too slow to swim in the water, so he decided to fly on the surface of the water, which attracted screams from the surrounding boats. Some people even started to shoot at it with arrows and threw stones at it. Kieran deeply felt that the people on the flower boats were too unfriendly. Why would its master board this kind of boat? Which boat was she on? What kind of danger was she in? Could it be that she was being bullied by a man like what it saw on the boat? It was flying gloomily and accidentally bumped into someone's arms. With a loud bang, it was knocked into the ground, causing it to feel dizzy. "Why are you running around? Where's your master?" A voice like ice and snow came from above its head. Kieran's body stiffened. This was the voice that it feared the most. All its fur stood up. It suddenly raised its head and looked into a pair of beautiful, deep blue eyes. Han Shanhue. Han Shanhue was also floating on the water, his moonlight robe fluttering behind him. Why is he here? The reason why his master ran away was to escape from him. Kieran's eyes widened. Its mouth opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. Han Shanhue frowned. "Speak. Where is your master?" On the flower boat." Kieran's brain was still in a state of paralysis, so it subconsciously answered. She actually boarded the flower boat. This girl was simply unrestrained when she did things. Was there any place that she did not dare to go? Which one? These 3 words came out of his mouth coldly. I don't know. I'm also looking. I have looked for many boats." Kieran was inexplicably pressured by his body and stuttered. "Is the telepathy between you and her fake? Why don't you ask her?" Han Shanhue's body seemed to be even colder. "I can't sense her. I don't know who cut it off. I can't sense her. Could she have died?" Woo. The little Cheelin was anxious and scared, and its eyes were filled with tears. "Shut up. If she is dead, do you think you can still live?" Han Shanhue was almost defeated by this stupid Kieran. Did it think that the blood contract was fake? Was the function of the blood contract just to fool it? The little Cheelin finally remembered the matter of the blood contract. That's right, it was still alive and well. This proved that its master was also alive. No, it couldn't sense her now. Did someone break the blood contract between it and its master? Its eyes were too transparent, and almost all of its questions were written in them. Han Shanhue immediately understood and reassured it. "Stupid, this blood contract wasn't something that anyone could undo. Also, even if there is such an expert, both you and Ning Xiuma have to be present." The little Cheelin was relieved, but it was still a little puzzled. It looked at Han Shanhue in astonishment. "You are quite familiar with the blood contract." It suddenly had an epiphany. "My blood contract with Master couldn't have been established by you, right?" Han Shanhue's eyes flashed. "Who said that this little guy was stupid? It was quite smart sometimes." He was too lazy to answer it, and only asked what he wanted to know. "How did you and your master get separated? How did you know she was on the flower boat? Tell me the simple process." Kieran also knew that it was important to find its master now, so it quickly told him what happened after it broke up with its master. Han Shangyue finally understood what Kieran meant when it said that Ning Xiuma was on the flower boat. Chapter 513. Han Shangyue glanced at Kieran unkindly and gave it a one-word evaluation. Stupid. Kieran was not convinced by his scolding and wanted to refute, but Han Shangyue had already thrown it into the lake. Wash your claws. Dirty. Its claws were still stained with the blood of the people it had scratched and almost touched Han Shanyue's body. Kieran finally remembered that its claws were still dirty and hurriedly washed them in the water. When it looked up, it saw Han Shanyue's sleeves fluttering as he walked towards the shore. Hey, wait for me. I will go with you to find my master, Kieran shouted from behind. I will look for her. You go wash your claws properly. Han Shanyue did not even turn his head. He and Kieran were chatting on the surface of the water and had already attracted the attention of countless people around them. Countless heads popped out from the boats and looked over. Han Shanyue ignored their gazes and flicked his finger. A bright white firework shot up into the sky and exploded in the dark blue sky, lighting up half of the sky. After a while, 8 people seemed to have emerged from the ground and appeared in front of Han Shanyue, who had already reached the shore. They bowed to him. Master, what are your orders? Han Shanyue ordered bluntly. Quickly find out which boat had a banquet 3 hours ago and report to me in 15 minutes. Yes. The 8 people replied in unison and scattered in all directions. Kieran hurriedly washed its claws and finally returned to the shore. It saw Han Shanyue standing there with his eyes looking into the distance and his fingers forming a seal as if he was calculating something. Mr. Han, do you have her whereabouts? Han Shanyue ignored it. Mr. Han, do you think my master will be bullied by the men like those women on the boats? Kieran felt that it had been traumatized. Han Shanyue. He looked at it unkindly and did not understand what it was saying. What did you see? I saw men bullying women, and they took off their clothes and pressed them down. They used their stomachs to hit the women, and the women screamed miserably. Kieran tried his best to describe it. Han Shanyue staggered for a moment. He looked at Kieran strangely for a moment. His gaze was unfathomable. Kieran was frightened by his gaze and shrank back. Why? Why are you looking at me like that? Han Shanyue did not speak, but sighed and stretched out his hand. A white light flew out from his fingertips and covered Kieran. His movements were too fast, and the little Qilin was caught off guard. It was instantly enveloped by his white light. At first, it still wanted to struggle, but after struggling for a while, it was unable to break free. Its expression gradually became confused. A moment later, the white light dissipated. The little Qilin shook its fur and looked at Han Shanyue blankly. Little apple, tell me, what did you see on those boats? The little Qilin blinked its eyes. I saw a lot of men, a lot of women, and also a lot of things to eat and play. That's all? That's it. Is there anything else? Little Qilin's eyes widened. However, it seemed to have forgotten to be forgotten something. Han Shanyue's face finally showed some satisfaction. He nodded slightly and ignored it and continued to calculate. Kieran looked at his fingers. His fingers were so beautiful, as if they were carved out of jade. There were no flaws at all. Master, you really know how to tell fortunes? Kieran looked at him as if he was a fraud. In its eyes, fortune tellers were all frauds. Chapter 514. Han Shanyue did not even bother to look at it. Is my master really a loner? Is she really that unlucky? Han Shanyue's voice was calm. My fortune has never been wrong. Although he had his own selfish reasons for saying that she was a loner, he was not wrong. That girl was indeed a loner, and not just a loner, but also, she is really a loner. Kieran lowered its head. It thought that Han Shanyue was just fooling it. Then she really can't marry in the future. Han Shanyue finally looked at it, as if he was looking at an idiot. Didn't I say that I would marry her? Aren't you afraid that she will jinx you? My life is harder than hers. I am not afraid of jinx. Ah, so you're marrying her because of this? Just to accept her? Not to let her be alone for the rest of her life. You can say that. So you are so kind. Kieran was touched and could not help but sigh. Master, are there many loners in this world? If there are many of them, and they're all women, how many concubines do you have to marry? Han Shan-yue was speechless. He could not help but feel speechless. It was as if he was picking up trash. Was he such a busybody? He had traveled the world for so many years, and he had seen many loners. But the only one that attracted his attention was Ning Xiumao. He did not want to chat with this silly and naive Kirin anymore. So he coldly said, "Not every piece of trash I like to accept." Kirin opened its eyes wide and said angrily, "My master is an elite." "No, an elite, not a piece of trash." "All right, you said that your life is hard. Are you also a loner? Or the most powerful loner?" It seemed to have suddenly realized something. "No wonder my master did not want to marry you. She must be afraid that you will jinx her to death. My master is really wise." Han Shan-yue was speechless. He had the urge to kick this little Qilin into the lake. Could that girl really escape? No one had ever escaped from his grasp. "Master." The 8 subordinates came back one after another. They all bowed to him and told him what they had heard. 2 hours ago, there was indeed an official Guqin recital. All of the high-ranking Guqin players in Daliang City participated, including the young mistress of the Yin clan. It was said that the young mistress had a Guqin player named Shui with her, whose talents shocked everyone. An hour ago, there was a thick fog on the lake. Some people on the small boats saw the magnificent ship sailing into the thick fog. Later on, the fog dispersed, but no one saw the ship again. Because the lake was very large and wide, and there were many bends and forks, the ships could not always see each other. Therefore, the disappearance of the ship did not attract much attention. However, the 8 guards had searched every corner of the lake, but they couldn't find any trace of the ship. It was as if the ship had disappeared into thin air. Kirin was shocked. Did the ship sail into the space-time hole? Han Shan-yue glanced at it, and Kirin immediately said, "This is what my master told me." She said that in some mysterious places where she came from, ships and planes would often disappear for no reason. Some people guessed that they might have entered the space-time hole. It is another space-time hole. In response to Kirin's worries, Han Shan-yue only commented, "She is dreaming, and you are not awake either." Chapter 5:15. Han Shan-yue's gaze turned to the 8 guards. Before the ship disappeared, was there anything strange on the lake? One of the guards said, "It was a bit strange." The people who saw the ship said they didn't see anything strange, but they seemed to be a bit confused. They all said that after the ship disappeared, they had a headache and seemed to have forgotten something. Han Shan-yue clenched his fingers. The memory erasing technique. He thought that he was the only one who knew how to use it. He didn't expect there to be a second person. The image of the red-clothed evildoer, Shui Ilan, flashed across his mind. His eyes were cold. Before this, did they see a man in red? The other guard thought for a while and said, "There was indeed a person who said that when the zither music was beautiful on the big ship, a man in red came on a small boat and played an even more beautiful zither music. However, the person who said this was a half-drunk man, and the others thought that he was talking nonsense. No one believed him. It was him. He didn't expect that guy to chase him all the way here. Did he and Xiumao meet on purpose, or was it just a coincidence? The Guqin souls of the Guqin players on the ship should be enough for that bastard to repair his Guqin. And Ning Xiumao, if she fell into his hands, how would he treat her? Would it be? After instructing the 8 guards, his figure flashed and floated towards the direction where the ship had disappeared. He had to find an abnormal aura in that area of the water to deduce what kind of technique Shui Ilan had used to transport the ship away, as well as the possible destination of the ship. Kirin jumped up when it heard the 2 words red-clothed. It followed Han Shan-yue closely. Master fell into the hands of that red-clothed pervert again. God, that pervert always had bad intentions towards her. He will kill her. Oh no, oh no. That red-clothed pervert who bites the hand that feeds him is after my master. Will he fry my master first, and then kill her? As soon as the last few words came out of its mouth, its 4 paws suddenly staggered and fell into the lake with a splash. Han Shan-yue's cold voice sounded. "Little apple, if I hear you speak rudely again, I will fry you first, and then fry you." Kirin emerged from the water and wiped the water droplets off his face with his claws. Since when did it speak rudely and use random words? Wasn't it supposed to be fried first and then killed? Instead, he killed them first before frying them? It seemed to be more reliable to kill before frying. Only after killing can you fry it, right? However, it seemed to have overheard its master saying something about frying first and then killing. Not knowing the word, he went to ask Tom. Tom's explanation was that he would fry them after killing them. It raised its head and saw that Han Shangyue had already drifted away. It hurriedly followed him. When it caught up to Han Shangyue, he was standing on the surface of the water, deep in thought. How is it? What do you think? Have you found the whereabouts of that ship? Where did you go? Kieran asked again. It was thick-skinned and was not afraid of sticking its warm face to the cold, but of this big ice cube. Han Shangyue ignored it. His lips curled up coldly. Fog demon conveyance technique. That guy was really willing to spend money. He actually used this method to take the ship away. He was already injured. And then he used this technique, which consumed a lot of psychokinesis to move the ship. And then he used the Guqin spirit to repair the strings. Under such continuous consumption, he was probably an arrow at the end of its flight. Perhaps this time, if it caught him again, it would be able to get rid of him once and for all. Master, can you find him? How? Kieran asked. Chapter 5:16. We have to hurry. Give me a general direction, and I'll use my nose to find her. My nose is very sensitive. Master can't stay in his hands for too long, or else she will be at a disadvantage. Kieran said hurriedly. Shut up, don't be noisy. Han Shangyue shouted to stop its nagging. His heart was in a mess because of its noise. He had dealt with many demons in his life, so he was used to being calm. No matter what happened, he could plan in an orderly manner to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Only this time, his heart was in a mess. The worst thing to do at this moment was to be in a mess. Although the little girl was a troublemaker, she was smart enough to hold on for a while. He would rush to save her. Kieran felt that it was about to smoke from its anxiety. Looking at Han Shangyue's calm and steady manner, it was also angry. This person was really heartless to its little master, right? Master was in the bad guy's hands, but he was not worried at all. But why was its master facing so many disasters? She was walking on the edge of danger every day without a moment of peace. It accidentally muttered this sentence out loud. Han Shangyue finally looked at it and said lightly, She has a blade in her life, so naturally she will face disasters at every step. Is there any way to solve it? Kieran felt that it might be good to listen to the trickster's words. Master should change her luck. She needs to find a strong backing. Han Shangyue said, Strong backing? Kieran blinked its big eyes and suddenly had an epiphany. I know. Master should go to the Sun Moon sect to become a disciple. Now the Sun Moon sect is the strongest. All the sects are afraid of it. If she can become a disciple of the Sun Moon sect, maybe no one will dare to find trouble with her. She can also live a peaceful life. Han Shangyue was speechless. His eyes were unreadable. Little apple, do you think I'm not strong enough? If that girl stayed by his side, all these would not have happened. But she wanted to escape. Kieran looked at him seriously. You are indeed strong, but Master is not willing to be anyone's concubine. She said it was an insult to herself. If she enters the Sun Moon sect, she will at most be a disciple. No one will make her a concubine. Han Shangyue raised his eyebrows and pursed his lips. You don't want to be a concubine? Are you willing to be my disciple? However, he had set a rule that he would no longer accept female disciples. Was he going to break the rules for her again? He seemed to have broken too many rules for her. Kieran, on the other hand, seemed to have suddenly found a broad path for his master. He immediately beamed with joy. The venerable emperor of the Sun Moon sect thinks highly of my master. Perhaps he will personally take her as his disciple. It was said that the ancestor was extremely protective of his disciples and would not allow anyone to bully them. As long as little mistress can become his disciple, everyone will give face to the ancestor and won't dare to make trouble for her. Han Shangyue glanced at it lightly. The ancestor thinks highly of her? Why don't I know about it? You're not omnipotent, so of course you don't know. Thinking back to when my master was almost executed in a public square, it was the ancestor who personally stepped in and saved her. I heard that the ancestor doesn't meddle in other people's business, but for the first time, he stood up for my master. It's clear that he values my master very much. Han Shangyue was speechless. Indeed, he did not like to meddle in the affairs of the mortal world. That day, he did not know why, but he seemed to have a sudden impulse. Chapter 517. Also, Dizun has no regard for mortals, but when he was in the palace, he took pity on my little mistress. He was afraid that she would be frozen by his cold air, so he let her out for the first time. Kirin continued to list. This was what he had heard from the servants when he was in the Marquis's mansion. Han Shanyue's eyes flashed slightly, but he still did not speak. Moreover, the ancestor never gossiped about people, but when he left Vast Sky Empire, he solemnly told the old emperor about my master. The little Qilin gave the third example. Han Shanyue raised his hand and rubbed between his eyebrows. This third time was indeed intentional. He just wanted to take advantage of that girl's rotten peach blossom. Out of the three examples, only the last one was slightly more reliable. Tell me, don't you think the ancestor values my family's little master? The little Qilin confidently concluded. Han Shanyue smiled slightly. After hearing what you said, it seems to be the case. Why don't you encourage your little mistress to go to the Sun Moon sect and become a disciple? Dizun can indeed protect her to grow up safely. Let's see if he will accept your mistress. I heard that he only accepts a disciple once every 80 years. It has only been 40 years, so it's not time for him to accept a disciple. Also, he doesn't accept female disciples. Rules are set by people, so naturally they can be changed. My little mistress is so smart. Dizun will definitely accept her. Kirin was full of confidence. Then, I will wait and see. Han Shanyue picked it up from the water and pointed at it. Kirin involuntarily returned to its original form. Han Shanyue jumped on its back and said, "Everything can wait until we save your mistress. Go to the chaotic river." Kirin's eyes lit up. It tore open its four hooves and began to run. After running for a few feet, it asked embarrassedly, "Where's the Wonton River?" Han Shanyue, his voice was cold. "Looks like she really wants to raise you into a cat." A Qilin beast actually doesn't know the distribution of rivers in this continent. Kirin was afraid of him and did not dare to answer at this time. Han Shanyue pointed out the path for it and threw a map. He said coldly, "Within 3 days, memorize this map completely. I will check your homework." Kirin, no, it hated reading books, and it hated memorizing books even more. Master, where are you?" When Ning Xuemal woke up, she found herself in a dilapidated temple. The sky outside was still dark. Looking out of the broken window, he could only see a few scattered stars. It was very dark in the dilapidated temple. If Ning Xuemal's psychokinesis hadn't reached a certain level and could see things in the dark, she might not have been able to see anything at this moment. He didn't know which deity was worshipped in the dilapidated temple. Most of the golden paint on the statue had been peeled off. Under the statue was a small table, and below it were a few praying mats. She was lying on a string of praying mats. The praying mats were rough, and although she was wrapped in a red robe, she still felt flustered. In particular, the wound on his back was burning with pain. When Yifeng took her as a hostage, he looked fierce, but in fact he knew when to stop. At that time, the sword had only pierced through her skin and did not injure her vitals. If it was handled properly, it wouldn't even need to be bandaged. But now it hurt so much. It must have been cut by the hurricane when he carried her away. Shui Ilan didn't know what medicine he gave her, but her head was still a little dizzy. Although she was awake, her vision was blurry. Chapter 518. There seemed to be some movement behind her. Ning Xuemal turned around and secretly clenched her fists. Shui Ilan was sitting on a praying mat not far behind her. His eyes were slightly closed. It was a posture of meditation, as if he was meditating. In the night, his face was a little pale. His originally rosy lips were also a little dry and dull. He was injured. Ning Xuemal was overjoyed and quietly stood up. Not bad. Her acupuncture points were unsealed. She could move freely. She slightly activated the psychokinesis in her body, but she couldn't feel it. She looked at Shui Ilan unkindly. Needless to say, this bastard sealed her psychokinesis again. Damn it. When she didn't have any psychokinesis, everyone called her a good-for-nothing. Now that she had cultivated a little, whoever caught her would seal it. Her psychokinesis had no place to be used. In this world, martial prowess was indeed the way of the king. One day, she would become the king of this world. She would definitely seal up all these people who had dragged her around and let them have a taste of being bullied and humiliated by others. She stood up and didn't do anything else. She was like a cat hibernating in the dark, silently observing her opponent's reaction. Shui Yilan didn't move. This bastard was usually as alert as a snake. Now that he was so quiet, could it be that he was seriously injured? Or was he testing her again? Ning Xiuma tried to walk towards the door. She had already opened the door of the rundown temple. The night wind blew in and caused Shui Yilan's clothes to flutter. Shui Yilan still didn't move. This bastard was seriously injured. Ning Xiuma's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. This bastard had been following her like a ghost, trying to kill her from time to time. If he didn't die, she would never have a day of peace. She might as well take this rare opportunity to get rid of him. She turned back. She walked casually, as if she was just at the door to take a look at the scenery. All the weapons on her had been taken away by Shui Yilan. Her psychokinesis was also sealed. She was barehanded, so it was impossible for her to kill him. Shui Yilan must be thinking the same thing. That was why after sealing her psychokinesis, he sat there and calmly meditated. He didn't guard against her anymore. In the dark, Ning Xiuma's lips slightly hooked up. She slowly approached Shui Yilan, without the slightest murderous intent. Shui Yilan didn't guard against her and didn't react to her approach. Just as she was about to reach him, Ning Xiuma tapped the ground with the tip of her foot, and her body shot out. A pair of shabby chopsticks appeared in her palm, which she then stabbed towards Shui Yilan's temple. Although her psychokinesis was sealed, she still had her inner strength. Although her inner strength could not be used as a hidden weapon like the legendary flying leaves and picking flowers, it was still quite profound. When she attacked, it was as fast as lightning. Although it was just two broken chopsticks, its power was not inferior to a sharp sword. Agile and elegant, natural and smooth. This move was perfect. As long as Shui Yilan was stabbed by her chopsticks, he would become a bloody gourd. Seeing that the chopsticks were about to pierce his head, her wrist suddenly tightened and a strand of black hair wrapped around her arm. Her wrist hurt and her hand lost strength, causing the chopsticks to fall to the ground. Then her waist tightened and the world spun around her. By the time she reacted, she was already lying on the ground with Shui Yilan's entire body pressing down on her. This time, he hit the wound on her back. Her face turned pale, and she couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 519. However, she paused midair and stared wide-eyed at Shui Yilan's handsome face that was suddenly closing in on her. She was so nervous that her body stiffened. Shui Yilan's eyes shone brightly in the night. He didn't look injured at all. You pretended to be injured on purpose? Ning Xiuma glared at him. She cursed this bastard in her heart for being crazy. If he wanted to kill her now, it would be easier than killing an ant. Why did he pretend to be injured to test her? He wanted to see if she would do anything to him? He wanted to see if she couldn't bear to do that to him? Was he crazy? How could she not bear to do that to him? She was simply too heartless. Was there even a need to test her? Shui Yilan's breath was right next to her face. It was warm and carried a faint fragrance, making all the hairs on Ning Xiuma's body stand up. She struggled a bit, wanted to send him flying with a kick. However, her body was firmly restrained by him, and she couldn't move at all. She could only watch as his handsome face came closer and closer. It was so close that it was already touching her earlobe. Little Xiuma, so you hate me so much that you want to kill me whenever you have a chance. There was a hint of grievance in his voice. Ning Xiuma looked at him with a "Are you crazy?" look. She couldn't be bothered to reply to him. How can you bear to do that to me when I'm so nice to you? Shui Yilan turned on his resentful wife mode. It was a success. Ning Xiuma had goosebumps all over her body. You're nice to me? Ning Xiuma was furious. I released you from the coffin. Not only are you not grateful, You've even tried to harm me time and time again. I almost lost my life in your hands a few times. Is this being nice to me? What will happen if you don't treat me well? Little Shuima, we have to be refined people. Don't be so rude. Shui Elan stroked her lips with his finger. Isn't your little life still fine in your body? Look, you're still alive and kicking even now. Yelling at me and plotting against me. I don't even want to bicker with you. You should know that those who have offended me usually end up being skinned alive, but I can't bring myself to do it to you. Isn't this good for you? Ning Xiumo really wanted to laugh at him. Was not skinning and breaking the bones of his savior a kind person? This was simply demonic logic. She did not want to pay any more attention to him. He simply closed his eyes. Suddenly, his eyelashes heated up. His voice was low and teasing. Little Xiumo, your expression. Are you inviting me to bed you? Ning Xiumo's body stiffened. She quickly opened her eyes to look at him and replied, Go to hell. This bastard looked refined, but he actually said such words. Even if I die, I will die under the peony flower. Shui Elan's eyes gradually deepened. At this moment, their bodies were tightly pressed against each other. Ning Xiumo could even feel the heat of his body, as well as the obvious male changes in his body. Her heart beat rapidly. In a panic, she couldn't help but grasp at the life-saving straw. Shui Elan, you can't be so perverted. I'm only 13 years old. Your body is already 18 years old. It can withstand the nourishment of a man's rain and dew. Shui Elan's palm had already begun to caress her back. Moreover, I also like delicate bodies. Even if you're really 13 years old, you're still very much to my liking. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle with you. You'll taste the most extreme ecstasy. His hand that was wandering around her back was like a poisonous snake. Ning Xiumo's nervous fingers also stiffened. She suddenly had an epiphany and shouted, Black Wave Zither. Chapter 520. As expected, Shui Elan's body stiffened. He squinted his eyes. What's wrong with the Black Wave Zither? The person who gave you the Black Wave Zither was a woman, right? Your sweetheart? You must love her very much. You can't do anything to betray her. Ning Xiumo guessed randomly. She felt that Shui Elan's attitude towards the Black Wave Zither was unusual. When he hugged it, it was as if he was hugging his lover. Shui Elan pressed on her body, but he didn't do anything else. He looked down at her. His green eyes were dark, as if he was looking at someone else through her. Ning Xiumo held her breath slightly. She tried her best to be gentle. She didn't want to provoke him and make him go wild again. After a while, he sighed softly. A look of approval flashed across his eyes. Little Xiumo, what you said might be true. The Black Wave Zither was hers, but I forgot about her. Ning Xiumo. What was going on? Why was she so confused when she heard this? Shui Elan's fingers touched her lips again. I can't remember her appearance. I can't remember anything about her. But I feel that I should love her very much. She sealed me in a coffin. I should hate her to death. Isn't this like what you humans call love and hate? He lost his memory about that woman, so he couldn't love and hate her. Was that abnormal? You could try to find her. Maybe you'll remember everything when you find her. Ning Xiumo guided impatiently. I don't know how to find her. I can't even remember her identity. That's okay. Since she could seal you, her psychokinesis must be very high. She must be a famous person on this continent. You could try to ask around, or you can wander around with this zither. If you say it's hers, she might come to find you when she hears the sound of the zither. Shui Elan tilted his head and looked at her. You're thinking for me? Of course, I hope that the two of you can resolve all your grudges. Look, when she sealed you, she clearly left you a way out. Clearly, she isn't completely heartless towards you. Perhaps you did something wrong to her, which made her hate you so much that she sealed you. You see, even if you've forgotten her, she's still there in your subconscious. You two are a pair of lovers. As long as you find her, you might be able to resolve all the misunderstandings and live happily ever after with her. Ning Xiumo tried her best to draw out a beautiful blueprint for him. She tried her best to find something for him to do so that he would not always find trouble with her, as if he had nothing better to do. What you said makes sense. Shui Elan nodded. It seemed that he agreed with her. Ning Xiumo was secretly delighted. She continued, Of course what I said makes sense. Let me go first. You know that girls are very narrow-minded when it comes to love. They can't tolerate even a grain of sand. The most intolerable thing was for a lover to be two-timing. If you really love her and want to get her back, you should keep your chastity for her. Girls are very particular about this. Shuilan's expression was a little strange. He looked at her and suddenly said something shocking. Why do I feel like you're her? Ning Shuima secretly rolled her eyes. How could that be? I'm not her. The person who sealed you must be a genius, and I'm so weak. Ning Shuima tried to reason with him. Damn it, if she was that woman, she would have sealed this bastard 800 times already. Why would you need to talk so much nonsense with him? But I have a special feeling for you. I always feel that you're the person I should be closest to. Shuilan's fingers stroked her long eyelashes again. Chapter 5:21. It's an illusion. It's definitely an illusion. Ning Shuima said seriously, I think you've been locked in a coffin for thousands of years, so your brain has gone haywire. You have the mentality of a chick towards the person who let you out. Shuilan frowned. What do you mean by haywire? Haywire means that your brain is a bit slow. You don't have to think too much about this. You have to catch the main point of my words. The main point of my words is the mentality of a chick. Shuilan smiled faintly. You mean that I'm close to you because I see you as my mother? His tone was faintly unfriendly. Ning Shuima immediately said seriously, It's just a metaphor, just a metaphor. You're at least thousands of years old, and I'm only 13. You definitely don't see me as your mother. Damn it, if I had a son like you, I'd definitely smash you against the wall. This metaphor is quite fresh. Shuilan's eyes were deep. Little Shuima, you're quite talkative today. You're still so considerate towards me. Do you like me? I like you my ass. Ning Shuima looked at him with watery eyes. I just hope that lovers can find their way together. You and her should be a match made in heaven. Lovers can find their way together? Ha! What a good lovers can find their way together. Little Shuima, you're really a lovely person. I find that I like you even more. He lowered his head and kissed her on the nose. Why don't you be my co-wife in the future? Ning Shuima was speechless. This bastard's brain circuits are definitely not parallel to a normal person's. Seeing that he was about to kiss her again, Ning Shuima desperately shouted, You're being disloyal to her by flirting with me. She definitely won't forgive you if she finds out. She's so cruel to me. Does she still need me to be loyal to her? Shuilan's voice was cold. Without saying anything else, he lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. The strong fragrance of the flowers was intoxicating. Ning Shuima's mind went blank, and she subconsciously closed her mouth. The tip of his tongue seemed to have some kind of magical power. It was able to easily pry open her teeth and enter her mouth. Ning Shuima was very anxious. She steeled her heart and wanted to bite him again. Suddenly, she felt a cold sensation on her throat. Something cold slid down her esophagus and into her stomach. Her body stiffened, and before she could react, Shuilan suddenly rolled off her body. Her face instantly turned pale, and her chest heaved up and down as she gasped for breath. His injuries had finally relapsed. He couldn't suppress it anymore. As soon as Ning Shuima regained her freedom, she almost didn't think before jumping up and slapping him with her palm. Heart-linking voodoo. Shuilan quickly spat out these 3 words and successfully stopped Ning Shuima's fatal strike. What? Her palm stopped at the side of his face. I fed you the heart-linking voodoo. Shuilan laughed as he gasped for breath. He laughed quite happily. If you kill me, you won't be able to live either. Ning Shuima clenched her fists. She was originally a poison expert. Not only did she study all kinds of poisons, she was also not a layman when it came to poison-related voodoo. She knew that there was indeed a heart-linking voodoo in this world. It could forcefully link the fates of 2 people who didn't want to do the same thing. The reason why it was forceful was because the person who planted the voodoo and the person who planted the voodoo were not bound together for good or ill. It was because the person who planted the voodoo couldn't hurt the person who planted the voodoo. Otherwise, if the voodoo hurt the other person a little, it would be 10 times worse. Simply put, if Ning Shuima slapped Shuilan now, she would have to be prepared for 10 slaps. Chapter 5:22. To put it simply, heart-linking voodoo. Its function was, if Ning Shuima slapped Shui Ilan once, she would have to be prepared to receive 10 slaps. On the other hand, when Shui Ilan slapped Ning Shuima, even if he slapped her 10 times, he would at most feel like he was slapped once, because refining this type of voodoo was very complicated, and the materials needed were very rare and difficult to collect. There were not many people who could refine this type of voodoo. She did not expect Shui Ilan to have one, and it was on her body. Was this bastard trying to make her his puppet? Ning Shuima took a deep breath and did not bother to argue with Shui Ilan anymore. She ran out of the temple to vomit. The voodoo was wrapped in an ice shell. She had just swallowed it, so she might be able to vomit it out. A moment later, Ning Shuima walked back with a pale face without saying a word. Shui Ilan was panting even harder, but he smiled at her. How is it? Did you vomit it out? Ning Shuima didn't say anything and kicked him. Shui Ilan was kicked to the ground. Ning Shuima felt a sudden pain in her waist, and she took a few steps back. She almost fell down as well. Shui Ilan laughed while lying on the ground. Good kick. Little Shuima, do you want to kick this deity's lower back acupoint? Ning Shuima gritted her teeth. Shui Ilan did not lie to her. He really did put the heart-linking voodoo in her. She kicked him, and the same part of her body felt like it had been kicked 10 times. It was burning with pain. The wound on her back waist was still there. If she was kicked again, she might faint from the pain. Fortunately, she did not use all her inner strength when she kicked him. Otherwise, he would vomit blood, and she would lose 3 liters of blood. She looked at Shui Ilan, who was lying on the ground laughing. It was her first time seeing him laugh so happily. Why did this bastard suddenly become so weak? I didn't see anyone hurt him. No matter how he got injured, this was a chance for her. Ning Shuima narrowed her eyes. She grabbed his collar with one hand and lifted him up. She sneered, Scoundrel, you will pay the price for what you did today. She casually threw him to the ground. Shui Ilan rolled on the ground. Ning Shuima also fell and sat on the ground. Little Shuima, it seems like you're not used to the heart-linking voodoo effect yet. Poor child. Shui Ilan looked at her sitting on the ground with a bright smile. Smile on his face. Ning Shuima wished she could use her fist to punch his handsome face, but after thinking about it, she restrained herself. She stood up and smiled at him. It's funny, isn't it? It will be even funnier later. She thought for a while and pressed him down. Then, she searched his sleeves. She had to take this rare opportunity to find the things that this bastard had taken from her. She clearly remembered that Shui Ilan had put her belongings in his sleeves. She was afraid that this guy would do something bad, so she pressed him down and searched his sleeves. Shui Ilan's face was like a peach blossom. He sighed under her body. Little Shuima, aren't you a bit too enthusiastic? I think it's better for a man to take the initiative. Ning Shuima, shut up. Her hand inevitably touched Shui Ilan's arm. His arm was cold, but it felt good to the touch. He looked like an elegant gentleman, but she did not expect his arm to be so strong. Strong and strong. No wonder this bastard was so perverted. He hid his strength under his robe. Shui Ilan obediently laid there, letting her touch him all over his body. Chapter 5:23. Shui Ilan stared at her back view. His gaze was deep and unfathomable. Ning Shuima felt goosebumps from his stare. She searched his sleeves for a long time, but did not find anything. Bastard, where are my things? Ning Shuima shouted. Shui Ilan's handsome face was slightly red, and his eyes seemed to be rippling with water. Try touching more places. Ning Shuima. If it were not for the mind-linking venomous insect, she would have beaten him up. She didn't hold back and touched both of his sleeves. Then, she reached out to the front of his shirt. In this era, people usually kept their things in these 2 places, inside the sleeves and the chest. Just as her hand reached into Shui Ilan's chest, his eyes became even more watery. Little Shuima, are you trying to attack my chest? Ning Shuima actually did not want to touch his chest. When she heard his voice, her hand trembled and the back of her hand bumped into a small protrusion on his chest. Although she was a virgin, she was a doctor after all. She was very clear about the structure of men. Naturally, she knew what she bumped into. She could not help but stiffen. Sure enough, I'm attacking your chest. Shui Yilan's voice was faint with a hint of intoxicating hoarseness. Ning Xiuma. She can't touch it anymore. She pulled her hand out and said fiercely, Shui Yilan, if you know what's good for you, you'd better hand over my things. What if I don't know what's good for me? Shui Yilan was curious. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll strip you naked and throw you out of the temple. I'll let everyone admire your naked body. Shui Yilan immediately straightened his body and obediently cooperated with her. That's not bad. Please strip me naked and admire me. Ning Xiuma. She was speechless when she met such a thick-skinned non-human who could not be hit. At the moment, he really couldn't think of any solution. Shui Yilan looked at her with a resigned expression. Everyone says that you have to pay back your debt quickly. I just took off your clothes, and now it's your turn to take off mine. Come, take it off. Ning Xiuma paused for a moment. Then, she suddenly sneered and reached out to take off his red robe. Shui Yilan was shocked and pursed his lips. This girl really dared to take off his clothes. He didn't have much strength now, and he also wanted to see where Ning Xiuma's bottom line was. He might as well let her do as she wished. In a short moment, he had already been stripped down to his underwear. He reclined there, his black hair draped over his shoulders, winding under his jade-like skin. There was actually a kind of flirtatious beauty. Ning Xiuma felt that this scene was vaguely familiar, as if she had seen it in a manga master's drawing. It was a standard picture of a little bottom lying lazily in bed. Evil. Ning Xiuma shifted her gaze away from his body and began to search the robes he had taken off. After a while, she gave up and threw the robe aside. Then, she glared at Shui Yilan hatefully. That guy was now only left with a pair of extremely thin underwear, and she couldn't see any pockets on his underwear. He couldn't possibly hide all her things in his underwear, right? Shui Yilan's anus tightened when she stared at him. He subconsciously tightened his legs, and his face was full of chastity. You won't really take off my clothes, right? Ning Xiuma? Forget it. The ancient people here usually didn't wear underwear. If she really took off his underwear, she was afraid that he would really be naked. Although she had seen men naked before, that was because she had to save someone. Now that he obviously couldn't hide anything in his underwear, why would she take it off? She wasn't that wretched. She glanced at Shui Yilan. It was rare to see this bastard nervous. Chapter 5:24. She had a mischievous thought and simply tore all the clothes he took off into a pile of rags. Didn't this bastard like to be refined and well-dressed? She wanted him to run around naked in his underwear. She wanted him to embarrass himself once. Shui Yilan looked at her with his eyes wide open. After a while, he laughed. Little Xiuma, do you think that my body is quite good and want to keep looking? Actually, even if you don't destroy my clothes, you can still look at me whenever you want. Ning Xiuma tilted her head and looked at him. She blinked her big eyes. Really? Your body is really not bad. I don't think it's interesting for me to look at it myself. I need more people to look at it. Damn, it was a pity that there were no cameras in this era. If there were, she could take pictures of him from different angles and post them on Weibo, WeChat, and forums to expose this bastard. However, even if she couldn't take pictures now, she could still call more people to look at his embarrassing appearance and vent her anger. After she finished speaking, she clapped her hands and stood up. Then she walked out in large strides. Little Xiuma, actually I really want to fulfill your wish. Unfortunately, there is no one within a few hundred miles of here. Even if you want to find someone, you won't be able to find him. Shui Yilan seemed to be a little regretful. Ning Xiuma's footsteps paused. She snorted and rushed out of the door. Was she thinking of escaping by herself? Shui Yilan's eyes flashed, and his lips slightly hooked up. If that girl really had this idea, she would regret it. Only Shui Yilan was left in the ruined temple. It was quiet for a while. Shui Yilan slowly propped himself up from the ground and sat down to meditate again. He had to seize every second to recover. In the battle with Han Shanyue in the palace, he was slightly injured. Even one of the strings of the Blackwave zither was damaged. He treasured his zither and did not hesitate to use a forbidden technique to absorb the zither spirits of various zither to repair the Blackwave zither. However, at the last moment, it was destroyed by Han Shanyue. Not only did it break the zither string, it also added to his injuries. He had never expected to meet such a powerful opponent in the human world, and he knew that he could not meet force with force in his condition. He could only choose to temporarily stay away. He was obsessed with fixing his Blackwave zither. He had heard that Daliang City was a famous zither city, and thought that there would be plenty of zither players in the city. That was why he had come here. Coincidentally, there was an annual Guqin recital in Daliang City. Almost all of Shanghai City's most renowned Guqin players were on that ship. He felt that this was an excellent opportunity, so he found an opportunity to approach the ship. However, he discovered Ning Xiuma's aura on the ship. He didn't know what he was thinking about this little girl, so he set up a trap at the back of the ship in advance. He had planned all of this very carefully, and he had taken every step with great care. She was in the light, while he was in the dark. Ning Xiuma, who was as cunning as a little fox, really fell into his trap. She had become the object in his net and his prisoner. Shuilan was very happy to be able to catch her again. When he saw her jumping around in anger, he was even happier. He was so happy that he almost forgot about his injuries. If he only wanted to take the zither spirits, he could do it at the lake. He had plenty of ways to make those people listen to him. However, with Ning Xiuma, there were many more variables. To be safe, he used his telekinesis to use the fog demon transporting technique and move the ship to the chaotic river thousands of miles away. Everything went smoothly after that. Everything went according to his plan. Chapter 5:25. Those people had no choice but to agree to Shui Ilan's conditions. The only thing that was out of his expectations was that Ning Xiuma was actually engaged to someone else, and it was a heavenly marriage. There was a special characteristic of a heavenly marriage. Once the person engaged to the heavenly marriage had an extramarital affair, they would be struck by lightning. If she was not willing, then the person who was struck by lightning would be the one who tried to force himself on her. If she was willing, then both of them would be struck. Shui Ilan had only heard of heavenly marriages, but he had never seen one before, so he did not believe it. In order to verify this, he purposely tried to get close to Ning Xiuma. Although he was careful, he was still struck by lightning. This made his injuries even worse. Fortunately, it was not as if he did not gain anything. He successfully absorbed the Guqin souls of more than 20 people, and finally repaired the zither string. Originally, he only needed to take the last group of people's Guqin souls, and his zither would be completely repaired. However, he did not expect that the cold and ruthless Ning Xiuma would take the risk for the last group of people and become their hostage. He did not want to see Ning Xiuma die in the hands of others, so he could only agree to Yi Feng's conditions and let the group of people go. At this moment, Shui Ilan's internal injury was already very serious. When he was running with Ning Xiuma, he was a bit powerless. He was unable to set up a barrier to protect her from the hurricane, causing her injuries to worsen. Midway, his sixth sense came into play again, and he sensed that his nemesis, Han Shanyue, was about to arrive. He was definitely not Han Shanyue's match now, so he decided to go all out and use the last of his psychokinesis to open the Gate of Ghost, and went in. When he reached the ruined temple, he was already at the end of his rope and could only stop to rest. Because Shui Lan was exhausted, sealing Ning Xiuma's acupuncture points was a little difficult, and the effect was not as strong. This caused her to wake up midway. Although he was exhausted, it was more than enough to deal with Ning Xiuma, who had just woken up. Finally, at the last moment, he made her eat his goo worm. He had truly restrained her. However, this little girl was obviously not restrained, and she should have other tricks up her sleeve. After a while, Ning Xiuma came back. She dashed into the dilapidated temple like a gust of wind. Before Shui Ilan could react, she threw a black and sticky object into his arms. Shui Ilan lowered his head and looked at the thing in his arms. It looked like an oversized cage, and there were many nests on the cage. It was a huge beehive, and it was the hive of the world's most poisonous and powerful black peak. In that instant, he understood what Ning Xiuma wanted to do. His expression changed, and he raised his hand to throw the beehive away. Unexpectedly, there was some sticky honey on the beehive. The beehive stuck to his pants, and he couldn't pull it off. Almost at the same time, He heard a buzzing sound. When he looked up, he saw a black cloud rushing towards him. Black Peak. And it was a whole nest of black peaks. This girl actually attacked Black Peak's nest to take revenge on him. There were thousands of black peaks in this swarm, and they were rushing towards him from all directions. Being stung by one black peak would be painful, and if he was stung by such a big nest of black peaks, Shwe Elon didn't dare to imagine what would happen to him. He rolled on the ground and threw the troublesome beehive away. These black peaks would recognize their own nests. Some of the black peaks ran towards their own nests, and some of the black peaks were very vengeful. They treated Shwe Elon, who was stained with honey, as the main culprit. Chapter 5:26. The wasps buzzed as they chased after Shwe Elon, as if they couldn't vent their anger if they didn't stab him until his head was full of bumps. Ning Shuama crossed her arms and stood not far away, looking at Shwe Elon's figure running around like a ghost. In this life and death situation, although Shwe Elon's injuries were serious, he was still able to unleash his body's greatest potential. His movements were even smoother than a leopard cat. How could he still be as weak as before? Sure enough, a person's potential was like water in a sponge. There would still be some if squeezed. Seeing him run away in such a sorry state, Ning Shuama's heart was finally able to vent a bit of her resentment. This bastard still underestimated her. She couldn't kill him herself because of the heart-linking voodoo, but couldn't she call for help? These black wasps were her best helpers. They could stab him to death 70 to 80 times. Ning Shuama, my heart-linking voodoo is different from others. Not only can you not hurt me, if I get hurt, you will also feel the pain. If I get stung, you won't be able to escape. Shwe Elon rushed towards Ning Shuama. He obviously wanted her to help him intercept these black wasps. Ning Shuama's figure flashed and dodged like a ghost. She didn't believe his nonsense. She would get hurt if she stung him. She had never heard of heart-linking voodoo having such an ability. She didn't want to be tricked by him. She stood coldly on the high ground, looking at him getting more and more miserable. You don't believe me? Shwe Elon's movement technique paused for a moment. A black peak crashed into his body and fiercely pierced his arm. A dash. Ning Shuama's left arm suddenly hurt, as if she was stung by a wasp. She almost fell from the beam. Her left arm hurt like a knife, causing her forehead to be covered with sweat. It was the pain of being stung by a wasp. This bastard was actually telling the truth. This time, Ning Shuama didn't dare to take the risk anymore. She jumped and ran towards the beehive, then slowly whistled. The whistle was not a tune, but it had its own style. Strangely enough, the black peaks that were chasing after Shwe Elon paused in midair. Then, they all flew towards Ning Shuama and entered the beehive on the ground. A moment later, all the black peaks returned to the beehive, and the ruined temple regained its tranquility. Shwe Elon fell to the ground. His face was pale, but his deep eyes shone in the dark night. You actually know how to control bees. Ning Shuama sneered and did not answer his question. This was a special skill that she had cultivated in her previous life. She could use her whistle to attract bees and butterflies, which was comparable to Xiao Long Nu of the ancient tomb sect. When she went out just now, she found this beehive under a big tree. First, she tried to control the beehive with the whistles she used in her previous life. After she succeeded, she plucked this huge beehive to sting him. Originally, she thought that these bees would be able to take away half of Shwe Elon's life, but she didn't expect the heart-linking voodoo to have such a perverted ability. Ning Shuama was so angry that her teeth were itching. She looked at Shwe Elon, who was sitting there, and her heart was filled with regret. It seemed that she couldn't take this opportunity to get rid of him. She could make the antidote for the heart-linking voodoo herself, but the ingredients needed were troublesome. She couldn't gather them in such a short time. She could only wait until she was free. The bee venom on her arm was still hurting, and all the medicine on her body had been taken away by Shwe Elon. She couldn't apply any medicine even if she wanted to. Luckily, it was only one area. She endured for 6 hours, and the bee venom was automatically removed. Catch. Shwe Elon flipped his hand, and a small green bottle appeared in his palm. He threw it to her. Chapter 527. Ning Xiuma took the bottle and looked at it. Her eyebrows moved. This bottle was hers. The medicine in the bottle could not only cure the bee venom, but it could also cure sword wounds. She subconsciously wanted to apply the medicine to her arm, but when she pulled up her sleeves, she remembered that she was not poisoned. It was that bastard who was stung. If he was in pain, then she would not have a good time either. She unwillingly threw the bottle to him. Apply it to the stung area. Shuilan caught the bottle. In the dark night, his eyes sparkled. Little Xiuma, so you can't bear to part with me. Can't bear to part with you, my ass. If it wasn't for the fact that his injuries hurt her, she wouldn't have cared about him at all. Ning Xiuma did not want to care about him anymore. She turned around and walked out of the temple. Since she could not kill him, she could only take this opportunity to escape. Otherwise, once this bastard recovered, she would not have a good time. Seeing her figure disappear in front of the temple, Shuilan suddenly smiled. He suddenly realized that he liked her even more and wanted to keep her by his side even more. He sat up straight and closed his eyes. He meditated and silently counted in his heart. 1, 2, 3. He did not count quickly. It was like a second hand. When he counted to 60, a black shadow flashed by the door. A person flew back. With a scream, she slammed into his chest. Fortunately, Shuilan was already prepared. The moment she flew back, he immediately made a move. With a twist of his wrist, he removed most of the force from her body. Even so, her strength still caused his body to sway, and he almost fell down. Ning Xiuma simply wanted to curse. After she left the temple, she did not see any movement from Shuilan. She was secretly glad that she had escaped from the wolf's claws. She was also afraid that a long delay would cause trouble, so she immediately ran away. But unexpectedly, after running for more than a mile, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he actually flew back involuntarily. She didn't run very fast, but the speed at which she flew back was astonishing. She desperately tried to adjust her body in the air, but to no avail. It flew back like a bird returning to its nest. The moment she threw herself into that person's embrace, she heard him chuckle softly. Then, she felt her ribs go numb, and her entire body went limp as she fell into the other person's embrace. Little Xiuma, I know you've missed me, but I can't enjoy such a passionate hug. Shuilan placed her on his lap and stroked her lips with his fingers. Ning Xiuma, her vision turned black, and she felt extremely sleepy. She knew something was wrong, so she forced her eyelids open and glared at him. Bastard, you poisoned me. Shuilan smiled brightly. Little Xiuma, I just accidentally pricked you with a needle, and this needle is yours. Ning Xiuma felt dizzy. She finally understood what kind of poison she had been poisoned with. It was indeed a poison needle that she had developed herself. Its effect was similar to an anesthetic needle. It did not cause much harm to the human body, but it could make people sleep for half a day. It was originally a weapon for her to protect herself, but she did not expect that it would become his accomplice. A strong sense of sleepiness came over her, and her vision turned black. She did not know anything. Shuilan saw that she had finally settled down in his arms, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. He lowered his head and kissed her lips gently. Little girl, my heart-linking venomous insect has a unique function that I haven't told you about. The person who has been poisoned cannot be more than 2 li away from the person who poisoned you. Once you exceed this range, you have to obediently fly back. Chapter 528. Shuilan placed Ning Xiuma on the futon next to him. Then he took out a few pills and put them in his mouth. One day, if he had one day, he would be able to recover most of his martial arts and do what he wanted to do. Kirin did not dare to look at Han Shanyue's face anymore. Although Master Han had been very calm and did things in an orderly manner, Kirin could sense that Kirin was very sensitive. However, the little Qilin was keenly aware that his mood had always been suppressed, just like the calm before the storm. It couldn't help but be alarmed, and didn't dare to say a single word of nonsense along the way. They had reached the chaotic river and even found the sunken ship. Kirin even fished up a few strands of human hair, a broken jade pendant, and a few broken bones. Kieran still could not feel any trace of Ning Xiuma. Fortunately, other than the occasional panic and pain, there were no other symptoms. If Kieran was still alive, it meant that Ning Xiuma was also alive. At least, she did not meet with any mishap. Kieran was a little relieved. Logically speaking, since they had already found this place, with Kieran's nose, he should be able to find Ning Xiuma's scent and track her down. But no, he could not smell her scent at all. The surrounding air seemed to have been cleansed by someone. All traces of her scent had been erased. How could this be? The ship had clearly sunk here. Master could not have left early. After Han Shangyue asked Kieran a few questions, he said softly, "The art of disappearing trace." He did not expect Shui Lan to be so careful. Could it be that he had already guessed that Han Shangyue was here? Although it was the first time Kieran heard of this art, he could guess from the name. He cursed, "That pervert." He was even more worried about his master. He clenched his claws tightly. He did not give up and walked around again. When he came back, he saw a scene that made him stunned. Han Shanyue's sleeves fluttered as he stood on the surface of the river. No one knew what kind of spell he was making, but a chilly wind blew around him. Within the chilly wind, there were faint silhouettes. Soul congregation spell. Generally speaking, to use this kind of technique, one would need to use some magic tools and also do some preparation work. The little Qilin had personally seen the big brother who went into the stone essence cave with it use this kind of technique. The procedures were very complicated, and at that time, it was very tired just watching from the side. Who would have thought that the new heavenly master, Mr. Han Shanyue, would be able to use it so easily? Furthermore, this one move had attracted over 30 of them. It was too awesome. The souls floated around Han Shanyue. More than 20 of them had blank faces, as if they had lost their main souls. They half-knelt at Han Shanyue's feet and only knew how to kowtow. They didn't even know how to answer his question. Fortunately, there were still 8 or 9 of them who seemed to be conscious. They bowed and opened their mouths, as if they were answering Han Shanyue's question. Kieran was curious and was about to walk over to take a look when Han Shanyue sent a message. "Stop! You have too much yang energy. It will kill them." Kieran could only wait. After a while, Han Shanyue waved his sleeves and flicked his finger. In the air, a cloud-covered heavenly path appeared, leading straight into the depths of the river. The souls stepped onto the cloud-covered path one by one. Only a female soul seemed reluctant to leave. She surrounded Han Shanyue and kept whining. It seemed like she wanted to stay by his side and be his servant. Chapter 529. The sorcerers in this world did raise little ghosts. Kieran could tell that Master Han was an expert in this field, and he probably lacked little ghosts that could run errands and fight. Kieran thought that he would keep her, but who would have thought that after the little ghost said a few words to Han Shanyue, Han Shanyue seemed to have lost his patience. He flicked his finger and a white wind flashed by. The female little ghost screamed, and her soul was torn into pieces, dissipating in the air in an instant. Kieran was speechless. This master was too heartless. Even if he did not keep the girl by his side, there was no need to destroy her soul, right? It thought that even if he did not keep her, he would still release her soul. This master seemed to be more violent today. "Master, you are the guardian of the vast sky kingdom. You should be merciful and fair. You should be afraid of hurting the lives of ants when you sweep the floor. You should protect the lanterns with moths and not hurt the living. That girl only wanted to stay by your side to be a little ghost. That's all. If you scatter her soul like this, won't you lose your godhead?" The little Qilin felt that this heavenly master's behavior was a little bit ruining its 3 views. Han Shanyue glanced at it. "Didn't you just get the title of Master of Heaven? Did he mean that he was not used to this new identity?" Kieran nodded. "Yes, you just got the title, so you have to follow the rules of the Master of Heaven." "Who told you that this is the rule of the Master of Heaven?" Han Shanyue's tone was still indifferent. "I always follow my heart. I am a Master of Heaven. I am the rule." These words were simply too arrogant. Kieran was not convinced and said, "I heard that this rule was set by the Overlord. Do you dare to go against his rules? Are you more powerful than the Overlord?" Han Shanyue's eyes flashed and suddenly flicked his finger. A white light flashed by, and the little Cheelin cried out as it somersaulted and fell straight into the water. You didn't improve much, but your ability to talk nonsense has improved. Han Shanyue's eyes were cold as he looked at it coldly. The little Cheelin touched the newly popped green bump on its forehead and jumped out of the water. It was still somewhat puzzled. How did he know that what he said just now was nonsense? Maybe he knew who set the rules of the Master of Heaven. Or maybe he knew the Overlord very well and knew that he would not care about other people's business. Don't think about it. Hurry up and ask them where they went. Han Shanyue's tone was a bit impatient. Huh? Ask who? How? Kirin did not respond. Han Shanyue looked at it as if it was an idiot. Master of Heaven. Is this Cheelin fake? Master of Heaven. It had actually forgotten about its innate ability. It coughed. I forgot. It didn't dare to dawdle and immediately used its beast language to summon the monsters in the river to inquire about the whereabouts of Ning Shuama and Qin Wentian. Kirin. Han Shanyue stood there and looked at Kirin Shanyue. This Kirin beast was really going to be raised into a cat. There were a lot of monsters in the river. Although they hadn't gained wisdom, they could still understand the little Cheelin's words. They also had an instinctive fear of it, so they didn't hide anything from the little Cheelin's questions. Some of the monsters saw the direction that Shui Ilan and Ning Shuama escaped. Some of them had chased after Yin Ziyuan. Chapter 530. After all, these monsters did not have intelligence, and their thoughts were still a mess. Moreover, they had an even worse problem, which was that they were colorblind. They did not know who was in red or blue. Therefore, when they answered the little Cheelin's questions, they were always vague and ambiguous, giving specious answers. These two groups of people were also confused. Kirin had a headache listening to them, and could only reflect their meaning to Han Shanyue. Han Shanyue looked at Kirin with a pained expression. Do you think Shui Lan would take the water out? It must be the one that flew in the air. The little Cheelin touched the bruise on its forehead with a guilty conscience. It felt that its IQ was a little low recently, but when Han Shanyue looked at it as if it was an idiot, it felt a little hurt. I was too anxious about Master's whereabouts, so I didn't think it through. He did not dare to say any more nonsense, and immediately asked the monsters which direction they flew in. The monsters looked at each other again, and then two monsters spoke. These two monsters saw two groups of people. One group was Shui Ilan, and the other group was Yi Qingwan. Not only were they colorblind, they were also face-blind. In their eyes, they could not differentiate between men and women. Fortunately, these two groups of people were going in the same direction, so Kirin did not feel too troubled and told Han Shanyue the details. Han Shanyue left without saying anything, and Kirin hurriedly followed. As long as he knew the general direction, he would be able to catch up to Shui Ilan. After all, the evading trace consumed a lot of telekinesis, and with Shui Ilan's current condition, he would not be able to use this method for long, and he would definitely reveal his scent later. Han Shanyue's prediction was correct, and after one man and one beast chased in that direction for about 70 to 80 miles, the scent of Ning Shuama and Shui Ilan finally appeared in the air. Kirin was happy and worried at the same time. He was happy that he could finally smell his master scent again. He was worried because his master's scent was entangled with Shui Ilan's scent. It seemed that his master could not escape from Shui Ilan's grasp. He did not know if Shui Ilan, that perverted bastard, had tortured her yet. He was worried, and he said it out loud. Will that bastard fry my master first, and then kill her? Before he could finish his sentence, Han Shanyue's head was slapped again. Han Shanyue's voice was like ice. Little apple, if I hear you say that word again, I will cook you first and then fry you. The little Cheelin's head was burning, and it didn't dare to speak any more nonsense. It concentrated on sniffing for its master's aura. After searching for about 2 to 3 li, the little Cheelin suddenly stopped. Master and Shui Ilan Shui's scent were disappeared. It circled around the area for a while before finally confirming that it couldn't find it. Master, did he use the evading trace again? Kirin was puzzled. Han Shanyue did not answer. He made a hand seal as if he was sensing something. After a while, he said in a deep voice, he opened the ghost path. Kieran was stunned. Of course, he knew about the ghost path. The ghost path was not an ordinary path in the human world, but a path hidden in the secondary space. This path could only be opened by someone with great telekinesis. For example, in the Kieran clan, only elders had the ability to open it. The ghost path was different from ordinary paths. Ordinary paths had a direction and a beginning and an end. However, the ghost path was directionless and followed the ghost path's will. Chapter 531. Everyone's ghost path was different. Unless they thought of the same destination, they would not meet in the ghost path. Which direction did Shui Alon want to go after activating the ghost path? Kieran had no clue at all. He could not help but look at Han Shanyue. Han Shanyue's face was gloomy. After so many years, this was the first time he met such a cunning and troublesome opponent. He flipped his wrist, and a faint golden sound transmission talisman appeared in his palm. Thousands of miles away, on Buddha Lotus Mountain, where the Sun Moon sect was located, the head general manager, who was in charge of all the Sun Moon sect's affairs, was arranging the day's affairs in his study. One of the white jade walls suddenly lit up with a luster. The head general manager's eyes widened in shock. After being stunned for a moment, he hurriedly knelt in front of the wall and said solemnly, "Ancestor." After the ancestor left the mountain, he would not easily contact them because there was almost nothing in this world that he could not solve. Even if he contacted them, he would ask about the sect's affairs and so on. When he contacted them, he would use the sound transmission talisman and not the heavenly sound wall. The heavenly sound wall would only be activated by the ancestor when something major happened, and the order from the heavenly sound wall was the highest order. It required all the Sun Moon sect disciples to move out in large numbers. There was no room for objection. They had to succeed. It could not fail. The head general manager's heart was thumping wildly. He thought that something major had happened, but he did not expect the faint golden characters on the heavenly sound wall to light up one by one. All disciples, within 1,000 miles of the chaotic river, searched for a red-clothed man and a woman with him at all costs. Send news to me within 6 hours. Although the head general manager was bewildered, he did not dare to delay. He immediately replied, "Yes, ancestor." He suddenly stood up and hurriedly went to arrange things. The Sun Moon sect had more than 10,000 disciples. Who knew how many spies they had arranged in various countries? It could be said that they were intertwined and complicated. In this way, no matter where on this continent there was a change, the Sun Moon sect would immediately know and make the corresponding arrangements. There was nothing in this world that the Sun Moon sect did not know. Their intelligence network was richer and more accurate than any other country's. The Sun Moon sect would not easily interfere with the affairs of these countries. Usually, they would just organize the information. They were detached from the outside world. However, once he interfered, he would use thunderous methods that no one could defy. As for the spies arranged in the various countries, they were all clever and sly people who could take charge of their own affairs. Normally, these people would not be easily touched as long as they reported to him on time. Now that the ancestor had issued this order, everyone had to move out. A moment later, all the Sun Moon sect scouts on the entire continent received the same order, to search for the red-robed man within 500 kilometers of the chaotic river. Although everyone received the same orders, the areas they were assigned to search were different. They covered the entire area within 1,000 miles of the chaotic river. These people immediately moved out and began a carpet search around the primal chaos river. As long as the red-clothed man was in the area drawn by the ancestor, even if he hid in a mouse hole, these people could still find him. Kieran naturally did not know that Han Shanyue had just lightly written a few lines of words on the light golden talisman, and had already given an order that could shake the entire world. After he finished writing, he put away the golden talisman. Chapter 532. Kieran stared at him. Subconsciously, it thought that this person was omnipotent and would have a good way to find its master. It was waiting for him to do something else, such as opening the gate of ghost or something. Unexpectedly, after he put away the talisman, He turned around and went ashore. He sat down on a platform and closed his eyes to meditate. At this time, he still had the mood to meditate. Kieran's scales almost stood up. It rushed in front of him. "You're not looking for my master?" Han Shangyue ignored it and continued meditating. "She's your concubine. I heard that a concubine is also a kind of wife. Your wife was taken away by another man. Aren't you worried?" Kieran was furious. "She's not." Han Shangyue finally spoke. His voice was cold. "She ran away from the marriage." Kieran choked. "She did run away from the marriage. But you don't want her anymore?" He looked up and asked again. Han Shangyue finally opened his eyes. His voice was cold. "Why must I want a girl who ran away before the wedding? Since she ran away, there's no room for her to regret. Then this marriage is not valid?" Kieran didn't know what to feel. It was as if it was angry for its master, but also as if it was relieved for its master. After all, it knew that Ning Xiuma was very unwilling to be married to this person as a concubine. Han Shangyue closed his eyes again and didn't speak. "Then you really don't want to look for my master?" Kieran didn't give up. Han Shangyue only replied with one word: "Wait." He had already made arrangements. Those people had already started a carpet search. No matter which side had the news, he would be the first to know. Shui Yilan opened the gate of ghost at this place, so this place was the center and radiated in all directions. Therefore, he stayed here to ensure that he would rush over as soon as he got the news. He was now chasing blindly without any direction. Not only would it waste his telekinesis, but it might also be counterproductive if he went in the wrong direction. At this time, it was better to stay still. Therefore, waiting here was the best way. He was never a talkative person, and he didn't like to explain to others. Not to mention explaining to Kieran, who had the intelligence of an 8 or 9-year-old child. Kieran was infuriated by the word wait. Its owner's life was in danger at all times, and it was even more urgent than the fire in the room. Yet, he was actually waiting here calmly? How despicable! Kieran was enraged. He opened his mouth and spat out a large ice ball. He threw it at Han Shangyue. "You cold-blooded bastard! No wonder my master is unwilling to marry you. You deserve to be a bachelor." After smashing the puck, it turned around and ran forward. When Han Shangyue was meditating, there was a protective barrier around his body. Even if he was hit, it wouldn't hurt. When the ice ball approached the top of his head, it was blown away by the boundary energy and turned into a pile of small ice balls that fell to the ground. Han Shangyue opened his eyes and looked at the shattered ice balls around him. His lips twitched. This Kieran really needs to be taught a lesson. How dare he throw an ice ball at him? Impulsive and willful, doing things without thinking of the consequences, this personality was a bit like its owners. He looked sideways at Kieran, who was running away. His gaze was faintly complicated. He meditated for a while. In the end, he opened his eyes because of his restlessness. After a while, he sighed and took out a light blue conch from his chest. He used his fingers to cast a spell. Chapter 533. After the faint white light flashed, the blue conch became transparent like crystal and gradually transformed into a ripple-like mirror in front of his eyes. The mirror gradually became clear. What was reflected in it was not Han Shangyue, but a luxurious and romantic building. The hibiscus tent was warm, and the curtains of the bed were lowered. A young master was lying on the bed. As if he had sensed something, the young man who was sleeping soundly suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight at the mirror. "Dizwa." His lips twitched, and he suddenly sat up. "Dizwa, why are you snooping in the middle of the night?" Fortunately, there were no beauties in his room. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. "Rong Yuatan, help me do something." Han Shangyue didn't talk nonsense with him and went straight to the point. The young master was Rong Yuetianlan. When he heard Han Shangyue's words, his eyes immediately brightened. "Please instruct me, Dizwa." This Dizwa didn't easily ask for help. He might not even ask for help once in a few thousand years. Now, he actually asked for help. What a miracle! What could it be that Dizwa couldn't solve by himself? Rong Yuetianlan's gossipy cells immediately burned, and his eyes lit up. All his drowsiness disappeared. Use your Heaven's Eye technique to check the surroundings of the Primal Chaos River. See if there are any abnormal fluctuations of psychokinesis. Find this person. Han Shangyue flashed a portrait of Shui Lan in the mirror. Rong Yue Tianlan whistled. What a beautiful man. Poetic and picturesque. I didn't expect there to be such a masterpiece in the lower bound. Han Shanyue's eyes twitched, and he said coldly, Stop talking nonsense. Find him quickly. Yes, sir. Rong Yue Tianlan jumped off the bed, and his pajamas automatically turned into a light blue robe. He looked like an elegant young man. He was still a little curious. Dizwa, this is the first time I see you looking for someone so urgently. Who is this person? A devil cultivator. Han Shanyue only replied with 4 words. No wonder there is a touch of demonic charm and evil aura between his eyebrows. He is a devil cultivator. Dizwa painted him so well. It seems like this person left a deep impression on Dizwa. Rong Yue Tianlan's elegant face was full of gossip. Han Shanyue, Rong Yue Tianlan couldn't help but add, Dizwa, so you aren't innately cold, but you are interested in men. You weren't distracted during the chess game because of him, right? Han Shanyue suddenly smiled. He didn't smile easily, but this smile made Rong Yue Tianlan shiver. Rong Yue Tianlan, if I'm interested in men, I won't let you go. Rong Yue Tianlan immediately hugged his own body with a face of chastity. Dizwa, I can shed my blood to be your little attendant, but I will never sell my body. Han Shanyue, Rong Yue Tianlan, if you speak any more nonsense, then I will go to your carefree island and flatten your fruit trees. This sentence clearly hit Rong Yue Tianlan's weak spot. He immediately closed his fan and begged for mercy. Dizwa, can this lowly one be wrong? Don't flatten my trees. They're my lifeblood. If the trees live, I live. If the trees die, I die. I will cast a spell to find him. As he spoke the last sentence, he had already begun to cast a spell. His hands formed a seal, and his body floated up, rushing out of the luxurious building and into the air. The water mirror in front of Han Shanyue, which had been following Rong Yue Tianlan, also followed him outside. Chapter 534. In the mirror, Rong Yue Tianlan was frequently making incantations in the air. One of his hands slowly opened in the air, and a phoenix eye gradually appeared in his palm. Green light shot out from the phoenix eye directly into the misty distance. Shui Ilan, who was meditating in the ruined temple, suddenly sensed something and looked out of the window. But it was dark outside, and he could only see a few stars shining in the sky. He looked at one of the stars and felt that the star was weird, as if it was a pair of God's eyes looking in his direction. He lowered his head and let his long hair cover his face. His robe had been destroyed by Ning Xiuma, and he was only wearing a pair of pants. His skin was crystal clear, and his proportions were perfect. In the dark night, he shone with a charming light. He looked down at the unconscious Ning Xiuma, who was lying on the futon. She was lying there motionlessly and was unusually obedient. After a while, the feeling of being spied on disappeared. Shui Ilan slowly raised his head and looked at the sky outside the window. The star that looked like an eye had slowly slid away. It was obvious that it had given up on the ruined temple. Someone actually used the Heaven's Eye technique. Could that person be Han Shanyue? Shui Ilan secretly clenched his fist. He was in a hurry to meditate, so he didn't have time to put on a new robe. Now it seemed that he was lucky, and when he was meditating, he restrained his psychokinesis. No one outside should be able to detect the waves of psychokinesis on him. Even if he used the Heaven's Eye technique, he might not be able to find them. But since that person used the Heaven's Eye technique, he might not be able to hide here. He had to think of another way. He stretched out his hand, and a small embroidered bag appeared in his palm. The bag was obviously a Chinquan bag for storage. It wasn't big, but there were many things inside. Ning Xiuma only thought that his things were hidden in one of his pockets. She didn't know that he had a storage space. This space was in his mind. If he didn't cast a spell, this space wouldn't appear. The space wasn't big, but it was enough to store a Chinquan bag that could contain everything. The Chinquan bag was light blue in color and had a plum blossom pattern embroidered on it. The embroidery was not exquisite. The shape of the plum blossoms was a little rough, and there were even a few wrong stitches. It was obvious that the person who embroidered this picture was a rookie. A voice drifted into her ears. I'm so smart. but I can't embroider this well. It was too embarrassing. Just throw it away. It was a young girl's voice. It was clean and slightly hoarse, but it was extremely pleasant to the ears. The voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Shui Ilan's body stiffened slightly. He tried his best to capture the voice, but it gradually faded away and could no longer be heard. His fingers tightened around the Chinkoan bag, and he closed his eyes slightly. He knew that this voice belonged to that person, the person he had forgotten, but sporadic voices would occasionally pop out, causing him to lose focus for a moment. She was the one who sealed him. Logically speaking, he should hate her to the core, but he couldn't bring himself to hate her. However, his memories of her seemed to have been erased by someone, and he couldn't remember her. He couldn't remember what she looked like, and he couldn't remember what had happened between him and her. He only faintly felt that this person was the most important person in his life. Even if he had forgotten her, her existence was still in his subconsciousness. Recently, her voice would occasionally pop out from the depths of his memory. Chapter 535. Shui Ilan's memories were very fragmented and scattered, and he couldn't connect them together. However, it was enough to make his heart ache. His fingers once again caressed Ning Xiuma's soft cheeks. His fingertips gently rubbed against her lips. "Little girl, you asked me to look for her, but I don't even know who she is," he sighed faintly. "But it doesn't matter. I will find her sooner or later and ask her for the truth. I may marry her, but I will never let you go." He shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. He took out a bunch of strange things from his Chinkoan bag. Knives, scissors, tweezers, all kinds of bottles and jars, and even human skins of different skin colors. "Little Xiuma, you will be shocked when you wake up." He chuckled. His smile was like a flower petal. "Dizwa, I didn't find the person you mentioned." After a quarter of an hour, Rongyue Tanlan floated down from the sky and shook his head apologetically. His face was pale. It was obvious that using the Heavenly Eye technique consumed a lot of psyche power. Even the Heavenly Eye technique couldn't find him. Han Shanhua frowned. Could it be that the person who always liked to dress in red had changed his appearance? He didn't use any techniques to walk on the road. This person was unprecedentedly cunning. I wonder if Ning Xiuma suffered any losses in his hands. His heart, which had always been calm, was no longer calm. He slowly clenched his fingers. What method should he use to find him? Dizwa, the future is long. No one can escape from your grasp. You can't find him now, but it doesn't mean you can't find him in the future. Just take your time. Rongyue Tianlan comforted him. Han Shanhua didn't speak. His eyes were empty, as if he was thinking. This person is really important to you? Rongyue Tianlan's gossipy nature started to bubble again. He kidnapped my concubine. Han Shanhua didn't want him to continue guessing. Otherwise, he didn't know what Rongyue Tianlan would think. Rongyue Tianlan tripped and almost fell from the roof. He barely stood up. His peach blossom eyes were wide open, and his face was full of shock. What? Dizwa, when did you take a concubine? How come I didn't know? Heavens, didn't you always disdain these kinds of love and affection? Han Shanhua said indifferently. Do I need your permission to take a concubine? But what about Yunshi? Rongyue Tianlan almost wanted to scratch his head. He even encouraged Yunshi to pursue happiness. What does me taking a concubine have to do with her? Han Shanhua's voice was even fainter as he raised his hand to turn off the law conch mirror image. Rongyue Tianlan also knew that he had made a slip of the tongue, so he pulled himself together and said, "This red-clothed bastard actually dared to kidnap Dizwa's concubine. He must be tired of living. I will help Dizwa search again. Dizwa, do you have a portrait of your concubine?" Since he couldn't find Shui Ilan's whereabouts, perhaps he would start looking for clues from his concubine. Han Shanhua said, "There's no need to trouble you." He naturally had Ning Xiuma's portrait on him, but it was a portrait of her dancing. He didn't want another person to see that kind of portrait. Moreover, if Shui Ilan was in disguise, he would have done the same for Ning Xiuma. Even if Rongyue Tianlan forced himself to open his heavenly eye again, it wouldn't be of any use. He raised his hand to turn off the law conch mirror. Rongyue Tianlan seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Dizwa, why don't you ask Yunshi for help?" Her soul-searching bird is the best at finding people. No matter what that red-clothed man turns into, it can quickly find him. Chapter 536. Han Shanyu nodded slightly and muttered to himself, "Okay." He turned off the conch. He then took out a white voice transmission talisman and tapped it with his finger. The voice transmission talisman lit up. A moment later, Yunqi's surprised voice came through. "These what?" "It's me." Han Shanyu answered simply, his voice not as cold as before. "Yunqi, help me find someone." Yunqi agreed readily. "Okay, I'll get the Soul Seeker bird to find him. But, Dizwa, I need something that person often uses. Come to the middle of the chaotic river." Han Shanyu told her the exact location before cutting off the voice transmission talisman. He seemed to have sensed something and raised his head to look. He happened to see that the little Qilin had already rushed back. At this moment, it stopped not far away and angrily looked at him. "You're not looking for my master, but you're here flirting with girls." The little Qilin was very eager to learn. It had learned a lot of modern words from Ning, Xiuma, and Tom. Han Shanyu was speechless. He was too lazy to care about it and wanted to meditate again. Kieran knew that its words carried little weight. No matter what it said, Han Shanyu wouldn't take it to heart. It didn't want to waste its breath, so it told Han Shanyu about its discovery. "I found the scent of mermaids and blue phoenixes a few kilometers away. Do you think the disappearance of that bastard with my master has something to do with these two scents?" Mermaids and blue phoenixes were very rare in this world. The former was a spirit of the sea and was almost impossible to find on the continent. As for the latter, it was the king of birds, and it would be difficult to find more than a few of them on this continent. It was very unusual that these two had appeared at the chaotic river at the same time. Did it have something to do with the disappearance of its master? Kieran didn't want to let go of any clues, so when it discovered the two scents, it hurried back to tell Han Shanyu and waited for him to analyze it. Although this person was perverted, he was strong enough, smart enough, and calm enough. He might be able to find clues to its master. Han Shanyu pondered for a moment and jumped onto Kieran's back. "Bring me there." A moment later, Han Shanyu and Kieran arrived at the beach where Yin Ziyuan had escaped from danger. Sure enough, there was the scent of a mermaid here, and the mermaid seemed to be seriously injured. The unique sweet smell of blood on the mermaid lingered on the riverside for a long time. He naturally sensed the aura of the blue phoenix bird and Yi Qingwan and frowned slightly. He didn't expect her to come here and take away the mermaid. Kieran looked at him eagerly. "What do you think? Is it related to Master?" "It has nothing to do with me." Han Shanyu only replied with 2 words, but his eyes were looking into the distance. Han Shanyu's vision was extraordinary. He could see people and things within 100 miles. Han Shanyu's gaze fell on a woman who was stumbling forward. The woman's clothes were tattered, her hair was messy, and her body was even a little wet. She didn't look like an ordinary person. Late at night, a single woman was running through the wilderness. His expression changed. "Little Apple, go to a place 80 miles away from here, and bring that woman here." He told Little Apple the exact location. Kieran was stunned and nodded. It immediately followed Han Shanyu's instructions and ran in that direction. It was naturally much faster than the woman and caught up with her in a quarter of an hour. After seeing the woman's description, it was also stunned. Yin Ziyuan. Chapter 537. Yin Ziyuan was running in a hurry. When she heard the call behind her, she subconsciously turned around and staggered. Not far behind her stood a valiant and spirited Kieran, looking quite awe-inspiring. When Kieran was with Ning Xiuma, it had always been in the form of a blue cat, so she did not recognize it. When she suddenly saw this mythical beast, she was so shocked that she took a few steps back. "You? How do you know my name?" Kieran was not in the mood to explain so much to her. It briefly explained its relationship with Ning Xiuma, and Yin Ziyuan finally understood that it was the cat. She breathed a sigh of relief and finally remembered that the legendary loner Ning Xiuma did have a Kieran by her side. She had been running in fear for half the night. When she saw Kieran now, she felt very close and could rely on it. She could not help but cry. Xiuma was taken away by the red-clothed Guqin player. Kieran, Quickly go find the Taoist master and ask him to save her. I'm afraid that she will lose her life if you are late, Kirin interrupted her. I am here on his orders to pick you up. I will take you to see him. After a moment, Yin Ziyuan was already kneeling in front of Han Shanyue. According to his instructions, she told him in detail what had happened on the boat. Han Shanyue listened without saying a word and did not interrupt. Yin Ziyuan felt that the surroundings were getting colder and colder, and the air pressure was getting lower and lower. Kirin was also listening to her on the side, and from time to time, he would curse the red-clothed pervert. When he heard that Yifeng had taken Ning Xiuma as a hostage to force Shui Yilan to release her, Kirin was angry. This Yifeng is such a bastard. My master was obviously threatened. She was not with that pervert, but he actually used my master as a hostage. That red-clothed pervert did not care about my master at all. Why would she be threatened? Yin Ziyuan could not see Han Shanyue's face clearly, but she felt a pair of sharp eyes looking at her. When she heard Kirin's words, she was a bit sad. Yifeng was wrong to do this, but at that time, he had no other choice. But the red-clothed Guqin player was indeed threatened, so we were able to escape with our lives. Kirin was stunned for a moment and said, so the red-clothed evildoer was not completely heartless to my master. When he finished this sentence, he felt that Han Shanyue looked at him, and his body felt a chill. Continue. Han Shanyue spat out these 3 words. Yin Ziyuan explained everything in detail. After she finished, she kowtowed to him. Great master, I beg you to save Shui Shui. Xiuema. It is really dangerous for her to stay by the red-clothed Guqin player's side. Also, please save the mermaid. It is Zi Yuan's savior. If it is taken away by Yi Qianbei, I don't know what will happen to it. She kowtowed incessantly. Han Shanyue stood up and faintly said, Ning Xiuma is my person. There is no need for you to beg. I will save her myself. You can go. He turned around and was about to leave. Yin Ziyuan heard him say this and was a bit relieved. But there was still the mermaid in Yi Qinghuan's hands. She quickly chased after him. Master, that mermaid, Yifeng's life is not over yet. Han Shanyue only left these 6 words, and then rode away on Kirin. Yin Ziyuan was stunned. It was as if thunder had struck her. Yifeng, Yifeng, the mermaid who risked his life to save her, was actually Yifeng. Yifeng was actually a mermaid? How could it be? Her head was buzzing. She sat on the ground with a thump. Her mind was filled with Yifeng. Chapter 538. Yin Ziyuan's secret guard had always been by her side. He had shielded her from the wind and rain, saved her life several times, and was willing to do anything for her. But what about her response? She had treated him coldly several times. She had given him the hard slap. She thought that Yifeng had finally abandoned her at the most critical moment. It turned out that he hadn't. He had only been injured and turned back into a mermaid. Then he had risked his life to save her. Yifeng. Yifeng. Yin Ziyuan jumped up. No, she had to save him. He had always been the one saving her. This time, it was her turn to save him. She also knew that this Mr. Han Shanyue was a famous fortune teller. His predictions were almost iron-mouthed. No one would doubt his predictions. Furthermore, they would all be verified without a single mistake. Han Shanyue had said that Yifeng wouldn't die, which made her feel more at ease. However, how could she truly feel at ease if she didn't see him escape with her own eyes? She turned around and dashed away. She knew where Yi Qinghuan's residence was. She wanted to take a look and explore. When Yunqi appeared in front of Kirin's line of sight, riding on a winged snow lion, Kirin's eyes widened. A fairy. It couldn't believe that it had met such an elegant and fairy-like fairy in such a dark and murky place. Snow as skin and jade as bones. This was exactly her. She was elegant and refined. Her actions carried a natural immortal aura. The muddy primal chaos river seemed to have become much brighter because of her arrival. Looking at her, Kirin couldn't help but think of its master. Its master was also a beauty, but compared to this woman, she seemed a little lacking. At least, its master had the aura of the mortal world, but this woman was so beautiful that she didn't have a trace of the mortal world. Mr. Yunshi floated down from the snow lion's back and bowed to Han Shanyue. He was actually here to look for this big block of ice. Kirin's ears immediately perked up and its eyes widened. It looked at Yunshi from head to toe, and then from her feet to her head. This woman was so perfect from head to toe. Even her bearing was impeccable. What was her relationship with Han Shanyue? Mr. D? Wasn't his surname Han? Or was he using a fake name in front of its master? He really doesn't have any sincerity towards master. It would rather tell this woman its real name than tell its master. At this moment, Kirin's heart was filled with countless complaints. Its eyes returned to Han Shanyue. This big block of ice was actually smiling. Although the smile was very faint, it still made Kirin feel uncomfortable. This big block of ice had never smiled like this in front of its master before. Even his tone wasn't as cold as before. Yunshi, where's your soul-searching bird? Yunshi smiled sweetly. Here. She opened her jade-like fingers, and a snow-white bird the size of a parrot appeared in her palm. The bird was still nodding off, as if it had not yet awoken. Yunshi gently touched its blood-red, hook-like mouth with her finger and said gently, "Little White, get up and get to work." After being teased by her, the bird finally opened its eyes unwillingly. When it suddenly saw Han Shanyue, its golden eyes lit up, and it jumped onto Yunshi's shoulder. Then, it bowed respectfully to Han Shanyue, as if it was paying respects. Han Shanyue waved his sleeves and said, "There's no need for these formalities. Let's find someone." A dress appeared in his palm. This is her dress, so it should have her scent. Chapter 539. Yunshi didn't dare delay. She immediately waved her hand to let the soul-searching bird sniff. Her pair of beautiful eyes also fell on that set of clothes. It was a woman's dress. Judging by the length of the dress, the owner seemed to be a little girl. Kirin's eyes widened. It had recognized that the dress was the one Ning Shuama had worn before she had soaked in the hot spring. She had only been 13 years old at that time. It was unexpected that Mr. Han had kept this dress. While the soul-searching bird was sniffing, Yunshi asked casually, "Sir, are you looking for the owner of this dress? Is it a little girl?" Han Shanyue nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. "Is she your new disciple?" Yunshi was even more curious. Han Shanyue glanced at her lightly. "Yunshi, I asked you to look for someone. Do you have to interrogate me?" Yunshi froze for a moment and smiled sweetly. "I was just curious." "Okay, I won't ask anymore." The little Qilin at the side couldn't hold it in any longer. It was most annoyed by people who spoke halfway and were unhappy with half of what they wanted to say, which made it feel somewhat suffocated. It immediately said, "My master isn't his disciple. She's his concubine." As soon as he said this, Yunshi's pretty face turned pale and she stumbled. Her eyes widened as she asked, "What?" She looked at Han Shanyue in shock and disbelief. Sir, you have a concubine?" Han Shanyue frowned slightly and said indifferently, "I did indeed have a marriage agreement with her. I took her as a concubine." Why? Yunshi's eyes widened. "Do you need to ask why?" Han Shanyue glanced at her and said flatly, "There's no reason. I took her because I wanted to." But, Yunshi stuttered. "But what?" "But sir, haven't you always never been involved in relationships?" Yunshi still hadn't recovered from her shock. "Who told you that I took her in because of relationships?" Han Shanyue's voice was even fainter. "It wasn't because of relationships? Could it be that he had other difficulties?" Yunshi's heart, which had sunk to the bottom of the lake, finally rose a little. "Then why?" Han Shanyue's expression turned cold. "Yunshi, I have no obligation to answer your questions. If you don't want to, then forget it." Yunshi hurriedly said, "Sir, please don't take offense." She was just curious. Yunshi will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for Mister's orders. The soul-searching bird was indeed useful. After it sniffed Ning Shuama's clothes, it circled in the sky a few times. Suddenly, it raised its head and screeched. Then it shot off in a certain direction like an arrow. The sky in the distance was already turning white. A dilapidated temple rustled in the autumn wind, dim and desolate. This place was 800 miles away from the Primal Chaos River. It was located in the middle of a wilderness. In the distance, there were a few scattered tombs in an empty village. There must have been people here a long time ago, otherwise there wouldn't be this temple. However, with the passage of time, the village declined and the temple was abandoned. The temple was empty. There was not a single person in sight, but there were signs that someone had been here. The soul-searching bird dived into the temple and circled the praying mat on the ground, chirping nonstop. Yunshi immediately said, "Sir, it said that she used to rest here." Actually, Kirin didn't need her to say anything. It knew that its master had been here before, because there were remnants of Ning Shiwama's aura and that perverted Schwerlance. Chapter 540. Han Shanyue's gaze was fixed on the praying mat. After a moment of silence, he suddenly reached out and picked up the praying mat, turning it over and over to examine it carefully. He even brought it close to his nose to sniff it. Yunshi's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. After knowing him for so many years, she knew better than anyone else how misophobic Han Shanyue was. Even if a golden praying mat was placed in front of him, he wouldn't even look at it, let alone this gray praying mat. Now he had picked it up and was even sniffing it. How worried was he about that girl that he was behaving in such an unusual manner? Was that little girl really a concubine that he had taken in through a scheme of power? Her fingers had already dug into her palms, but she didn't realize it. She forced herself to stay awake and pretended to be calm as she looked at Han Shanyue. She was as bright, beautiful, and noble as usual. Han Shanyue lightly hit the praying mat a few times. A few strands of red silk floated through the cracks of the praying mat and landed in his palm. His gaze fell on the strands of red silk, and his gaze was ice cold. Kirin jumped to his side and sniffed the praying mat. Suddenly it cried out, "My master once lay on it. There is blood on it." It glanced at the red silk in Han Shanyue's palm and sniffed it again. "My master's scent is also on it." She had been kidnapped by a devilish man and had once laid on the praying mat. There was blood and torn cloth. The combination of these three elements gave people a lot of room for imagination. Yunshi blurted out, "Could it be that she was already?" Before she could finish her sentence, Han Shanyue glanced at her. His gaze was sharp and cold, causing Yunshi to feel a chill in her heart. She didn't finish her sentence. Instead, she sighed softly. "They have already left this place. Let's look elsewhere." Kirin was still naive and didn't understand. It looked at Yunshi with its round eyes and said seriously, "What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that my master has already been killed by that man?" "Of course not. I established a blood contract with her. If she was really killed, I would be dead too." Yunshi glanced at Han Shanyue and sighed softly. "This child is really cute." She raised her hand and wanted to rub Kirin's horn. Kirin dodged with a jump. Its horn could only be touched by its master. No one else was allowed to touch it. Yunshi's hand froze for a moment before she put it down. She obviously wouldn't stoop to Kirin's level, so she just nodded and looked at Kirin in surprise. She had already learned from Kirin's words that it was the missing girl's pet beast. She was a little puzzled that such a Kirin beast had been tamed by an ordinary girl. Now that he heard the words blood contract, he couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Han Shanyue with a complicated expression. "Sir, did you help her tame this Kirin?" He even established a blood contract for them. Han Shanyue's sleeves fluttered as he walked out. "They left 4 hours ago. Let's continue the search." He took the lead and walked out of the temple without answering Yunshi's question. Yunshi froze on the spot for a moment as she watched Kirin run out. Her red lips pursed slightly as she followed after him. "Sir, this Kirin is really cute." Yunshi praised Kirin as she walked side by side with Han Shanyue. "Oh," Han Shanyue replied with one word. "Sir, Yunshi also want a pet beast like this." Yunshi looked at the little Qilin with a hint of envy in her eyes. Chapter 541. "Don't you already have a winged snow lion?" Han Shanyue finally replied to her with a long sentence. The snow lion had always been by Yunshi's side. It obviously understood human language and immediately rubbed its head against Yunshi's hand. Yunshi sighed faintly and raised her hand to stroke the snow lion's fur. "Yes, this snow lion was also given to me by Mr. I like it very much, but Little White is a terrestrial beast, and I lack an aquatic beast." Mister, when you are free, can you catch a Cheelin for me as a mount? Before Han Shan-Yue could say anything, Kieran had already jumped up. Cheelins are mythical beasts. They won't be anyone's pet. Do you think Cheelins are water buffaloes? That you can catch one casually? Her words were too insulting to the Cheelin family. Yunshi was stunned. But aren't you that girl's pet? Kieran said angrily. I'm not a pet. We're friends. She won't treat me as a pet. Then I also want a Cheelin that I can establish a blood contract with. I can also treat it as a friend. Yunshi didn't give up and looked at Han Shan-Yue. Sir, don't you think so? Han Shan-Yue turned to look at her. Is this your condition for helping me find someone? Yunshi was stunned. Of course not. Sir, Yunshi is just... If this is your condition for helping me find someone, I can agree to it. After 100 years, I will give you a Cheelin beast. But our friendship ends here. Han Shan-Yue's voice was cold and indifferent. Yunshi's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, Sir, you're thinking too much. Yunshi isn't using this as a bargaining chip. Sir and Yunshi are close friends, so it's natural for me to help you find someone. Yunshi just thought that Kieran was fun and said it casually. Sir, please don't take offense. Han Shan-Yue glanced at her. This is your only chance to get a Cheelin beast. You really don't want it? No, I don't want it. Our friendship isn't something a Cheelin beast can compare to. Sir, just take it as a joke. Yunshi didn't dare to say anything about Kieran again. She lowered her head as a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. Yunshi, after this matter is over, I can give you another rare beast as a reward for your hard work. Yunshi sighed and said seriously, Mister, I've always treated you as my best friend. Even if you asked me to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, I wouldn't even frown, let alone find someone for you. What does Sir think of Yunshi? Her eyes dimmed. Could it be that Sir has never treated Yunshi as a friend? If Sir continues to say such things, Yunshi will really be heartbroken. Han Shan-Yue nodded slightly and said, You don't have to worry too much. I originally wanted to make it up to you. Since you don't want it, then forget it. The group followed behind the soul-searching bird. The two humans and two beasts naturally traveled at an unprecedented speed. A distance of 100 miles was only the time it took to brew a cup of tea for them. Signs of human habitation finally appeared in front of them. It was a small city. Although it was not big, it was very prosperous. It was already early in the morning. Although the sun had only risen halfway, most of the people in the small city had already woken up, gone to work, and opened the market. From time to time, people would walk by in twos and threes on the narrow streets. There were also early cars that sped by on the streets. Small merchants and peddlers were hawking their wares along the streets. It was a scene of prosperity and prosperity. Chapter 542. This city wasn't big, and the people were simple and honest. Because it was located in a remote area, there weren't many officials and nobles who came here, so there weren't many opportunities to see outsiders. Han Shan-Yue and Yunshi were outstanding in both appearance and dress, so when they walked side by side on the street, many people stopped to look at them. The man was like a jade tree in the wind, and the woman was like a flower in a courtyard. They were already a very eye-catching combination, and with the majestic mythological beasts following them, they were even more eye-catching. The number of people who turned to look at them was 100%. Kieran's ears were sharp, so she heard a few words of praise from the people on the street. Phrases such as a match made in heaven, a perfect pair, and so on were more common. Kieran looked at the two people walking side by side in front of her and couldn't help but feel upset. He was her master's husband. How could he be a match made in heaven with another woman? If her master saw this, she would be furious. Han Shan-Yue was used to doing things his own way, so he didn't care about how others looked at him. In any case, no one could see his face. As for the gossip, he just treated it as a breeze and pretended not to hear it. Kieran was about to rush between them and separate the two people who were an eyesore. However, they did not expect that from the other end of the long street, an incomparably ostentatious carriage would rush towards them at full speed. Yunshi also heard the discussions around her, and her heart beat wildly. She looked at Han Shan-Yue, who was walking beside her, and her mind was slightly intoxicated. In this moment of distraction, She didn't notice the carriage rushing in front of her. Be careful! Her sleeve was pulled by someone, and she narrowly avoided the carriage. When the carriage passed by, it brought a strong gust of wind that lifted her long hair. She was shocked and cried out softly as she threw herself into the arms of the person next to her. The person next to her stiffened slightly and pulled her back a little. Then, he pushed her away. Yunshi. Han Shangyue frowned slightly. This was the first time he had seen Yunshi act so carelessly. Although the carriage was fast, with Yunshi's skills, she should have been able to dodge it easily. She shouldn't have stood there foolishly like other weak women, waiting to be hit. Yunshi's pretty face turned slightly pale. She brushed her hair and smiled bitterly. I can't stand the smell of those coarse rouge and powder. Every time I smell it, I feel dizzy. The same goes for the soul-searching bird. As if to prove her words, the soul-searching bird flapping its wings in front of her seemed to have drunk too much. It flew in a figure 8 in the air and plummeted down. Yunshi raised her sleeve and caught the bird in her hand. Just now, when the carriage passed by, there was a lot of chatter and the smell of cosmetics was really strong. At that time, Han Shangyue subconsciously held his breath. The carriage had already passed by, but the smell of cosmetics was still lingering in the air, giving people a headache. How is it? Han Shangyue frowned as his gaze landed on the soul-seeking bird that was shaking its legs and pretending to be dead. Let it rest for a while. It's best to purify the surrounding air. This bird is more sensitive to the smell of cosmetics. Yunshi fanned the soul-searching bird with her little hand. In order to get the bird to get up early to work, Han Shangyue waved his sleeve gently. A whirlwind instantly appeared on the street. It spun around the entire street and gradually dissipated in the distance. After the whirlwind passed, the smell of cosmetics was indeed gone. It was as fresh as if it had just rained. Chapter 543. Yunshi naturally knew that this was all thanks to Han Shangyue, so she smiled sweetly. Thank you, mister. Han Shangyue nodded slightly. Can it look for someone now? It should be able to. Yunshi released the bird again. The bird swayed for a bit before finally moving forward again. This kind of bird followed the aura of the person it was looking for. In other words, it had to go to every place that Ning Shuima had gone to. When the soul-searching bird stopped in front of a building and started chirping nonstop, it refused to fly forward no matter what. Yunshi was stunned. She looked at the small building in front of her, which was covered in colorful gauze and hung with countless red lanterns. She smiled bitterly. The soul-searching bird said that she went inside. Han Shangyue raised his head and looked at the small building. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. It was obviously a brothel. The women in the brothel were usually open at night, so it was very cold and cheerless in the early morning. There weren't any gorgeously dressed ladies upstairs. There was only a servant downstairs who was sitting at the door and dozing off. Yunshi frowned slightly. What a strong smell of mortal powder. Mister, the soul-searching bird won't enter this place. You. Before she could finish her sentence, a breeze blew past her. Han Shangyue had disappeared without a trace. He had obviously gone into the brothel to look for someone. How could Kirin remain calm when it heard that its owner was inside? Even if it was a brothel, it would break into a brothel. It leaped up and flew toward the small building as well. Yunshi stood there, her face pale. Dizwo was such a clean freak, yet he had entered such a filthy place for that woman. What was that woman's position in his heart? Concubine? In this world, a concubine was something that could be casually discarded. If the men here were happy, they could casually give away their concubines. Why would they care? They wouldn't change their habits that they had maintained for thousands of years for a concubine. What kind of person was that woman? How could she make Dizwo treat her like this? Yunshi clenched her fists tightly. Suddenly, she steeled her heart and floated into the air, heading towards the small building. It was easy to imagine what kind of scenery there would be in the brothel in the morning. Han Shanyue's search was very fast. Wherever he went, he woke up many pairs of lovebirds, causing a commotion. When Yunshi finally caught up with him, he had just startled a pair of wild lovebirds that were having sex early in the morning. This pair of lovebirds was enjoying themselves when Han Shanyue suddenly barged in. The man was so scared that he almost couldn't get up. He jumped up from the bed and roared, "Which bastard is it?" Before he could finish cursing, his vision went black and he fell on the bed with a plop. He was on top of the woman, who was still in a daze. The woman immediately screamed. Before they could say anything, a large blanket came down on them, covering their naked bodies from head to toe. When Yunshi went in, she didn't even get a clear look at the two white shadows before her eyes were covered by a brocade handkerchief. "Go outside and wait, Yunshi." Han Shanyue's voice rang out not far from her. Yunshi only felt a strong force pushing her away. By the time she reacted, she was already outside the door. She lifted her hand and took off the brocade handkerchief. When she looked at it, she couldn't help but take a whiff. This was Dee's brocade handkerchief. It was filled with his refreshing scent. Chapter 544. Dee's was quite considerate toward her. Yunshi's face was filled with joy. He had been afraid of seeing those dirty scenes, so he had covered her eyes with a brocade handkerchief. Her heart was beating wildly as she carefully put away the brocade handkerchief. Before Yunshi could finish her thoughts, Kieran had also come out. Han Shanyue wasn't so polite to it. "Get out of here." Kieran had obviously been thrown out. It staggered in the corridor, but quickly steadied itself. It was still unconvinced. "Why can you see it, but I can't? Isn't it just a fight between demons? It's not like I haven't seen it before." It had asked its master about this question, and its master had told it that naked men and women rolling around together was called a fight between demons. Yunshi was speechless. Her face and ears were red. She finally understood what the two white things were that she didn't have time to see clearly just now. She was too embarrassed to stay there any longer, so she turned and flew down the small building to wait outside. After the commotion, the other people in the small building woke up with a start. It was a mess. Some people were shouting, some were yelling, and some were shouting to capture the assassin. There were many hired thugs and tortoise slaves in the brothel. They all rushed up, wanting to capture the person who had dared to barge in. Yunshi was waiting downstairs from afar. She had heard the commotion upstairs, but she wasn't worried about Han Shanyue. It was undoubtedly a fool's dream for the people here to capture him. They would be lucky if they didn't get slapped to death. A moment later, the chaotic brothel suddenly quieted down. The shouting people seemed to have been suppressed by someone's aura. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Yunshi also held her breath. Had he found the person he was looking for? That girl had been brought to this place. Her chastity had probably been lost. If that girl had lost her chastity, how could she still be worthy of Dizwa? Actually, even if she hadn't lost her chastity, she still wouldn't be worthy. Now that she had lost her chastity, she was even less worthy. She even felt that being Dizwa's maid was dirty. Just as she was thinking about this, Han Shanyue's figure appeared upstairs. He lowered his sleeves and said, "Yunshi, let the soul-searching bird come up." Could it be that he didn't find it? Yunshi's heart was in a mess. She didn't know if she was hoping to find him or not. She didn't dare delay, so her figure flashed, and she floated up. Her clothes fluttered as she landed upstairs. Han Shanyue must have used a spell to clear the air in this building. The unique smell of cosmetics in the brothel had already disappeared without a trace. The soul-searching bird circled around the building for a while before flying straight into one of the rooms. Han Shanyue's expression changed slightly as he followed him in. This room was obviously a courtesan's boudoir. The decorations inside were gorgeous and gaudy. The most conspicuous thing was a large carved bed in the room. The bedding on the bed was messy. It was obvious that someone had slept here not long ago. The soul-seeking bird carefully hopped onto the big bed and chirped nonstop. Yunshi paused and looked at Han Shanyue's unfriendly expression. It said that she slept on this bed. "Master." Kieran pounced on the bed and sniffed with all its might. However, it couldn't smell anything. It looked up at Han Shanyue and asked, "Master, why can't I smell her?" Shui Lan cleaned up the traces of this place. Han Shanyue's voice was cold. "That bastard. He actually brought Xiuma here. He even let her sleep on such a dirty bed." Chapter 545. That bastard. He had actually brought Xiuma here. He had even let her sleep on such a dirty bed. Han Shanyue turned around and asked the trembling brothel keeper, "Where did the girl who slept here go last night?" His aura was too strong, and his voice was too cold. The brothel keeper was so scared that her eyes were wide open, and she couldn't speak. Yunshi had no choice but to soften her voice and help her ask. She had a gentle personality, and she finally managed to calm the brothel keeper down. However, although the brothel keeper's mind was normal, she was obviously confused. This is Huan Shui's room. She has been sleeping here all this time. She turned around and called for Huan Shui. A young girl dressed in green walked out from the group of women and answered in a trembling voice, "This is indeed my room. I was in this room all last night." She paused for a moment, then continued, "I even received a guest. Ning Xiuama had been lying here, and this woman had been receiving a guest? She had been doing such dirty things beside her?" Han Shanyue slowly clenched his fingers and waved his sleeve. The woman named Huan Shui screamed and fell down the stairs. Fortunately, the building wasn't very high, so she wasn't seriously injured from the fall. She was only temporarily crippled, so she scrambled to another room and didn't dare to come out again. Kirin jumped up. "That's not right." Han Shanyue looked at it. "What's not right?" Kirin said, "That woman didn't fight in this room just now. There's no such smell here. There was actually a special smell of adrenaline when a man and a woman made love." Kirin smelled it a few more times, so they had experience. Han Shanyue was speechless. He instantly understood. The woman named Huan Shui didn't dare to lie at this time. She had probably been bewitched and received a guest in another room. After all, the rooms here were all similar. Shuilan seemed to have thought of everything. He was as cunning as an old fox. He had made Xiuama sleep here for half the night. Where had he gone after that? He looked at Yunshi. To be exact, he was looking at the bird in her palm. Let it continue searching. Upon hearing this, the bird flew up and circled around the building. This time, it didn't choose a direction to fly in. Instead, it landed and chirped at Yunshi. Yunshi frowned and said, "Sir, the soul-searching bird said that it can't sense anything now." Can't sense it? How could he not sense it? Was Ning Xiuama still in this building? It was impossible that he couldn't find it. The most likely reason for this was that the person had smeared Ning Xiuama's body with a scent that the soul-searching bird hated, so that it could no longer search for her. The smell of disgust. That carriage with the thick smell of cosmetics. He turned his head and immediately asked the brothel keeper, "Are there any girls here who were sent out? How many of you left just now?" The brothel keeper was at a loss. "We don't go out in the morning, and no girls go out." After hearing what she said, the horse carriage became even more suspicious. Could it be that Ning Xiuama was in that carriage? Had he just brushed past her? Han Shanyue turned around and wanted to leave. The brothel keeper muttered to herself. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and slapped her head. "I remember now. I have a younger sister who came home this morning. She asked me to lend her a few top girls. They just left." Han Shanyue paused. That carriage belonged to the brothel keeper? Then there was nothing suspicious. Chapter 546. Han Shanyue paused for a moment before flying down the stairs. Yunshi and Kirin hurriedly followed, and the two of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. The brothel keeper was dumbfounded. This was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. She had actually seen two top-notch men in one night. Two? Who was the other one? The brothel keeper vaguely felt that she had seen a handsome guy, but she couldn't remember who he was. A courtesan walked over and asked her in surprise, "Mother, when did you have a younger sister? How did I remember that Mother was an orphan? I wanted to ask Mother this morning, but I didn't dare to ask. That woman even took away a few of our ladies." The brothel keeper was speechless. Her head buzzed, and she seemed to have finally reacted. Yes, she didn't have a younger sister. Her family was all dead, and she was the only one left. Then who was the woman she had affectionately sent away early in the morning? Wait a minute. That woman had taken away 5 or 6 of her ladies? The brothel keeper felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She jumped up and said, "Hurry up and check for me. Which ladies were taken away?" She was usually so stingy that she would calculate and spend even 1 tael of silver. Now that so many ladies had been taken away, she felt as if she was about to die. After a moment of chaos, someone came back and reported, Mother, it was Peony, Jasmine, and 6 others. All of them were her top ladies. The brothel keeper broke down. Hurry up and chase after them. The slaves didn't move. Mother, you swore that you would give those ladies to your so-called younger sister. If you go back on your word and chase after them, you will be struck by lightning from the heavens. The brothel keeper was speechless. When Ning Xiumo really woke up, she was in a carriage. Then she was a little stunned. There were 6 seductively dressed women around Ning Xiumo. The smell of their cosmetics rushed into her nose, causing her to sneeze loudly as soon as she opened her eyes. You're awake. Mother, you're awake. Io, Mother, you're awake. Mother, are you tired from lying down? Let me massage your legs for you. Those women were frighteningly passionate and attentive. Mother, Mother, Ning Xiumo turned over and tried to sit up. Where was she now? Was this a dream? Or did she transmigrate in her sleep again? As soon as she moved, the 6 beauties held her down one after another. Mother, your body is still very weak. It's better for you to rest. That's right, Mom. You don't look well. Peony's heart aches just looking at her. The 6 beauties took turns kissing each other. Ning Xiumo only felt her head buzzing and her head swelling up by his size. She didn't have much strength in her body, so she couldn't move after being pressed down by these 6 women. This scene was too strange. It was almost the same as when she had just transmigrated to Ning Xiumo's mansion and was locked in an iron cage. Bring me a mirror, she said. Even she herself was shocked by the sound she made. Her voice had also changed. The originally delicate and crisp, lowly voice had become old and hoarse. She was simply like an old woman in her 60s or 70s. The women couldn't help but look at each other when they saw her distorted expression. The women might forget to bring other things when they went out, but mirrors were indispensable. Immediately, someone took out a smooth bronze mirror and handed it to her. Chapter 547. Ning Xiumo raised her hand to take the mirror. She looked into the mirror and felt as if she had been hit by a stick. Even her breathing almost stopped. What appeared in the mirror was an old lady with wrinkles on her face. Her hair was white, and she looked like a nouveau riche with a few gold hairpins. Her small eyes were slightly squinted. Her mouth was already shriveled, but her lips were painted red. Oh my God! Who was the old witch in the mirror? Was it her? Ning Xiumo's gaze fell on her hand that was holding the mirror. Her hand that used to be delicate had become like the bark of an old pine tree. There were also spots of age spots on the back of her hand. Thud! The mirror fell from her hand. She had always thought of herself as a calm empress. No matter what strange things happened to her, she would be able to stay calm and find the best solution. This was also the reason why she had always been proud of herself. But now, she could no longer stay calm. Her head was buzzing. Countless images flashed before her eyes. Shui Alan had cast a voodoo spell on her. Not long after she ran out, she was violently pulled back and crashed into Shui Alan's arms. Then, she felt pain and numbness all over her body. In her daze, she heard Shui Alan talking to her. Then, she completely fainted. When she woke up, she had turned into this old witch. What kind of mother was she? Was someone forcing her to age? Or did she die as Ning Xiumo in her previous life and transmigrated into this old pimp's body? No matter which one it was enough for her to break down. When she transmigrated into a 12 or 13-year-old girl, God did not treat her too badly. After all, she was a beautiful girl. Even if she was a good-for-nothing, she could accept it and work hard with that identity. But now, she had turned into an old lady. How could Ning Xiumo, who always cared about her appearance, accept this? She tried her best to calm herself down. Then, she seemed to have thought of something. She raised her arm and rolled up her sleeves, revealing a large part of her arm. She wore a few gold bracelets on her wrist. When she raised her arm, they made a series of clanging sounds. The skin on her arm that was hidden in her sleeves was also loose. It was no different from an old lady's arm. She was still unwilling to give up and decided to touch herself. But no matter where he touched, the skin on her body was loose. Every time he touched it, there would be a handful of wrinkles. Ning Xiumo was about to cry. Heavens, let another bolt of divine lightning strike her. She did not want to transmigrate into an old lady. Don't be a brothel keeper. This was challenging her bottom line. When the women saw her grief-stricken appearance, they all tried to comfort her. It was nothing more than that her mother's body would recover. There was no need to worry. It would have been better if they hadn't comforted her. The more they comforted her, the more miserable Ning Xiuma felt. She was already dizzy, and now that these women were quarreling, her head hurt even more. Shut up, all of you. After all, she was used to being the boss, so she acted quickly. Although her voice was hoarse, it was very imposing, faintly overflowing with killing intent. The women shuddered. Everybody felt the hair on their backs stood up. They were indescribably scared. Sure enough, they all shut their mouths and stared at Ning Xiuma anxiously. Old lady, why do you have to be so angry? Now that we have so many girls, our days will get better and better. A voice came from the corner. It was also old and hoarse, but it was a man's voice. Old lady, why did this name sound so strange? So scary? Chapter 548. Ning Xiuma looked in the direction of the voice and found that there was an old man sitting in the corner of the carriage. He had the same wrinkled skin and white hair. He was also dressed like a nouveau riche. His face even looked a little wretched. He looked like a pimp in the movies. At this moment, his pair of muddy eyes were looking at her helplessly. Needless to say, this man was the husband of this old body of hers. Ning Xiuma couldn't bear the blow and closed her eyes. She really wanted to die at this moment. She raised her hand and pulled out a hairpin from her head and directly stabbed it into her heart. Since she could transmigrate after she died, she wanted to transmigrate again. Even if she was beaten to death, she wouldn't be a wrinkled old woman. Amidst the women's cries of alarm, her wrist was tightly gripped by someone. Old woman, we're about to have a good life. Why do you want to die? That old man's movements were actually very fast. He actually managed to grab her wrist in the nick of time. The hand on her wrist was slightly warm. There were also age spots and old pine bark. However, when he grabbed her wrist, it didn't feel rough. Moreover, the strength was very precise. It didn't hurt her, and she couldn't break free. Okay, old woman, I know you feel bad because your legs are useless. Don't worry, I will always take care of you and won't let you suffer any grievances. The pimp patted her hand as if he was coaxing a child. His actions made the other girls envious as well. In their line of work, their lives were like floating duckweed. Although there were many men around them, how many of them could be entrusted with their lives? Most of the women in the brothel had a miserable fate in the end. Not to mention marrying a high official. It was already a blessing if they could marry an ordinary man who cared about them. Now, the old woman in front of her was ugly and paralyzed. This old man actually treated her so well. She really met the right person. This body was actually a paralyzed person. Ning Xiuma felt like she was hit by a stick again. She stared at the old man. No one knew what she was thinking. The old man sighed and raised his hand to stroke her hair. Old woman, don't think too much. Do you want to drink some water to moisten your throat? He was probably afraid that she would try to kill herself again, so he simply removed the sharp hairpins on her head. Then, he carried her in his arms and let her drink the honey water that he had just made. It was probably due to the smell of the girl's cosmetics in the carriage that Ning Xiuma could smell the same scent on the old man's body. When she was helped up and laid in his arms, goosebumps rose all over her body. She subconsciously pushed the bowl away. I won't drink it. It had been 3 to 4 minutes since she woke up, and her mind, which had been struck by lightning, finally began to calm down. He vaguely sensed that something was not right here. She could faintly feel that her carriage was moving very fast. Although she was covered with thick bedding, she still felt a little bumpy. The bumpy ride made her bones hurt. She sensed that there was no psychokinesis in her body. Even the inner force that she was so proud of had disappeared without a trace. She could not feel her legs. She wanted to move her legs, but the nerves in her body did not direct her in that direction. Sure enough, she was paralyzed. She threw a tantrum and did not give the old man a good face. The old man was not angry. He just smiled and rubbed her hair to comfort her. Chapter 549. He bent down and whispered in her ear, Old woman, your hair is messy. Let me comb it for you. His warm breath by her ear made the hair on the back of Ning Shuima's neck stand up. She raised her hand and tried to push him away. "Get out of my way." The old man held her hand again. "Old woman, your temper is getting worse and worse. It's not good for your health." He tried his best to persuade her. It seemed that he was thinking about her. Ning Shuima felt like she was going to explode under the envious gazes of the other women. She took a deep breath and then another. "Open the window. It's suffocating." The smell of cosmetics in the carriage was so strong that her brain almost stopped working. The old man sighed. "Old woman, you have typhoid fever. It's not suitable for you to be exposed to the cold wind. You can't open the window." Just as he said that, the carriage suddenly jolted. The half-closed window opened a little and the fresh wind blew in. Ning Shuima was slightly refreshed. Suddenly, a light voice came from outside the carriage. "Be careful." This voice was so familiar. Ning Shuima's body suddenly stiffened, and she subconsciously looked out of the window. Through the half-closed window, she saw Han Shanyue jumping to the side with a woman in his arms. The carriage moved very quickly, and this scene flashed before her eyes. She didn't even have time to see the face of the woman in his arms. She only vaguely felt that the woman was very beautiful. She even saw the majestic snow-white lion with 2 pairs of wings beside the woman. Then, she heard him call out, "Yunshi." Then, she heard the gentle voice of the woman. Yunshi can't stand the smell of coarse cosmetics. Every time she smells it, she feels dizzy. So does the soul-searching bird. She subconsciously looked back and saw Han Shanyue standing beside the woman. He seemed to be looking at the bird in her hand and was even fanning the bird with his sleeve. At that moment, the sunlight shone on the golden boy and jade girl, as if inlaid with a circle of faint silver light. It was warm and peaceful. Inside the carriage, the girls chattered and laughed. Ning Shuima could no longer hear the conversation between Han Shanyue and the girl. She suddenly didn't want to listen anymore. Why was he here? Who was the woman beside him? What was their relationship? Most importantly, she saw an old acquaintance. Did this mean that she was still in this era? What year is it now? Ning Shuima suddenly asked the girl beside her. The girl was startled and replied, "It's the autumn equinox of Lu Xian's 38th year." After answering, she asked in astonishment, "Mama, you even forgot the year?" Ning Shuima's heart seems to have a flash of lightning. It's still the same era, and this day is only 1 day away from when she fell into Shui Yilan's hands and was plotted against by him. "Old woman, what's wrong?" The old man hugged her tightly. Ning Shuima stared at him coldly. "Who are you?" The old man's eyes flashed with surprise. "Old woman, what's wrong?" "I'm your husband." "Then what's your name?" "What's my name?" "Where is our customs clearance document?" Ning Shuima asked several questions in one breath. The old man sighed. "You're confused because you're sick. You even forgot your name. I'm called Shui Fenghua. As for you, you're called Wei Chunhua. Here, this is our customs clearance document." Chapter 550. 2 customs clearance documents were placed next to Ning Shuima's hand. Ning Shuima clenched her teeth and took the documents. She glanced at them. The names on the documents were exactly the same as what the old man had said. Wei Chunhua. Unexpectedly, she had the same name as Wei Xiaobao's mother. Ning Shuima stared at the old man. After staring for a moment, her eyes revealed a hint of doubt. "So it's like this?" She lowered her eyelids and sighed. "I actually can't remember anything." The old man smiled and hugged her. "Chunhua, don't worry. Even if you forget everything, it doesn't matter. It's fine as long as I remember everything. I will always be by your side." His deep affection made Ning Shuima feel nauseous. Ning Shuima forced a smile. She looked at the peach blossoms and lioli around her. "Who are these lively little girls?" "They were given to you by your older sister. Our hopes for the rest of our lives are all on them. After we go back, we will open a lovely spring courtyard. With these beautiful girls, our customers will definitely come rolling in." The old man outlined a beautiful blueprint for her future life. Ning Shuima sighed. At this time, she seemed to have finally accepted her fate. These girls are indeed lively. Each and every one of them are like spring onions. She closed her eyes again. After resting for a moment, she opened her eyes again. "What's wrong with my legs?" How come I can't even feel them now? The old man said, You probably caught a cold. Since the day before yesterday, you suddenly couldn't move. That's right. Mama, at that time, Master carried you to our courtyard. I really didn't expect that you were our Wei Mama's younger sister. A girl named Peony at the side spoke quickly. She giggled as she talked about the situation at that time. Ning Xuemao seemed to be curious. Wei Mama, which courtyard did you originally belong to? We are the girls from your biological sister, Wei Qiuhua's courtyard. That courtyard is called Yizhanghong. It is quite famous in this small town. Peony opened her chatterbox. Actually, our mama Wei has always declared to the outside world that she's an orphan. So when Master came to visit while carrying you, it really gave us a fright. What's more, I didn't expect that Mama Wei would give us to you without saying anything. You should know that our mama is a famous miser. She seemed to realize that she had said something wrong, so she pursed her lips and stopped talking. Ning Xuemao was at a loss again. So I have an older sister. My head is buzzing right now, and I can't remember anything. I don't even remember entering your courtyard. Mother, you were unconscious at the time, so of course you don't remember, Peony explained. Master carried you here and has been waiting on you in the room since. When we left this morning, it was also Old Master who carried you into the carriage. Old Master is so considerate to Mother. It really makes people envious. Ning Xuemao raised her head and rubbed her eyebrows. I see. She glanced at the old man who had been hugging her and said with concern, Old man, so you did so many things while I was unconscious. Are you tired? It's fine if you put me down. Go over there and rest. Okay? That old man didn't seem to think that she would accept her fate so quickly. He carefully looked at her eyebrows and eyes. Chunhua, are you all right? Ning Xuemao slightly shook her head. I have to live according to the person I was reincarnated as. Since I'm now Wei Chunhua, I naturally have to live well. Reincarnated? Chunhua, do you think you've reincarnated? If you reincarnated, shouldn't you be a child? Chapter 551. Ning Xuemao closed her eyes and said, Sometimes, a person who has escaped death cannot be reincarnated as a child. Instead, they will possess the body of a person who has just died. The old man's eyes flashed. Are you talking about reincarnating in someone else's body? Ning Xuemao sighed. You can say that. Do you think you reincarnated in someone else's body? The old man held her hand. Ning Xuemao accepted her fate and closed her eyes. I don't know. I always feel that I was still a little girl just a moment ago, but when I woke up, I became an old woman. It really feels like an impermanent dream. The old man smiled. No wonder she could calm down so quickly. It turned out that she thought so. He raised his hand and rubbed Ning Xuemao's hair. All right, don't think so much. You are Wei Chunhua. Look at the nonsense you were saying. You are scaring these children. Ning Xuemao's hair was a little numb from his rubbing. She raised her hand and patted him. You are already so old. Don't be so mushy. I'm not a little girl. She looked around. The girls were indeed a little frightened by their ghostly conversation. They quietly scattered and sat away, not daring to surround the two of them. Chunhua, you will always be a little girl in my heart. The old man said affectionately. His eyes, which were almost squeezed out by his wrinkles, seemed to be flashing with light. Ning Xuemao closed her eyes. Yes, I know. You go and rest first. I also want to be alone. The old man patted her hand. All right, then you can sleep for a while. I will stay by your side. Sure enough, he sat cross-legged beside her and closed his eyes to rest. The girls looked at each other. These two people would be their support in the future, so naturally they could not offend them. The girls in this line of work were the best at observing people's expressions. They also quieted down and did not dare to say anything. Ning Xuemao rested for a while. She seemed to be a little bored, so she opened her eyes and chatted with the girls. She asked them about their life in the garden, their hobbies, their specialties, and so on. Those women naturally answered all of her questions, and the carriage was once again filled with laughter and laughter. From their conversation, Ning Xuemao knew that these girls were all top girls who were proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Their music skills were especially good. Ning Xuemao was very pleased. You are all talented women. Those high officials and nobles will definitely like you. Finally, there is hope for the rest of my life. She glanced at the old man beside her and sighed again. It must have been hard on him while I was unconscious. Let him have a good rest. Peony, help this old woman up and sit down. My bones are hurting from lying down like this. That Peony naturally came over to lend an arm to help her up. Ning Xiuma sat leaning against the car window, looking out. At this moment, the carriage had already left the city and was rushing through a wilderness. The road was not wide, and there were occasional potholes. On both sides of the road were large tracts of farmland. It was already autumn, and the crops in the farmland were tall, like a continuous array of green gauze curtains. The air outside is really good. Ning Xiuma sighed. She simply opened the window and used her hand to lean against the window to admire the scenery outside. She could not exert any strength in the lower half of her body. Sitting like this was somewhat strenuous, so she could only rely on her arms to support herself. She seemed to have exerted a little more strength, and the golden bracelet on her wrist knocked against the window. Not only did it abrade her wrist, but it also accidentally fell off her wrist and rolled out of the window. Chapter 552. Aya, my bracelet! Ning Xiuma cried out in distress. Stop the carriage! Stop the carriage! Just as the coachman outside was about to stop the carriage, the old man in the carriage opened his eyes. If it's lost, it's lost. We still have to hurry on. I'll buy you a new one later. He instructed the coachman to continue moving. Ning Xiuma was angry. Old man, you don't know how to live well. This golden bracelet is worth a lot of money. What's the trouble of picking it up? Stop the carriage, stop the carriage. The old man couldn't persuade her, so he ordered the carriage to stop the carriage and asked the girl to pick it up. Ning Xiuma's face tensed up. Old man, I remember that the bracelet was a token of our love. I don't want someone else to pick it up. The old man was stunned and frowned. It's just a bracelet. It doesn't matter who picks it up. Their legs are more nimble. Ning Xiuma glared at him. You said that you would treat me well for the rest of my life. You don't understand the hearts of women at all. She was like an 18 or 19-year-old girl. The girls in the carriage were shocked by her and had goosebumps. They thought in their hearts, she's really an old witch. She's so old, yet she's still acting like a spoiled child. However, they all spoke up for her, saying that it was better for the lover to pick up the token of love. The old man was in a hurry and didn't want to be delayed by such a small matter. He looked at Ning Xiuma and couldn't help but sigh. Okay, I'll go down and pick it up for you. Sure enough, he jumped off the carriage shakily and walked towards the bracelet. The carriage had already moved forward for a while, and the bracelet was dozens of meters away from the carriage. When he was about to reach the bracelet, he suddenly heard a scream behind him. He subconsciously turned around and saw that the carriage had turned around for some reason. It meant that the carriage was going back. Ning Xiuma, who had been staying in the carriage, jumped out of the carriage. She didn't jump off the carriage, but slapped the coachman off the carriage. Then, a golden light flashed in her palm, and she stabbed the butt of the horse, pulling the carriage. The horse pulling the carriage was in pain and screamed. It was shocked. Then, he spread his hooves and pulled the carriage towards him. The old man was startled, and his body subconsciously dodged to the side of the road. The carriage swept past him like a gust of wind, and madly rushed back the way it came. Damn it! He had been tricked by that girl. A sharp light flashed in the old man's eyes, but he stood still. He had planted a heart-linking venomous insect on her body. Once she ran 2 miles away, she would automatically fly back to him. At that time, he would teach her a lesson. The girls in the carriage panicked and screamed. Then, Ning Xiuma's stern shout made them completely shut up. That's the red-clothed zither demon who specializes in killing women. If you don't want to die, shut up. All the girls were stunned. The news about the red-clothed zither demon had spread like wildfire recently, so they had naturally heard about it. Ning Xiuma didn't allow them to be in a daze. She stretched out her hand and said, Quick, prick your fingers and drip your blood on my palm. I have a way to get you out of here. At this time, she had a kind of dignity that made people believe in her. Those girls looked at each other. In the end, they were still afraid of the red-clothed zither demon. Although they were skeptical, They still pricked their fingers with a golden hairpin and dripped their blood on Ning Shuima's broken palm. Their blood dripped on the wound, but it didn't flow out. Instead, it directly seeped into her wound. Chapter 553. Ning Shuima's arm was in severe pain. Beads of sweat seeped out of her forehead, but the corner of her mouth faintly revealed a smile. She could feel that something was cruising along the veins in her arm, approaching the wound on her palm. The frightened horse ran very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already traveled more than 2 miles. That old man was naturally Shui Lan. He was originally waiting for Ning Shuima to fly back on her own. However, he did not expect that when the carriage was about to become a small black, Ning Shuima still had no intention of flying back. Damn it. It seemed like this girl really knew how to use the heart-linking venom. She even knew how to use the blood of a prostitute to make the heart-linking venom temporarily lose its effect. This girl clearly knew his ability. She could not escape from his grasp with her own strength. So what was the purpose of her running for her life? Furthermore, she had turned back and was running towards the direction of the small town. Han Shangyue. She must be planning to go back and ask for help from Han Shangyue. It turned out that the moment she saw Han Shangyue, she already had the idea of running away. Once she met up with Han Shangyue, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to catch her. What a cunning little girl. She was so sure that Han Shangyue would save her. Shui Lan was naturally unwilling to let the cooked duck fly away. He no longer cared about pretending to be an old man and quickly chased after her. After all, he was still injured. Although he had recovered part of his strength through meditation, he was still weak and his speed was not as fast as before. Even so, his running speed was still faster than the carriage. In just a moment, the distance between the two sides had closed. The girls who were hiding in the carriage saw him running towards them and were all scared pale. This old man was indeed not an ordinary old man. How could an ordinary old man run so fast? Shui Lan's voice came from behind. Little girl, you better stop the carriage as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I catch you, I'll skin you alive. Ning Shuima clenched her teeth and leaned against the shaft of the carriage. In her hand was the golden hairpin she had stolen from Peony's hair. She acted as if she didn't hear his threat. Not only did she not stop the carriage, she even stabbed the horse's butt. The horse was simply furious. It was already running so fast, but its butt was still stabbed. Did she still have any humanity? It spread its hooves even more, causing the carriage to jump like crazy, and its ponytail also swung wildly. Ning Shuima was close to the horse's butt, so she was inevitably hit by the horse's tail. Her cheeks burned with pain, but she clenched her teeth and endured it. This was her only chance to escape. If she missed this chance, she did not know what would happen to her. Han Shangyue, I hope you are still here. I hope you are still in the town. The horse's tail. The horse's tail. The horse's tail. The horse. Shui Lan threatened Ning Shuima with a few words, but did not work. Instead, it made this girl crazily jump the horse's butt. He finally knew that threatening her was useless, so he immediately changed his target. The girls in the carriage, listen up. Quickly make her stop the carriage. Otherwise, even if I don't do anything to her, I will peel off your skin and break your bones, torturing you to death. The 6 girls in the carriage had never experienced this kind of situation before. They were already dizzy from the running carriage, so when they heard this threat, their faces became even paler. Chapter 554. Seeing him come closer and closer, fear surged in their hearts like boiling water. They knew that this man was telling the truth. They looked at Ning Shuima, who was hugging the shaft of the carriage tightly, and then looked back at Shui Lan. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask Ning Shuima to stop. Can you stop the carriage? We can't outrun him. Shut up. Not only will the zither-playing woman die in his hands, but he will also destroy her soul. If you stop now, you'll only be waiting for death. Ning Shuima turned back and shouted. Both sides seemed to have a point. The women looked at each other in fear, not knowing what to do. Don't listen to her. If you ask her to stop now, I swear to God that I won't make things difficult for you. Shuilan's voice was heard again. I'll count to 10. If you can't make her stop by then, you'll be buried with her. These words were enough. These women were originally prostitutes who had never seen the world, so they were naturally afraid of death. Shuilan's threat was very effective on them. Hearing him counting from behind, one of them couldn't hold it in anymore. She suddenly jumped out and tried to snatch the whip from Ning Xiuma's hand. Although Ning Xiuma didn't have much strength, she was still a special agent. Whether it was her skills or reaction speed, she was different from ordinary people. The woman who jumped out was just a prostitute who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. How could she be as agile as Ning Xiuma? Ning Xiuma took advantage of the situation and rolled away. Then, she pulled the reins, causing the horse to make a slight turn. The huge inertia caused the woman's body to fly out. She screamed and rolled off the carriage. The woman fell on the side of the road and was dizzy. In her dizziness, she realized that Shuilan was chasing after her. She subconsciously shouted, I tried my best. Very good. Shuilan answered her with 2 words. Almost without looking back, he flicked a flying needle and stabbed it directly into the woman's neck. The woman let out a hoarse cry, and her body went limp. His body rapidly shriveled, and in just a moment, there was only a puddle of water left. The other women on the carriage looked behind them with fear and trepidation. The carriage was moving too fast, and they didn't see the woman who fell down turn into nothingness. Instead, they saw her body rapidly shriveling. Devil! The person behind him was indeed a demon. All the women were so shocked that their faces turned pale, and some of them even wet their pants. They squeezed tightly together, desperately holding on to the railing of the carriage. With such a crazy speed, they could not even steady themselves inside, let alone rush out to fight with Ning Xiuma for control of the carriage. From afar, he could already see the walls of the small town, and Shuilan was only 200 to 300 meters away from the carriage. With his speed, Ning Xiuma's carriage wouldn't be able to enter the city before he caught up with it. Someone in the car cried out, Stop the car! Stop the car! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! Ning Xiuma turned a deaf ear. Things had already come to this point, and she could only try her best to move forward. Han Shanyue! Han Shanyue! How good would it be if you could leave the city at this time? Would you save me? Would you save me? At this most dangerous time, the only person she could think of to save her life was him. 8, 9. Shuilan was still counting. His counting sound was like a death knell. Chapter 555. These counting sounds were like the urging of death. The other women in the carriage could no longer hold themselves back. They didn't want to die. 3 women looked at each other, and almost at the same time, their bodies suddenly jumped out of the carriage. One of them tried to pull Ning Xiuma's legs while the other 2 tried to pull her arms to get the reins back. They were trying their best. Ning Xiuma didn't have much strength, and the acupuncture points on her legs were sealed. She was like a paralyzed person. It was difficult for her to deal with these 3 women. She didn't want to kill them. She even wanted to save their lives. If she had let Shuilan take her away, she might not have died, but these women wouldn't have lived long. With Shuilan's methods, they would most likely be sacrificed to the zither. Even if they died, their souls would be incomplete. She was trying to save them by risking her life to escape. However, these women didn't know the whole story. Ning Xiuma didn't have time to explain it to them. These women thought that she was selfish and only wanted to escape. She didn't care about their lives. At this critical moment, they wanted to stop her to please Shuilan. The 3 women were trying their best. Ning Xiuma couldn't get rid of them. Seeing that the reins were about to be taken away by them, she made up her mind and waved the golden hairpin in her hand. Although she didn't have much strength, she was able to accurately identify the acupuncture points. One of the women who was about to take her whip was hit in the waist acupuncture point. The woman's body went soft, and she lost all her strength. She was slapped off the carriage by Ning Xiuma. She was merciful and used a lot of strength. The woman flew out of the carriage and fell on the side of the road, instead of falling under the wheels of the carriage. After dealing with one, the other one was easy to deal with. She used the same method to get her off the carriage. The 2 women rolled on the ground, and their faces were covered in dirt. Before they could sit up, Shuilan arrived. He only said one sentence, "Useless things." These were the last words the two women heard in the mortal world. Then, their bodies collapsed and turned into puddles of smelly water. Of the 6 women in the carriage, only 3 were left. The woman who was still holding on to Ning Xiuma's leg was so scared that her whole body went soft. She didn't dare to hold on to Ning Xiuma's body anymore. She rolled and crawled back into the carriage and hugged the other 2 women, trembling. Shui Lan was getting closer and closer. The 3 women looked through the car window and could almost see the wrinkles on his face. Before he caught up, they had already keenly felt the strong, killing intent on his body, which made them feel cold all over. He had already counted to 10. Once he caught up to them, none of them would be able to survive. The desire to survive gave birth to great courage. One of the women suddenly picked up a bag beside her and threw it out of the window. The cloth bundle fell apart, and the floor was littered with clothes and miscellaneous items. There were even bottles and jars that were rolling around. There were rouge and powder. Shui Lan was in a hurry to catch up. These things were rolling around under his feet. He had to avoid them, so his speed was naturally a bit slower. You two quickly throw things down. The more scattered, the better. Peony stood at the window and shouted. The other 2 women were indeed looking for things to throw down. When these women went out, they naturally brought along a lot of luggage. Those cloth bundles were all placed in a corner. The 2 women didn't care about anything else and casually threw down those large and small bundles. Chapter 556. The 2 women didn't care about anything else. They carried all the bags over and gave them to Peony to throw down continuously. This method was indeed not bad. It slightly slowed down Shui Ilan's footsteps. In addition, with the bags being thrown out, the carriage became lighter and lighter. The horse was able to pull it with less effort, and its speed also increased. The distance between the 2 finally increased a little, from the moment Ning Xiuma seized the carriage and ran until now. Only a short 10 minutes had passed. However, it was a 10 minutes of life and death struggle. The Grim Reaper's scythe was hanging above their heads. Everyone's nerves were so tense that they almost broke. Finally, all the items in the carriage were thrown out. There was nothing left to throw. Shui Ilan quickly caught up again. At this moment, their carriage was less than 2 li away from the city gate. However, this 2 li distance was like a natural moat that could not be crossed. There seemed to be a white robe fluttering in front of the city gate. Was it him? Was it him? Ning Xiuma made up her mind. She didn't care about anything else and opened her mouth to shout. Suddenly, she heard a cry of alarm behind her. A black shadow flashed, and a wisp of wind directly attacked an acupuncture point on her lower back. Her body went numb, and the cry was stuck in her throat. She couldn't shout anymore. Then, the galloping horse let out a long neigh. A person stood up, and the carriage suddenly swayed, almost flipping over. Ning Xiuma's mute acupoint was sealed, so she couldn't make a sound. In any case, her upper body was still free. She took advantage of the time when the carriage was about to flip over and the person holding her was swaying. She suddenly stabbed out with the golden hairpin in her hand. Shui Ilan finally caught up with the carriage at the last moment. He sealed Ning Xiuma's acupoint, held her in his arms, and then went to control the horse. The series of movements were like moving clouds and flowing water. However, he had been chasing them for a long time. At this moment, the carriage suddenly swayed, and he, who was holding Ning Xiuma, also swayed. At this time, Ning Xiuma's desperate attack with the hairpin came stabbing over without any warning. Her stabbing position was extremely tricky, and her speed was fast enough to catch Shui Ilan off guard. She had actually stabbed him in the ribs. Because he was running, his blood qi was circulating very quickly. He allowed a muffled groan, and fresh blood gushed out. Ning Xiuma, who was in his arms, also groaned. It seemed that the effect of the heart-linking voodoo was about to be restored. Because of the heart-linking goo, the pain she suffered was far greater than Shui Lan. But in such a desperate situation, she couldn't care less. Taking advantage of the moment when Shui Ilan was trembling from the pain, she suddenly struggled and broke free from Shui Ilan's grasp. She directly fell off the carriage and rolled into the dust. She almost fell under the wheels of the carriage. In the midst of the chaos, she desperately rolled away, and the carriage brushed past her body. Ning Xiuma couldn't help but roll a few times on the ground. She was dizzy from all the rolling. When she finally stopped, what appeared before her eyes was a pair of incomparably exquisite embroidered shoes. Looking up from the embroidered shoes, she saw a dress as white as gauze. Sweeping past the other party's slender waist, she saw a face that was devastatingly beautiful. This was Yunqi. She had finally met them. Where was Han Shanhua? Ning Xiuma was covered in dust, but she couldn't speak. She turned her head, trying to find Han Shanhua's figure. But she was disappointed. She didn't see Han Shanhua's figure. Seeing that Shui Ilan was about to jump off, Ning Xiuma couldn't care about anything else. She reluctantly stretched out her hand and tugged at the corner of the woman's dress. This woman looked like a fairy. She should be very skilled in martial arts. Perhaps she could subdue Shui Ilan and save them. Chapter 557. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stretched out her hand, the fairy-like young girl in front of her retreated smoothly. She obviously thought that she was dirty. Shui Ilan's eyes darkened. He jumped down and bent down to pick up Ning Xiuma. The moment he touched Ning Xiuma's body, he sealed her acupoints so that she could no longer move. His arms were hot, but Ning Xiuma's heart was cold. She had tried so hard, but she still couldn't escape. Old woman, are you okay? Are you hurt? Shui Ilan hugged Ning Xiuma with a concerned look on his face as he patted the dust off her body. As the dust flew, Yunqi calmly took a few steps back. I'm sorry, Mississippi. I almost dirted you. Shui Ilan smiled apologetically at Yunqi. Yunqi naturally didn't care about these ordinary people, nor did she want to lower herself to their level. Thus, she just nodded and said, it's okay. At this moment, the horse had already stopped there. It was unknown whether or not the three women in the carriage had been restrained by Shui Ilan, but they were obediently sitting in the carriage without any movement. Shui Ilan shook his head and sighed as he bent over to carry Ning Xiuma into the carriage. He muttered, sigh, it's good that you didn't break your arms or legs. I'll check on you later. Although he spoke with concern, he secretly sent a telepathic message to Ning Xiuma. Little Xiuma, you can't escape from me. How dare you plot against me like this? I'll settle the score with you later. Ning Xiuma simply closed her eyes. She had tried her best, but she still ended up like this. It was fate. Perhaps she was really at odds with this era and was no longer suitable to stay here. If she died in Shui Ilan's hands, she might be able to transmigrate back. Then, he would wake up in his own era and continue his carefree life. She was then placed back into the carriage. The other three women were actually not harmed. They were curled up in the corner of the carriage, trembling. Shui Ilan's gaze swept over them, and the three of them immediately shrunk their heads like frightened chicks. Yunqi, what's going on? A cold voice suddenly sounded from outside the carriage. Ning Xiuma's body instantly stiffened. Han Shanhua. It was Han Shanhua's voice. He's finally here, but everything here had already been settled. Would he discover her? Outside, Yunqi was already smiling as she said, it's fine. The horse in this carriage was startled and almost flipped over. Fortunately, the people inside restrained it. It's fine now. Sir, do you have any other clues? No, Han Shanhua replied faintly. Let's go. The footsteps of the person outside gradually faded away. He really didn't notice her. As expected, he didn't notice her presence. That's right. Why would such a high and mighty person like him notice such an ordinary carriage? Ning Xiuma was enveloped in immense despair. She closed her eyes. At this point, she could only resign herself to fate. You want to ask him for help? Shui Ilan's voice sounded with ill intentions. His lips curled into a faint smile. Do you think he'll save you? Do you remember what day it is today? It's your big day with him. You ran away from his wedding and embarrassed him in front of everyone. I'm afraid he already hates you. Not to mention that he didn't recognize you. Even if he did, he wouldn't do anything. I've heard that he has a strange fetish. He's obsessed with mental cleanliness. Whatever he throws away, no matter how magical or precious it is, he won't look back. Chapter 558. Ning Xuema ignored him. She also had a bad habit. If she liked something, she would pursue it with all her might and try to get it. But the prerequisite was that the thing was ownerless. Once she found out that it belonged to someone else, she would give up completely. She would not let the thing that she liked entangle her heart. If she wanted to do something, she would be the only one. She would rather not be the only one. This was also the reason why she ran away from Han Shangyue. Even if she had a slight liking for him, she was slightly moved. But she did not want to be his concubine. Little Xuema, are you regretting it? Shui Elan leaned close to her ear, almost biting it. Regret? Regret running away from Han Shangyue? No, she did not regret it. If she could do it all over again, she would still run away. The only thing she regretted was that she did not leave Daliang City and went to participate in some zither recital. She was too lazy to respond to Shui Elan. She just closed her eyes and did not move. Shui Elan did not want to delay any longer. Han Shangyue and the others had just left. He had to take Ning Xuema and run as far away as possible. Now that he was facing Han Shangyue, he had no chance of winning. He had already killed the coachman. Now, he could only drive the carriage himself. Fortunately, the others in the carriage were under his control and would not go against him. Ning Xuema had a few acupuncture points sealed by him. She was like a mummy. She could not speak or move. She was not a threat. He bent down and walked out of the carriage. He sat on the shaft of the carriage and was about to start the carriage. And the sudden change happened in an instant. A thunderous force came towards Shui Elan. Fortunately, Shui Elan's reaction was extremely fast. When that power was about to hit his body, he abruptly flipped his body, dodging the front of that power. At least he was not blasted into the sky. But the force came too quickly and suddenly. Although he dodged it, he was still hit by the force. His body flipped off the carriage like a paper kite. He groaned and fell to the ground. His chest was hit, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. In such a life and death situation, he did not dare to be negligent. He rolled on the ground and was about to jump up. Shui Elan, you can go die now. A cold voice rang out, and a white light flashed, cutting straight towards him. The light was ferocious, as if it had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Its aura was so strong that even the sun in the sky seemed to lose its color. Murderous intent filled the sky. It was actually a soul-destroying killing move. Shui Elan's expression changed drastically. He rolled away with all his might, trying to avoid the white light. However, the white light followed him like a shadow, and he couldn't avoid it at all. He suddenly laughed out loud. I planted a heart-linking goo on her. After saying this, he straightened his body and stopped dodging. Just as the white light touched her clothes, it abruptly stopped. Although the blade-like murderous aura had disappeared, the hurricane brought about by the killing move was still there, tearing apart the clothes on Shui Elan's body. Finally, the crimson robe was exposed, causing him to stagger. He retreated 20 to 30 steps before he could barely stand firm. He steadied himself and looked at Han Shangyue, who had returned at some point. How did you recognize me? Han Shanyue's white robe fluttered as he stood on the carriage, completely ignoring him. Chapter 559. Han Shanyue's white robe fluttered as he stood on top of the carriage. He simply ignored Dizwa and waved his sleeves, causing the carriage to split apart like a piece of paper. For people were revealed in the carriage. 3 young girls were trembling as they sat, and an old woman was lying motionlessly on the ground, seemingly vomiting blood. Han Shangyue swept his gaze across the faces of the 4 people, and his gaze immediately locked onto the old woman. He bent down slightly and picked her up. Yunxi, who had just arrived, was stunned. Dizwa, who was obsessed with cleanliness, was actually carrying a dirty old woman in his arms. There was even dirt on her body and bloodstains on her face. Even if the sun had suddenly risen from the south, she wouldn't have been so surprised. She stood in place and stared blankly at him. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to ask something, but in the end, she closed it again. Ning Xuema had never thought that there would be such a light at the end of the tunnel. Even when she was held in his arms, she still couldn't believe that she had really been saved. Her nose was filled with the extremely light and pleasant smell of his body, and her ears were filled with his steady heartbeat. His body temperature was slightly lower, but it made her feel inexplicably at ease. She stared at him with wide eyes and opened her mouth, but no words came out. A line of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth again. The heart-linking voodoo had not been removed. Just now, he had only temporarily suppressed a small characteristic of it, such as the ability to increase the distance between two people. However, the most basic characteristic had not changed. For example, if Shui Ilan was injured, Ning Xiuma would also be injured. Han Shanyue frowned slightly, and his fingers rested on her wrist. After a moment, he lifted his sleeve and brushed her body. Ning Xiuma's sealed acupoints were finally unsealed. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." He only said 4 words to her. Although it was just 4 words, Ning Xiuma's heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow. Her heartstrings trembled slightly, and the rims of her eyes became slightly hot. She actually had the urge to cry. The corner of her mouth also gently pulled up. "Thank you." Her voice was still hoarse. As soon as the words left her mouth, she finally remembered her current appearance. Her body slightly stiffened. Han Shanyue's arm tightened slightly as he glanced at her. "You don't have to be polite with me." At the side, Yunqi's complexion was faintly pale. A dark light seemed to flash through her eyes. Suddenly, her figure rose, and with a wave of her finger, countless small snow-white swords flew out from her sleeves and directly attacked Shui Ilan like a violent storm. Die demon! Her skill was extremely high. Her snow-white sword emitted an inch-long light. With the sound of the wind, she surrounded Shui Ilan in an instant. She wanted nothing more than to kill this devil Shui Ilan with her sword. Her move was too sudden. Not to mention Shui Ilan, even Han Shanyue could not react in time. If it was any other time, Shui Ilan would not be afraid of her, but he was already at the end of his rope. As soon as he saw those small swords coming, he knew something was wrong and was about to defend himself with all his might. Suddenly, a white sleeve flew out and wrapped around all the small swords, allowing Shui Ilan to escape this calamity. Yunqi's expression changed slightly. "Teacher, this person is a great demon who has done many evil deeds. If we don't get rid of him, he will become a threat in the future." Han Shanyue glanced at her. His gaze was as cold as ice, causing Yunqi to shiver. She did not dare to continue her questioning. Han Shanyue did not bother with her anymore. With a shake of his sleeve, a white light flashed, and the small sword that were wrapped around by his sleeve turned into white mist and dissipated. Although Ning Xiuma's acupuncture points had been unsealed, they had been sealed for too long. Her legs were still in a semi-paralyzed state. Chapter 560. She was not used to being hugged. Once she regained her freedom, she wanted to get down. But just as she moved her body, Han Shanyue's arm tightened. "Be good, don't move." Although his tone was cold, it was as if he was coaxing a child. Ning Xiuma's body slightly stiffened. A strange feeling rose in her heart, and for a moment she could not think of what to say. She also did not know why, but in his arms she felt unusually at ease and finally felt pain all over her body. First, Shui Ilan had sealed her acupuncture points, causing her blood flow to be obstructed. Then she was hit by his heart-linking insect. He was injured. She was also injured. Then she was lying on the shaft of the carriage, being pulled by the crazy horse all the way. Just now she was in a hurry to escape and did not feel anything, but now that she was relaxed, her body finally felt uncomfortable. She only felt pain all over her body, soreness everywhere, and even her face was a little hot. She could not help but frown. Han Shanyue looked down at her and spat out 2 words, "So ugly." Ning Xiuma's body stiffened, once again remembering her current appearance of an old lady or a dirty old lady. A beauty's frown is as beautiful as a painting, an old lady's frown. "Mother, it's disgusting. Don't hug me if you think I'm ugly. Why are you still hugging me?" in his arms? She pushed him, wanting him to let go. But as soon as she pushed him, she found 2 black and red bird's claw marks on his white shirt. Ning Xiuma looked at the 2 bird's claw marks and finally felt a burning pain in her 2 little hands. Just now she held the golden hairpin and poked the horses, but not only did the horses but become bloody, her palms were also scratched. Behave. He growled again. Naturally, he also saw her black claw marks, and he frowned in disgust. A palm pressed against her back. Ning Shuo only felt her back was warm, and there was a warm air flowing around her body. Wherever it passed, the soreness in her body gradually disappeared. Even the dirt on her body was automatically removed. Han Shangyue single-handedly healed Ning Shuo, but his eyes fell on Shuailan. He coldly said, Shuailan, I'll give you two choices. First, remove the heart-linking goo and I will let you go. Secondly, if you don't remove the heart-linking goo for her, I have my own ways to restrain you and take you away. Once I remove the goo worm for her, your time of death will come. Shuailan leaned against the trunk of a big tree on the side of the road and smiled coldly. You can cure this goo? Han Shan's expression was also distant. You don't need to use any effort to solve it, and I can't be considered too troublesome. I just need to take a bit of your heart's blood, then add bloodgrass, sky leaf flower, and sky river water. That's enough. He actually said it exactly. Shuailan narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect you to know about this. Han Shangyue was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Which one do you choose? Shuailan smiled. He clearly had the appearance of an old man, but his smile had a kind of evil aura. He slowly opened his mouth. Actually, I have a third choice. As he spoke, he took out a sparkling blue knife from nowhere and placed it in front of his chest. I can use self-harm to force you to let her go. Han Shanyue's expression changed slightly. Before the heart-linking goo was removed, Shuailan's self-harm was equivalent to testing the knife on Ning Shuo. If he was injured, Ning Shuo would be injured twice. He was a demon, so he wouldn't die easily no matter how many injuries he suffered.